Good morning everyone and welcome to Ultimate Pool event number 3. And we are here in Loughborough in the Dan Maskell Tennis Arena at Loughborough University. And what a venue this is. Absolutely fantastic. Everything under one roof, 110 tables. And best part of 1,000 players here competing over this weekend. And this is our focus. What a game to start off. Chris Melling against Dave McQuillan sets us alight for Ultimate Pool Pro Series number 5. Good morning everyone. Welcome to our YouTube channel. Live with you throughout the weekend. Please just give us monitoring the chat box. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. Make sure that we're
hey, very good morning everybody.
Good to go.
Welcome to Loughborough University for the third weekend of the Ultimate Pool Series. We are live
Would appreciate
from
it.
Loughborough with a massive show this weekend. We've got over 100 tables, over 1,000 players. And look at the setup behind us. Good morning everybody. You can just about see it. We've got so much going on this weekend in Loughborough. It is great to have you all with us, whether you be on stream or indeed in the venue here inside Loughborough. With Tony Holgate to preview what should be a massive weekend. I feel like I've not seen you in a moment, Tony, which is... You've been lucky. I have been lucky, but so much has happened in that time. It's been a really busy summer. So many tournaments for the players to play, and the rankings are sort of sliding here, there and everywhere. But this is the last one for a little while. It sort of feels like a bit of a sprint finish to the end of the summer. Chance to lay down a marker and sort of we'll sort of see where everyone is at the end of this event.
Well, Tom is still number 1. He did miss the last event, but he's accumulated that many points in his previous form over a number of years. Is Declan going to catch him? Don't know, but it is a chance again for somebody to put mark down. Shaden Billy, he's put it mark down, moved up to number 7. That's unbelievable.
Incredible, and it's worth pointing out as well that he's yet to finish his second year. We've still got half a season worth of ranking points to collect. That will maybe propel him into the top 5. What a time he's having on the Ultimate Pool Pro Series. We'll see Tom Cousins up first. We didn't see him at the European Open. He's still the number 1. He is now catchable again. Those ranking points have slipped to a point where he could be overtaken. He will disagree with that, but that's his right. But he can prove us all wrong and win another event and might happen. Declan Brennan is within striking distance once again. Tom Cousins hit that perhaps this weekend. But Tom won't be worried about that whatsoever. He's still got a healthy gap. And he'll be thinking, what can I do with the tables? It starts right here. We've often spoke about Tom being a little bit of a slow start. But I think he's
okay. Just adjusted the background noise. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you. As I say, we get things underway for this another fabulous weekend of pool we've got lined up for you. Dave McQuillan taking that first frame, Chris Melling going off the break, as you would have seen. Thank you very much for the thumbs up. Appreciate that. If there's any issues, do let us know. Don't suffer in silence. I think in Daventry, one of the mic volumes was really low over the weekend, and took about a day and a half for people to let us know. We can change things at this end to make your viewing pleasure a lot better experience. So do let us know. Anyway, in the meantime, we settle back and watch this opening match. Lots and lots of action throughout this weekend. As I say, 110 tables in this venue. It really is fantastic. If you're anywhere near Loughborough, come to Loughborough Uni, to the Dan Maskell Tennis Arena, and see this setup. It is a sight to behold. There's been quite a bit of action already this morning. Simon Fitzsimmons came through a really tight game against Richard Gifford, 8-7. Rob Dagnall through. These are all round 1 prelim matches. Rob Chambers through against Joe Prince. Dave Fernandez through against Tom Church. John Chi. Chambers through against Dave McNamara. Scott Pope safely through against Niall Sweeney. Dave McQuillan's already won a match this morning. He came through against Mitchell Travis. And Viv Mack beat Alex Cameron. Chris Hampson beat Stuart McCulloch. Adam Davis and Adam Basu are currently 7 each. Basu's been ahead in that match all the way through. Adam Davis has managed to wrangle it back to the hill. Charlie Earnshaw's beaten Oli Bell, 8 frames to 3. Incidentally met Oli on Wednesday night at his club down in Yeovil, and he's got some new glasses coming. So expect to see more from him over the coming weeks, because he said that these glasses are fantastic. He's been struggling with his eyes recently. He's got some special glasses. So hopefully that transforms him back into the player he was. Ryan Pisani 5-2 up against Cam Pinches. Ben Doyle 4-2 against Tom Kennedy. Rhys McCockey 6-2 against John Rowe. All those scores are live on ultimatepool.com or through the Ultimate Pool app. I think it's ultimatepoolgroup.com. Just go to the live scoring section. Tom Cousins and Darryl Whitworth are about to get underway in the main arena. Just over there at the moment. Steve Jameson and Tony Holgate doing the intro show. And Scott Pope across on stream 3 is won the first frame against Sean Story. 4 tables being streamed over this weekend. This one obviously on YouTube is free of charge. The others you can subscribe through YouTube through the paywall. Scott Pope beat Niall Sweeney 8 frames to 5, Chris, and he's back in action now. Actually, he's straight back on. He's on the stream table playing Sean Story, as I just mentioned. He's won the opening frame against Sean. As Melling levels things up. And you're seeing the new Rasson Apollo. This is version 2, which has not officially been rolled out, but all the pro tables are this brand new Rasson Apollo 2. It's got a different top. If you see it from a different angle, you'll see instead of the side coming straight up to the tabletop, it's kind of got a bulge. It's a square top now. The mechanics inside have changed to make for easier maintenance. I think there was a problem with the ball hopping off one of the rails inside, so they've adjusted that and mended it. And there's also a new tabletop coming. I think they're hoping to launch it for the December event. It's a much tighter table. All the pockets are shimmed. They had one in the lobby in Daventry, getting the professional players' feedback on it. They've got all the feedback, and they're going away to make all the adjustments to the table based on that feedback, and hopefully that should be launched by the December event, but certainly for next year. As I say, this is the brand new Rasson Apollo version 2, new and improved. So Melling away in frame 3. He's got that one wrong, underhit that by quite some way. Seemed to get quite a dull bounce off that top cushion. He looks a bit miffed. Opportunity to reroute though, and that is pinpoint accurate. Great recovery. Could have easily gone wrong, coming off that side cushion and in behind the 8 ball. Looks like he's got just enough angle here to be able to punch. He's got the option, he could punch across to the left-hand side rail and take this other ball down bottom left, but I think he will attempt to get up to the top of the table. Well, he's got a choice of either This looks good. He's got just enough angle here to screw out. That is excellent. Just needs to take his medicine here. Probably screw back just below the bulk line. I don't think you try and get too far down the table here. Or you can do that. Little hand up in apology. That could have easily gone wrong. Could have stuck on those two reds. Chris Melling takes the lead. 2 frames to 1. Scott Butterworth watching the magician and having a beer. Nice early start. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they say. Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it? Enjoy a nice cold beer. Unless, of course, you're in Australia, then you're enjoying a nice cold evening beer. Depends where you're tuning in from, I guess. McQuillan didn't give that too much, but got a really nice split. Very unlucky to be left where he is, hampered behind this red. I don't think he's got an opening shot. May be able to cut back this yellow, but I'm not sure he can get through to the potting angle, and it's very acute. Oh, there you go. Tuning in from Melbourne. Great to have you here. And enjoy that beer. Making me jealous now. It's only 11:15 here. A little bit early. Got a long day of comms. What is the beer of choice over there? On the VB? Definitely not Foster's. Can't remember what I was drinking when I came over there. Foster's is the rubbish that you export to us, isn't it? Keep the good stuff to yourself. McQuillan falls out of position again. He's lost a cue ball here as well, so it's cue ball in hand for Melling, and that could spell disaster in this frame. Yeah, he nudged that red into a gap as well, so it goes. Yeah, I think not sure what happened there. I think possibly a bit of a kick on the ball. Chris looked a bit miffed when he caught the knuckle on that last red. Shake of his head still, but he did pick up the cue ball and give it a bit of a wipe. I think there might have been a bit of a lump of chalk on it. So Melling in control, race to 8. 3 frames to 1 up. Another monster break. And fairly quickly, this one could be 4-1. Just one red tied up down at this end of the table, but the perfect ball below it to get it out into the open. Don't think there should be any problems here. Cue ball doesn't seem to be rolling off, because you see it come down the table now. Well, maybe just at the end there, didn't it? Maybe just a little wobble. I know for one thing's for sure, Chris will let the table fitters know if it is. But it seems okay. Even there, maybe that little slight roll to the right hand side, maybe just a finger mark. But Chris doesn't seem concerned. As I say, I know that absolute sure if this table was rolling off, Chris would put his cue down and call the table fitters over to get it fixed immediately, as he will often do so. He won't put up with any kind of poor conditions. But a couple of times we've seen the cue ball misbehave, and I think probably a couple of kicks in there. Good crowd assembled around this table. It's fabulous, actually. We're up on a little raised platform looking over the entire arena. It is packed in here, absolutely packed. As I look out, I reckon I can see 800 people. There's 110 tables, and all of the tables in use, and players and spectators just crowded around the tables. Absolutely rammed in here. Wish I could show you a shot of it. And then behind me is the pro section, all the pro tables currently in use, and another probably 150 people behind me. So the room is absolutely buzzing at the moment. And still to arrive, you've got all the ladies disabled event, all still to come. Sure that the match clock is definitely running. There is a referee down in the arena. Whether it's connected to this match clock, I'm not entirely sure what's going on this weekend, but I know certainly the table is on a 30-second clock. There's a referee down there with a tablet letting the players know. It's just unraveled again for Dave. Keeps doing this, getting into a situation and just kind of chasing the finish a little bit, you feel. He's not had the easy chances. But when he needs that cannon to come out in his favour, it's not doing so. He's got another problem here. Tries to cut that up into the top right, but that's some way off. And Melling's back in. So the winner of, so there's 2 events this weekend. This is Pro Series 5 and also Pro Series 6, which starts tomorrow. So 2 events over the weekend. Winner of each event is £10,000, but there's loads of events going on. So you've got the men's pro section, which you're watching now, and then you've got ladies pro, and then you've got Challenger, which breaks down into 4 tiers. You've got Challenger Elite, and then gold, silver, bronze. There might even be a platinum. There may be even 5 sections in there. You've got a disability series with 64 players, which I think is absolutely incredible. I think back to, I was talking to someone at breakfast this morning, going back to UK Tour and things like that. He might have had 8 players, 16 players rock at 64 players, and apparently another 20 waiting on the waiting list, so they could increase numbers. Then you've got the Challenger series with about 100, 128 maybe youngsters playing in the Challenger. Ladies is broken up into pro and Challenger as well. I say over 1,000 players this weekend turning up for the various events. Then you've got 3-man team events, and I mean there's so much pool going on this weekend. It really is an absolute festival. McQuillan just trying to play a little attacking safety shot there, bring out his 2 reds and leave Chris with very little to go out. They just elect to tie up one of the reds here. No, he went full-blooded and he got it. He's not landed on the other yellow. Shouldn't have gone in that one. Like I say, that's why we need this tighter template. Pockets are too generous. Finds it again. Magician doing what he does. This is skinny. Need to be careful as well. Ref will be keeping a close eye on this one. Yeah, so much so he went for the double. As always, I will continue to remind you and ask you over the weekend if you would be so kind to like this stream, give it a thumbs up, and also if you get the opportunity to share it, copy the link and share it to your social media platforms so your friends and contacts can tune in and watch it, and we can really get this channel going. There's lots of people who would enjoy this coverage over the weekend, and it will be constant coverage as well, right the way throughout till Sunday evening, with action from all of the events. As I say, do please like it, give it the thumbs up, share it, hype it. You will be doing us a great service, and that's all we really ask for. 43 people of the 568 watching have hit that thumbs up button. Just takes a second. to move. It's going to be attempt at a double. Is he trying to double this to middle? No, it's bottom corner. He's got it. Is it going to drop? No, it's not. Wow. Frame conceded. Thought that was going in. So as previously mentioned, you can subscribe to Ultimate Pool over this weekend. You can always cancel afterwards if you just want to watch this event. And you can do it through ultimatepoolgroup.com. You can do it through the app. I think the cost is, I want to say $6.99. If you do it through YouTube, I think it's slightly more expensive, but probably maybe a little bit easier for viewing. All the channels are here. All the 4 tables that are currently live, you'll get access to all of those. Main arena is always better viewing anyway. So got the cameramen in there giving you all the different angles and all the different views. Tom Cousins currently playing Darryl Whitworth over there in his opening match. He's 2-0 up. Scott Pope leading Sean Story 3 frames to 1. And just getting underway on stream 4, Adam Basu and Cole Bedford. So those are your streamed games. But if you just want to stick with us over the weekend and watch Ultimate Pool through YouTube, as I mentioned, we will have plenty of action to bring you. Get a schedule for this table very shortly, so I can let you know what games you have to look forward to throughout the day. So McQuillan back in this game. If you can find the finish here, 4-3, gets the pressure on. Does it again, just keeps breaking down near the end of the frame. So I can tell you the schedule now on this table. So following this game, you will watch the winner of Rab McCulloch and Dean Richardson will play Tom Jones. And then Stevie Dempsey will play the winner of Brian Halcrow and Scott Anderson. Christophe Lambert will round things off for the afternoon session and will play the winner of Sean Sharkey and Gareth Manning. I can tell you that Halcrow is currently 5-1 up against Scott Anderson, and Dean Richards 7-5 up against Rab McCulloch. So looks like those are the two opponents. Zach Cooper through against Callum Kendall. Ryan Pisani through against Cameron Pitches. Charlie Earnshaw beat Odie Bell 8-3. Adam Basu won that Hill game against Adam Davis. So a big comeback from Adam Davis, but just falls short. Ben Doyle 6-5 up against Tom Kennedy. I think he was 4-0 up in that game. John Rowe, Reece McLaughlin 7 each. Reece was 4-1 up in that game.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're still
Jimmy
enjoying
Croxton
your time
5-4
here at
against
the
Joe
Ultimate
Knowlton.
Pool Series weekend in Loughborough. Do have to report that we are having some issues with parking. Those of you parked on grass verges, I would highly recommend you go and move your vehicle if available, as it will be ticketed by the venue staff. Not allowed to park in the grass verges. It must be in a registered car park space. If you're parked on a verge, high chance of being ticketed. Highly recommend, therefore, that you move your vehicle. Thank you.
A quick run through the main table schedule. As I mentioned, Tom Cousins against Darryl Whitworth over there now. Adam Davis will play the winner of that Ben Doyle Tom Kennedy match. Then the winner of Pisani and Pinches will play Craig Waddingham. And rounding it off, Declan Brennan will play the winner of Davis and Fitzmaurice. Aaron Davis, Simon Fitzmaurice. Over on table 3, where Cole Bedford's currently playing Adam Basu. Next up, Shane Thompson against the winner of McLaughlin and Rowe. Ian Alley will play the winner of Zach Shepherd and Ryan England, and Josh Kane will play the winner of Williams and Coleman. So some really good action coming throughout the morning. There's some great lineups there. What a great day of pool. Nice to be back in amongst it. And really great to be at this brand new venue for Ultimate Pool. Right on the Loughborough University campus, the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. Huge venue. Like a great big aircraft hangar, really. And a fantastic setup in here. 110 tables. McQuillan looks like he's chasing his finish again. He's going to have to leave himself. I thought he was going to leave the double, but he's left this long. Right, can he finish it off this time, or is he going to fall short? The last knockings. That is not going to drop. Oh, it pulled back in. It pulled back in towards the top of the table. That was going to the far knuckle. As you saw it got up there, it just pulled back towards that pocket. Gave it every chance with the pace he played it at. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Rassons do play pretty big, but there is a new tabletop coming. They trialled it at Daventry. They had one in the foyer, much tighter. All the pockets have been shimmed. This is a brand new table as well. This is a Rasson version 2, and a new tighter table coming for future events. Not sure if they're going to roll it out ready for December. I think they're hoping to, but they had one at Daventry where all the professionals had the opportunity to have a game on it and give their feedback, which they did. And now I think there's a few adjustments being made before they roll it out. They didn't want to rush it and get it for this event. They want to get it right rather than rushing it, not getting it right. So hoping to get that for the December event, but it may be next year, maybe for next year's events. But there is a new tabletop coming, and it is significantly tighter. Which I think is fabulous. I think it's great that Rasson and Ultimate Pool listen to the feedback from the players, take it on board and make the necessary changes. A loss of turn shot there, clever shot, very clever shot, taking the ball away from the pocket, tying up one of the yellows, making life very difficult. I think he would have liked the red to have remained on, because yellows have already got a couple of problems. He would have liked that to just been closer to the pocket and maybe not get hampered with the yellow, but it's not the only problem on the table for either ball set. To turn back. Doesn't have the option just to bump this yellow out, because sorry, I mean bump the red out that's next to the yellow. Is he going to try and cannon the yellow? That's exactly what he's done. Oh, he cannoned the red. What a shot that is. What a fantastic shot. I don't know if he was like aiming. I mean, a lot of good things could happen there. You either full ball contact the yellow and stay on the red, or you flick the red. But that is an excellent shot. And this looks like another one. Oh, that's just brilliant. To find that narrow gap to land on this red with the right angle to stun down table, that is top draw from Chris Mulling. That's as good as you're going to see. What fabulous cue ball control. What a great couple of shots that was. So again, please do like and share the stream. Liking it really does help promote the stream. All you have to do, just under your viewing panel, you'll see a little thumbs up. Just click on the thumbs up for us, over 700 people watching, just 83 people have clicked that. Please do. You'll be helping us. Takes a second between the frames. Gets the algorithm working. Pushes this content out to more viewers. Thank you very much, Jack. Very much appreciated. So McQuillan trailing by 6 frames to 3. He's not been without his chances either. He's had first go at quite a few of these frames and just broken down. A lot of interest in this match, and also right next door in the main arena table, Tom Cousins across there playing Daryl Whitworth. Cousins was 3-0 up, Whitworth pegging him back. Now it's 3 frames to 2. Scott Pope leading Sean Story 5 frames to 1. On the table just in front of me on stream 3. Final game has not quite got underway. I don't think it's Cole Bedford against Adam Basu. I've got a big screen in front of me, so I can't quite see that table. Surely this one is at the mercy of McQuillan. And at 6-4, he's still very much in this match. And this scoreline could so easily have been reversed if McQuillan had taken some of those chances that came his way. A couple too many mistakes from him, but as I say, he's still in it. So don't forget, next match coming up on this table is Tom Jones versus Dean Richardson. If you're a fan of Tom Jones, I know a lot of you are, always good viewing. I saw a Facebook from him yesterday. He's just had himself a new perm, so we'll have that on display. Coming up on this table on the conclusion of this match. Melling just struggling to get the balls to sit right, so just ask the referee to have a look. The referee's struggling as well. I think the front ball just seems to just roll off every time he pulls the rack away. front ball break and smash them wide open. Yellows look pretty good. I think one ball that just needs some attention, but he can go after that pretty much straight away. He might be able to get through the potting, and well, he can. He can. So again, I think it's kicking. Very, very strange. Not often you see kicks on these tables with this chalk. I think that's another one there. You can see the ball just died. Played a little run through. It's pulled up way short of where he wanted it. It's cost him his opportunity. McQuillan back in. It's a tough chance for McQuillan though. I think there's a couple of kicks we've seen. Very unusual. I think that's going to be a foul. Unless he caught the red on the way through, flicked it on the way. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He must have. No, it is a foul. Yeah, didn't hit cushion. It's a ball in hand from Melling. Just looking now to see if he can place a cue ball above this yellow and pot it to middle or even bottom corner. He certainly can. I'll definitely have a word with Chris afterwards to see if it was kicks, because they all seem to have been him. I don't think Dave's had any. There's several that Chris has had. No such issues in that frame though. Speed through it, and he's on the hill at 7 frames to 4. Needs one more. I just caught Chris's eye and asked him if it keeps kicking. He said he's had 7. He's had 7 kicks so far. Very unusual. Maybe something to do with the atmospherics in here. It's a brand new venue to us, so he said he's going to come up afterwards and have a chat, so we'll find out. We'll get the lowdown. He was pointing up at the ceiling. I don't know whether he was saying it's something to do with the we've got huge sort of very unusual lighting in here. The lighting, it's obviously a say it's Dan Maskell tennis arena, so it's obviously very well lit in here, but they've got these huge lights that span right across. I mean, I don't know if they're LEDs or what kind of lights they are, but maybe something that's causing a bit of friction, perhaps. It's not affected him too much because he's 7-4 up. doesn't want it to drop. It just hangs on. Just hangs on. I thought I was going to drop for a second. I think he was still through on that bottom yellow, but you don't want to be playing it from where he is. Difficult to control the cue ball from there. So here he just needs to make sure he avoids the red. He'll hit this in and just take his medicine and come out to mid-table to this big gap between the two reds, just below the bulk line. That's perfect. You can just drop this in and leave the 8 ball to the middle. Just play it with a trace aside. Little stun shot. Drag almost, isn't it? Very nice. And how this game could have differed. Dave McQuillan 7 frames to 5. As I said earlier, could so easily be the other way around this scoreline. A number of chances. But it's Chris Melling on the hill. Still an important break for him here, because if he goes dry or goes in off, then 7-6 to McQuillan. McQuillan breaking at 7-6. If Melling doesn't get them here, could be coming back to the table at 7 each. So a big moment coming. Nice little plant, and controlled it so well. Needed to land on that red, bounced it out. Really nice pace. Just needs one good shot here. Yeah, that's perfect. I think, oh no, actually, no, maybe, I think he's finished a little bit high, actually. He needed to get a little bit lower and just stun up above the red, but I think he's just finished a bit low here. He has. When I initially looked at it, I thought he was okay. Whoa, he's got no shot. He's got no shot. He's going to let McQuillan in here. And the yellows are wide open. What a moment. Could this be the big swing in the match? What's he looking for here? Oh my goodness me, what an effort. What an effort that was. That is ridiculous. It's asked a question of McQuillan with that red staying over the pocket, because he's going to have to make this clearance. He can't play a loss of turn because there's nowhere to hide the cue ball. Oh. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I know it was match over because McQuillan conceded, but instantly I think the referee tapped the score and it automatically cuts the stream. But anyway, that was quick. Melling wins. And next matchup, as previously mentioned, Tom Jones in action against Dean Richardson. That one coming up very, very shortly after this break. Come back in a couple of minutes. See you soon.
It's got to be blowing on the table, yeah. I had 6 kicks in that game there. I'd rather do, yeah. Alright, sounds. Yeah. Yeah. But do you see that ball? You see that ball that went in there when I treble thing? At pace as well. It didn't even think like it was dropping. Yeah, I know, yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Right. So they're massive, I know, they're massive.
into the arena, got the one and only Tom Cousins alongside me, fresh off the back of the first round win against Darryl Whitworth, and into round 2 he goes. TC, lovely to see you first of all, and well played through the first round, which I know is always in many ways your biggest hurdle.
Yeah, I think we both made a few mistakes there, but the table balls out. Plays so fast and reactive. It plays lovely.
For sure. I mean, we say this every weekend, don't we? Every time we get a tournament, those first matches are always difficult. Start finding your feet, because for whatever reason it might be, these tables play so much quicker here than they do in any club around the land.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, I was in America for 10 days and all that. A few things, so I didn't play too much. So it took a while to get used to that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about your business trip over to the States. It went pretty specially, I'd say. How much did you enjoy it, and how much confidence are you able to bring, admittedly different game, but bring from that trip into this weekend?
Yeah, it was a great trip for me. I love playing that game, the American style. I'm looking forward to doing it more, but it does take a little while to get used to it. Yeah, no, I'll be able to do it. I've got 3 in the first round, which is easy to take. So,
And I've got to ask you as well, first time here in Loughborough ever for Ultimate Pool, first time inside this lovely venue. I mean, this is pretty special, isn't it?
yeah, it's fantastic. It's one of the best I've been to. So, obviously, part of it's a little bit of a problem, but apart from that, it's the arenas and everything is top. So, never place on it.
And how much do you enjoy looking behind and seeing your lovely bush front and centre of the banners, the sort of wall of fame, if you like? It's a big thing that you carry, the #1 title. You've been the #1 for so long. I know it's a weird quirk in the rankings that because of probably an amazing 2024 you had around this time last year, you've sort of dropped a few without doing anything wrong at all. So is it a bit of a fire on you to finish the season strong?
Yeah, I think it's 24. I've probably my best year, so now it's a 2-year ranking list. I've got to keep doing it, and it's very hard. It's, players are so good now. It's tough, so I probably will lose the #1 spot at some point, but
Keep on doing what you're doing, mate. Great to see you as always. Tom Cousins, safely into round #2. We're going to let you go, mate. Congratulations on a good performance. TC into round #2 and looking dangerous as he goes further through that draw. We've still got plenty more action to come here on the main arena table. We've got 2 streams live for you as well on tables 2 and 3, should you wish to watch those. So Tom Jones, Scott Clover in action against Dean Richards and Sean Story, respectively. In a moment, we're about to see a player recently into the Ultimate Pool top 5. Aaron Davies, the cyborg, is in action in just the 2 sticks.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the action. Apologies for the brief delay in comms. Not much opportunity to get a break here, so and quite a distance to the bathroom, and I'm a bit slow at the moment. Just recently had a knee replacement surgery, so not very quick getting around the arena, and there was a queue for the convenience. It's a little bit late back on parade. As I say, better late than never. You've probably enjoyed the quiet. Tom, with what should be a fairly simple 3-ball clearance to get back level in the game. Just catching up with the chat. Yeah, this is our race to 8. Dean Richardson breaking off frame number 5, loses the cue ball. Finds a little loss of turn shot. Quite clever. So frame 6 underway. Tom Jones breaking, leading 3 frames to 2. He pots the ball. Gives himself a choice. I think he's got openers on reds and yellows. Yeah, especially if this red goes to the corner, he can get the potting angle of it. So, yeah, very decent chance on reds. Yellows were definitely a tougher ball set. A little bit straight here, but if he can find an angle and just punch up, leave himself on the ball to bottom right, then he can come to mid-table and he's got a choice of these 3 reds. All have a pocket. You can see him just rushing there. He is on a 30-second clock. So you'll, I'm sure, have noticed that the match clock isn't counting down. There isn't actually a match clock on this table. They are playing on a shot clock all the way throughout, so it's a 30-second shot clock, but there is no match clock on these outer tables, just on the main arena table, just to keep things moving on that table. But you shouldn't see slow matches, because they are, as I say, on that 30-second shot clock. So similar conditions across on all of these 4-stream tables, just keep things moving for you guys. Tom Jones now 4-2 ahead. Good afternoon, Gary. Glad you're tuning in. Nice to have you on board. Welcome to Loughborough. I know you're not here, but you know, in spirit. Brand new venue for us, the Dan Maskell Tennis Arena. I'm sure you can Google the images of this arena. It's massive. It's a huge venue. It's almost like an aircraft hangar. 110 tables across. Everything under one roof as well. All the pro room is up on a kind of like a stage setting. It's a raised setting at one end, and behind me all of the pro tables. In front of me, well, just in front of me actually, the tables that you're watching, the 4-stream tables, the main arena, and this table's right next to the main arena. And then behind that is all of the other tables in play, all the challenger games currently ongoing. You can see the Disability Series being played as well. Massive, massive venue. And the room is buzzing, absolutely packed. So many people in here. Anyone around the Loughborough area, Leicester, come on over, make the trip. Come and watch all your favourite players in person. That was very, very much Farjol. You won't be seeing that next year. I won't be seeing those drop on the new tighter table. So, as I mentioned earlier on, this is the new Rasson version 2, just been launched. It's a brand new table, new body. But there is a new template coming for the top as well, which is much tighter. They trialled it in Daventry. They had a table in the foyer where all the pro players trialled it over the weekend and gave their feedback. So that has now gone back to Rasson, and they're just making some adjustments. And that table will be launched, hopefully for the December event, but I know they're not rushing things. It may be next year. But there is a new tighter table coming, which will please a lot of players and a lot of viewers as well. They will be, Mike. Yeah, they will be. They will be tighter. It's the same tabletop at the moment, but as I say, they're trialing. Basically, the pockets are shimmed considerably tighter. I saw the table in use in Daventry, and noticeably tighter. So as I say, they didn't want to rush the launch of it. I think originally they were hoping to get it ready for this event, but they need to make some adjustments based on the feedback from all the pros. Right thing to do as well, I think. But yeah, there's a few balls already that have gone in. Noticeably the Melling treble earlier on, which raised an eyebrow or two. More so from Chris Melling than anyone else. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Mike. I think it's a great table, and the chassis has been improved again with this new version 2. When they get the tighter pockets on it as well, I think it's going to be very, very hard to beat, especially with this cloth on it. I think this cloth is fantastic. I don't think I've ever heard anyone have a bad word to say about it. Feedback's fantastic. Placed so nicely. Again, there's a few eyebrows raised when it was initially launched with the colour. I think players and spectators alike are starting to get used to it and enjoy it. Jones getting very fortunate there, the cue ball nearly going off in the middle, and then the 8 ball came around and nudged it the other way, and then it looked like it was going to be dry, and one of the last balls moving found its way into a pocket. He put his hand up to apologise. The red that's stuck on the yellow, it will go long. It will go up to top left, and top left is a fairly big pocket, so I don't think he'll be trying to move it. It's just whether he can land on it now. Yeah, he could. He can hold on the yellow. So this is the big shot. Get this and it's your frame. It is a big pocket, but it's one of those that it's not huge. Oh, he is going to try and move it. I'm surprised. I mean, how is it any better now than it was a second ago? It's a harder shot he's got to play. If he could have, I get why he's done it, but I just don't think he needed to. Just try and land on it. I mean, he's got the shot, but it was a tougher shot than he would have had. But good recovery regardless. Urging that ball to hold up, and it does. Gets a little cannon, little rub on the yellow. He leaves this red to middle. I can only assume this red doesn't pass the yellow to top right, because you would have definitely played that top right rather than try and land on it to middle. Lovely stuff from Jones, and quickly moving towards the finish line at 6 frames to 2 up. So some of the other results through. Tom Cousins dusted off Darryl Whitworth 7 frames to 5. Scott Pope beat Sean Story 8-3. Mellon, we watched on here, beat Dave McQuillan 8-5. Adam Bassoon, Cole Bedford still to get underway. That one was due on one of the stream tables, but I know they've been having problems with that stream table, and I know they're changing the tabletop on it. So that game's been moved to table 12. Cy Fitzsimmons 3 each with Josh Yuhas. Greg Batten, who found a lot of form down in Daventry, had a really deep run. He's 4-1 up against Rob Dagnall, and Batten's been on some form recently. Don't be surprised to see him run deep again this weekend. Phil Parkin 3-2 up against John Chambers. Neil Raybone 5-1 up against Justin Astley. Phil Harrison's won the opening frame against Charlie Earnshaw. Charlie Earnshaw beat Oli Bell earlier this morning. Aaron Davis over on the TV table was 3-0 up against the Bear. Ben Doyle, another man that's on a hot streak of form. Well, they both are, aren't they? Aaron Davis and Ben Doyle have been having a lot of deep runs lately. More of the same from Richardson. Another dry break and shows his frustration. You can totally understand why. Next up on this table, the hammers in action against the buzzer. Stevie Dempsey against Brian Halcrow. Brian Halcrow beat Scott Anderson first thing this morning, so he's playing well. Should be a good game. Tom Jones looking to apply finishing touches on this frame. Still needs to play one good shot. Needs to land with a good angle on this last yellow so he can get back right up the top of the table. That yellow over the top right corner, not accessible from down table, so he needs to get right up towards the bulk line. Ideally, he wants to finish on that top cushion. Just a fraction off straight, top cushion would be ideal. But he's got some traffic here, so he's going to have to screw back bottom cushion, side cushion. He needs to judge the pace as he got there. I think he has. But he's got an awkward little shot to play now. He either drops this in dead weight or he tries to stun back and hold on the red. I think you have to drop it dead weight. He does. Yeah, holds the position. He could do that because nothing to do with the cue ball to get on the 8. Found a nice pattern here. He really did. And he's executed it very well. And Tom Jones is a man who's on form. He's playing well. Really good to see him in full flow. Another player who's really developing as a professional with ultimate pool. Obviously, has already lifted silverware, winning one of these Pro Series last season. It gave him a lot of confidence and self-belief. You can see that brand new perm he's sporting. Tommy gun. I think that haircut would suit me. Quite tempted. If I only had a hair on my head. Great to have you all joining. 800, just under 900 people tuning in. Just 163 of you have given us the thumbs up. Again, just my only plea for you over this weekend, if you do tune into the stream, please do give it a thumbs up. It really does help us on the stream. It's all we ask for a whole weekend's worth of viewing. Every day when you log in, just give us a thumbs up. It helps promote the stream. Get us up over 200 if you would, please. What it does, it promotes the stream, pushes it up with YouTube it gets suggested as viewing for more people, and we get the opportunity of new viewers, as well as letting all the old viewers know that we're live this weekend. There we go, 195 launches over 200. If you would please. There's 900 of you watching. you don't know where the thumbs up is, it's just below your viewing panel. Whether you're watching on phone, tablet, laptop, TV screen, just takes a second. And if you feel so obliged, we would love it if you could copy the stream in and share it to your socials. That would be quite amazing. Thank you very much for everyone that's clicking that like button. In the meantime, Jones needs these 3 balls to get himself a, you have to say, fairly convincing victory. He's been good for the win. Oh, you can say the Dean really is, it's that old saying, isn't it? You need 8 chances in a race to 8. And he has not had 8 chances in this match. He's not had his hand on the table 8 times. He cannot possibly win. And nothing he's been able to do about this. Been Tom Jones all the way. Oh, there I was. Just about to start the taxi. Well, that is a very surprising miss. It was tight. Maybe saw the finishing line. He's not going to get across it yet, because he should be gone for Richardson. Greg Batten now 6-1 up against Rob Dagnall. Cole Bedford and Adam Basu finally underway. I think that game was due to get going at 11 o'clock this morning. They've finally gotten underway. They're 1 each. Nice to see Dean get his hand on the table and at least get back 1 frame. It will be his break in the next as well. Seven, 3. Is that delaying the inevitable, or is there a way back into this for Dean? I mean, that way back into it obviously starts here. Needs to find a breaking clearance. 7-4, and it would start to get Tom looking over his shoulder and thinking about that missed ball. Don't forget, no match clock here. There is a shot clock, 30 seconds. The break's not been working too well for Dean so far. Let's see what we get here. Going for the cut break. Doesn't feel comfortable, does the right thing, stands up. I think they were just breaking off on the table to the right. And that caught his eye. Now he gets the ball. Not ideal. Would like to be yellows. He's only got 1 yellow to go after. Yellow and red tied up at the bottom. So much easier to either plant or develop that yellow. So he needs to make this long shot. Oh no, he's taking on reds. I mean, I get it. It's he has got the ball just above the yellow and red. I think he could probably play that red, just glance the yellow and play it off the yellow to open up the other red. So I don't mind reds. As I say, the opener on yellows was much tougher. It's come too far. Needs a big bounce, he doesn't get it. This is so much harder. If you're right behind this, you can play the red just to flick the yellow. But it's so much harder when you're playing it almost to a blind pocket. Much more difficult to pick that line. But I think he's got to play it because he doesn't have anything else. Maybe the cut to the middle, but he's got to play this. This is very missable from here. If he's on the black spot, then this is so much easier. Yeah, so much so that he's missed a shot. And Jones has been let in. Greg Batten now 7-1 against Rob Dagnall, who put it past Batten to go all the way this weekend. As I say, he is a man on form, and he will be a big price at the bookies. Worth a couple of quid, you know. Loss of turn, unintentional loss of turn as well. I'm quite fortunate there, really. Both players laughing at it, but I don't think Dean will see the funny side of that one too much. Left this red at the bottom of the table tied up. Near impossible to develop it. Needed to pump that in. Is he on this? What a shot. What a fantastic positional shot that is. I don't know what it buys him because I don't know what you do with this last red, but that is an incredible positional shot. That's one of the best ones you'll see this weekend. Does this go to middle past the yellow? What a clearance this would be. And deserved too after that positional shot. Oh, he played it off yellow. Just gets a glance on the other yellow. Doesn't get the reward, but my goodness, what a shot that was. What a weird finish to that frame. And now Jones will want to get this done and dusted as soon as possible. And he's got a good chance. A very, very good chance. Should be getting these. It should be match over. Race to 8. Tobias asking how Jones has missed a shot like that. He only kind of had half a pocket to go at. He had to just try and spin the cue ball around the red to get to the yellow that was over the pocket, and just didn't quite get it right. No match clock, but there is a shot clock. 30 seconds. And good afternoon. to Liam Dunster. I hope you're well. Nice to see you watching on. Another one of the great talents of English pool. Is he on this red long? I don't think so. Very tight. He thinks he can get through. So as I mentioned a couple of times over this weekend, this is the brand new Rasson. This is Rasson version 2. New design, new style, new internals, and still to come, a brand new tighter tabletop. This is still the original and still generous table, but there is a new one that's being launched that they trialled recently in Daventry. Got feedback. For Tom Jones, simple 8 ball to get himself across the line, and very nice from him. Good result from Jones, and he books his place in the last 32. Next up on this table is going to be Stevie Dempsey versus Brian Halcrow. We'll reset things here. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you very soon.
So you want me to just leave? You give me a shout. You give me a wave. You get it goes. Yeah. Yep. No worries, mate. I'm here for the next 4 hours, so well, 2 hours or whatever it is. 3 o'clock. When's the last game on? 2 more matches. Yeah. Oh, really? me. Was beyond you earlier. Yes, he's up there. Actually, I think we'll get on there.
Just to keep you guys updated, we are just waiting on Brian Halcrow. We have put a shout out for him. Dempsey's in the arena, so we should be good to go as soon as Brian turns up. Should be underway in a few minutes.
brushes and irons. Where's the iron? Well, you better be on your one. You've got one allocated. I'll have one, I reckon, very soon. You can be with start-stop. Just for these tables, is that?
Well, we've managed to track the buzzer down, and we are good to go. Dempsey's going to win the lag, and he will break off in frame number 1. Stevie Dempsey versus Brian Halcrow. Welcome back to the action. Nick Finn on comms for you here in Loughborough for Pro Series Weekend 3, event number 5. Last 64 match. On the main TV table, Aaron Davis currently 6-3 up against Ben Doyle. On the outer table, Shane Thompson 2-1 up against Rhys McLaughlin. Adam Basu and Cole Bedford tied up at 5 frames each. Dempsey gets this underway in the first frame with a dry break. Gives Halcrow an early opportunity to get his hand on the table. And a very, very presentable chance. Yellows look really good. Wide open, all have a pocket, all link up fairly well. Just his first shot, he needs to drag this in and stay up in the bulk area at the top table. Land on this yellow on the top cushion. He's going to go reds. You can make a case for either, can't you? They're both very decent. My only thought was the red on the right hand side of the one that he's looking at now in the bulk area. Doesn't pass the top right. Reds with a tougher layout for me. Unless this, I'm being fooled and this red does pass the top right, I'm certain it doesn't. It will go to top left, but just a little bit more awkward to get on. Yeah, so much so that he decided to try and develop it. And this is why I felt the reds were trickier. I think the yellows link pretty well with each other. Bumps at it again, and this time it is open. Cue ball still spinning. He's got red to middle. He just drop this in. Naturally leaves an angle on the ball to top right to come back down the table. Played it to far knuckle. Just needs to get far enough down table here. This looks good. Slightly hampered by the yellow, and the 8-ball doesn't go to left centre, so could top it off bottom and side cushion to come above the 8-ball, or he could just drop this in and leave it long. I think keep it simple for me. Drop this in, take the 8-ball long. He has spun it around, and that for me was again not the right decision. I don't feel. She had to come, like spinning that around the table, he had to come quite a way up the table to get above the 8-ball. I could see what he was doing, trying to leave it at the bottom left, but I think maybe just take medicine there. He did look at it at the top left, maybe just didn't have the angle to hold perhaps. I think normally he could have just dropped that in, left the straight one to top left, and backed himself to get the 8-ball. But as I say, maybe just didn't have the angle to hold, and that's where he tried to come above it. But ultimately, it's end of opportunity for Halco, and it probably frame over, because Dempsey should be getting these. Race to 8. No Raybones through against Justin Astley. Phil Harrison beat Charlie Earnshaw 8 frames to 0. Tom Jones we saw beat Dean Richardson. Aaron Davis now 6-4 up on the main arena table. That game obviously streamed on the main arena. Eddie Barker's 3-1 up against Zach Cooper. Carl Sutton's won the opening frame against Patchett. Dom Cooney and Jimmy Croxton have shared the opening 2 frames. Same with Ian Alley and Ryan England, same scoreline. And the same also for Luke Gilbert against Charlie Ripp. Sean Chipperfield 2-1 up against Richard Tooney. About to get underway on stream 3, Rob Chambers against Rob Warren. Dempsey gobbles up this opportunity. It's presented to him. Brian would be disappointed not to take the opening frame. And that one, of course, would have been against the serve as well. So Halco gets us underway for frame 2. This is Brian's second match of the day. So you think that would give him a slight edge. Stevie Dempsey has not played a match yet. Left the plant to middle. That was always the plan. Came over and cannoned the 8-ball to make sure he left that. Nice plant, well controlled, good pace. May just have too much angle on this yellow to top left. I don't know if he could just nip it past the red. He doesn't want to contact the red. You never want to play a cannon in those situations because he risks the red pushing the yellow safe. Maybe he thinks he can just nip it past, or maybe just control the cannon. He does have this other ball to bottom right, which is a recovery ball. Again, maybe. Yeah, I think this is perfect. So the one to top left, just screw back a couple of inches, just clear the red, leave the yellow straight. And he's just come slightly too far. I don't think he can take the one to bottom left because I think the red's in the way to get on and off the cushion, but he should be fine here anyway. He just pinches back. Little controlled cannon, that's well played. Just drop this yellow in. Guaranteed to be on the 8 ball. Just don't play it with too much pace and slide off the red. It's one of those, it's a little bit difficult to judge because you don't want to stick on the red. You kind of want to double kiss it and get the yellow back out. Yeah, they didn't want to, equally had to be careful with hitting that half ball and landing behind it, but he played it really well. Well controlled, and he's on this 8 ball.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody. Aaron Davies is with us, the sidewalk fresh on the back of an excellent win over Ben Doyle. Congratulations, Aaron. You couldn't have had
nice clearance from Halcrow. A bright start from him. Should have won that opening frame, but did well just to put it behind him. And you've got to like what you see so far from both players. Dempsey breaks in frame 3. He's going wide, but it's going to be the front ball break. Shot that quite a lot of players. It's kind of a fairly new thing, taking it wide, really wide for that front ball break. We tend to see pro players break this way a couple of years ago, but quite a few players use it now, and it's a great effect as well. It's a really good leave. Quite hold for this red, unless he's on it now. Maybe they'll just cut it in now. If he can't hold for it, then he can just come across and play a cannon. Judge the cannon very nicely as well. Fairly big angle. So he needs to control the cue ball well. He just dabs it in, holds the position. Short rail to hold for the position to top left. Well controlled shot. sure you finish high. And he does. Just stunned down now for the 8 ball. Good stuff from Dempsey. Someone playing a shot on the next table, so just allows them to clear. So we're still on serve after 3 frames. Brian, a similar break to Stevie, maybe not quite as wide, but front ball break from wide. And again, very effective. Look at this for a split. Delightful. Oh, those balls just coming together at the bottom. Should still be okay, I think. Again, you could make a case here for reds or yellows. I think it probably has to be reds. Just because of the yellow on the very bottom cushion, and also the yellow. Well, the one closest to the left-hand side cushion, I think that will pass to middle. So, again, you could make a case for either. He likes yellows. Is he on the ball? I don't think he is. He's just overran it. When the ball was coming down table, when the cue ball was coming down table, I thought he's okay here. This looks really good. But he just overran by a couple of inches, so he needs to play a good shot here to recover. That's a very good shot. Needs to be on this ball along the bottom rail. Just maybe got the wrong angle on the ball to middle. Still work to do here. Yeah, looking to screw back off the side cushion. Needs that to run, and again, that's just okay. And get pace past the 8 ball. Just drop this in. He's got the yellow along the bottom rail. It's a very well worked out finish. Wasn't absolutely plan A, just had to reroute there, but did a very good job of recovering. Very nice from Holcroft. Just run this through 4 or 5 inches for the 8 ball to middle. Very good pull from both players. A race to 8. 30-second clock. No match clock on these outer tables, but there is a 30-second clock. All square after 4. Both players playing or breaking really nicely. Yellow's the choice here. One ball to develop. And he's got the perfect shot to do it here. Done this into middle. Screw down onto it. Releases that yellow, needs it to hold up. I think it's just gone too far. Just gone too far. Tough now.
Just a quick announcement. We do have a phone that's been handed in at the top table. It was on the floor around the top table. So if you are missing a phone, come and see me, please.
Urging that to hold up. Wants to finish just off straight on the ball to middle so he can just come down this right hand side, play short position on this yellow that's closest to us. Oh, he's screwed down now. Yeah, I think he had the wrong angle. He had too much angle on the ball to middle, so he came down for it now, but he's in absolute no man's land. What do you do here? Pray. Lots of turn shot. It's not bad. And if he's pushed that red into safety so it doesn't pass the 8 ball, that's a really handy result. Had indeed, so Brian just releases that ball and leaves it safe. Again, you'd rather be reds here. Have the advantage. What a double. What a double. Gets a kiss on the red though. If he misses that red, he's on this ball. So have to go cushion first. Pushing first with pace as well because he needs to get up table for the 8 ball. And that should be framed to Halcrow. Just that red on the right side cushion. Where that yellow's gone, it's blocked the pocket to the bottom right, so it does give Brian something to think about. And it won't squeeze in off the cushion either, as he left an angle to move it. Just, I think, just got the right angle on this ball to middle that you can screw across side cushion and bump it back out. Did indeed, but he double kisses it. Do you lay the snooker here? Dangerous to lay the snooker though. Very dangerous. snooker he lays. Oh. He's left the one cushion escape. But he needs to catch this thin to pot it. And he needs to hit it with a bit of pace as well. Great pot, gets the first bit right. What a shot this is. Landing on the 8 ball as well. What a shot from Stevie Dempsey. What a great recovery. Brilliant. Wow. Deserves the frame after that ball. Break. Not working this time for Halcrow. Sends the cue ball careering off the table. Just a little bit too much topspin. It just came up on the ball. As can quite often happen when you're playing like that. I mean, he potted balls again. Success in that way, but when you play that shot from wide, you just need to get into the cue ball, dig into it. So it just, obviously when he broke, he just came up slightly. And as soon as you play those with a little bit of topspin, then massive risk of flying off the table. See a conversation about these new Dynasphere balls. Mixed opinions, as always happens when you get any kind of change. But, I think the players enjoy them. They play well. I think that's the main thing. I don't think they detract in any way from the game. Having a spot and a stripe. More about the playability, and I think as a, having a set of these at home, it just opens up a few more kind of fun games between your mates. Both these players breaking really well. Yeah, just going back to the balls, I was saying, director just popped over for a second, but I was just saying that it opens up some opportunities for some fun games. You can play 9-ball or 10-ball using the same balls. It means you don't have to have multiple sets of balls. I know you wouldn't use them for like a competitive game, but just for fun games and practice drills as well. Running through the balls in order would be a good practice drill. Like I say, it doesn't. I don't think it detracts from the game in any way. I mean, some people think it doesn't add to the game, but equally, I don't think it detracts. So reds and yellows remains consistent. The only difference between these two players really at the moment is that break from Brian that flew off the table a minute ago. But Dempsey, you've got to say, has also been flawless. He's taken every opportunity that's come his way. A couple of little errors from Brian. But really only minor, but those are the differences at this level. Just one more plea from me. I know people are constantly tuning in and out during the day, picking the games that they enjoy. So just a little reminder, if you could please give us a thumbs up on this stream. 900 people watching, and less than a third of you have given us a thumbs up. So please do give us a like. Let us know you appreciate the stream, and help us out. Dempsey leads 5-2. Incidentally, Cole Bedford beat Adam Basu 8 frames to 6. Mainstream is Rob Chambers. Sorry, stream 3 is Rob Chambers, Rob Warren. Main TV table now is Craig Waddingham versus Ryan Pisani. Hal Crow about to break in frame 8. Seemed to take a bit off of that one, and as a result has gone dry. Just didn't seem to get through that one as he did the earlier breaks, and as you can see, didn't get the split as a result. A lot of the balls still crowded in and around the racking area. It's left quite a bit of traffic here. I think he's probably going to go reds here. He does have a choice of openers though. Looking at throwing this ball in, he's putting rakes of right hand side in, and he gets it as well. I'm not sure he was trying to cannon that ball, because that ball actually went. I think he was trying to cannon the lower one of the two, which I don't think has got a pocket. But he could still cut this in and come back and try and cannon it this time, which he does. Misses the pot, obviously, but he got the flick on the red, not as planned, and Halco a chance in frame 8. Quick catch up with the scores around the arena. Viv Mack 3-2 up against his good mate Christy Colefield. Dylan Leary, Chris Hampson 2 each. Eddie Barker 6-3 against Zach Cooper. Carl Sutton 4-3 up against Andrew Patchett. Craig Waddingham on the main arena table 3-1 up against Ryan Pisani. Dom Cooney 3-2 up against Jimmy Croxton. Ian Alley 6-4 against Ryan England. Ian Alley, another man who's come into form recently, finalist at Daventry for the European Open. Sean Chipperfield, very quick game. What would you expect? Two of the quickest players in the game, Sean Chipperfield and Richard Toomey. Sean came through that one as the winner, 8-6. Jaden Billingham's 3-0 up against the Stork James Nesbitt. Liam White's won the opening frame against Luke McAvoy. If you want to keep in touch with those scores, you can find them all at ultimatepoolgroup.com or on the Ultimate Pool app under the live scoring section. Every table's got a tablet. Shane Thompson was 2-1 up against Reece McLaughlin. He's now 6-2 behind. Safe cracker. Everything to do against the young Irishman. Some talent, that young man, I tell you, Reece McLaughlin. One for the future. I think he's just got there. That was such a good positional shot. He needed to be on a sixpence there, and he just gets there. Just a fraction too far there. He nipped it back, but he's come a couple of inches too far. And now he wanted to land a bit straighter so he could just dump this in, and then he's got a straight screw back on the last red to get onto the 8 ball. May have to play a cannon now, may even have to screw back off the side cushion. I think he takes his medicine and drops it, but may have to play a cannon onto the 8 ball. Well, he was so out of position that he's had to come up and down the table, and it's not helped his cause at all because the spin took. Now he has to play a cannon on the 8, and this could definitely go wrong. He's looking at splitting these two yellows, sending the cue ball into the gap of these two yellows and leaving it for the bottom left, but this could so easily go wrong now. All from a shot that was just a couple of inches out of position. Can so quickly unravel. Can he recover? Well, he played it with pace in the end. He's not got away with it, but he has got a fairly easy one cushion escape. Should be potting this. Just needs to pick the line. Is it going to drop? It isn't. Wow. I think Ryan thought that was going to drop. So he kind of sat back in his seat, but he quickly banked back out. Has he got an easy opener though? He can't get through to the one closest to the bottom right hand pocket, so the answer to that question is no. He has got a very, very tough opener. A cut back into the right centre, or he could take it long, or is he taking on a plant? Neither are particularly attractive. You've got to say, it's a little bit unfortunate. He could have been left with something much easier there. He played it as a bit of a shot to nothing to try and leave the snooker, but he's just left the one cushion escape. Very, very easy for Dempsey to pot. Tiny bit of side on the cue ball just to hold it. And he gets it. 6 frames to 2. Well, you've got to say Dempsey can feel a little bit fortunate there, because having snookered himself on the 8 ball and not potting it, he could have left something much easier for Halcrow. Again makes a ball. He's been breaking so well.
Just a quick reminder, if you are parked on the grass verge outside, you will get a ticket. They are there now, ticketing everybody that's on grass verge. So if you are parked on a grass verge outside, the university will ticket your car. So if you don't want your car with a parking ticket, I'd go and move it now.
5, 4, 3,
Lovely little nudge on the red. Just opening it up for the middle pocket. It's just looking now to see if it still goes past the yellow or off the yellow. I think he probably likes what he sees. Next up on this table, our final match of the afternoon session is going to be Christophe Lambert versus Gareth Manning. The West Country meets France. He's overhit that by a margin, but he puts his hand up to apologise because I think somehow he's come far enough to land on the bottom middle. Needs to judge this well though. Very thin. Not a massive margin of error. He landed on the 8 ball, but he missed the pot. And again, Halcrow with a chance to wrangle himself back into this game. Nice layout here. I guess the only question would be whether the 8 ball's comfortable or whether he wants to move it. I think it's comfortable. I think if he lands behind it, he can pot it to middle. I think the Dempsey shot earlier told us that. Oh no. Oh, is it getting... Oh, it's just not gone far enough. Disastrous. He really had to punch that because just a touch straight. Well, He's forced Dempsey to play a shot. I think it has to be a double. He's played safe. I think the double was just a bit of a big ask because he needed the double and then get the cue ball back up the table, and felt that it was very low percentage, so he's just put the ball back in Brian's court. Left him this thin cut, but a thin cut with no real hope of getting position on the next ball, so just rolling the dice there, playing the percentages. What a shot from Halcrow. That is so well controlled. To judge that pace and the cannon, that really is top drawer. Very good. Great shot and rewarded with the frame. Now 6 frames to 3. Big one this for Brian. If he can find a way to win this one, then he's very much back in this and with game on. Last couple of breaks haven't gone in his favour though. I say he took a little bit off the last one, so I think we might see him ramp this one up a little bit again. No, still very controlled pace. Great result. Just that yellow up in the bulk area. The yellow that's in the middle of the table is ideal to play off that red up into the top right, but that's going to have to be his opening ball. This one that he's taken on now would have been great, wouldn't it? Play it off the red to top right, clear that pocket. So just try and get below this yellow. Chop this cue ball through, get below the other yellow and play it up off that red. I think he has to. That's nice. So all the focus on the shot here. Got a choice, you can play it directly into the red. You could go cushion first and try and flick it out. Question of preference really. And also depending on your angle. Pots it clean. Oh dear. wasn't the plan. Does he have an angle now to screw up and dislodge? I think he's trying to get up there and land on it. Such a small window to land in. He's just to run and it's not going to. Dempsey again. With another great chance, and now this one to go on the hill. Wriggled its way in. That won't lighten Brian's mood. Could have easily missed off the knuckle. He's landed pretty plumb on this red as well. Angle, side cushion, trace the right hand side to come across to the left hand side of the table for the 8-ball into the bottom right corner. Well judged, nice weight, and this is for Stevie Dempsey to go on the hill. The big momentum shift in this match was when Brian sent the cue ball off the table off the break. Kind of took the wind out of his sails. He was playing really well up to that point as well. Dempsey will break. On the hill. Yet again, another very solid break. Gets balls, but one of them's a cue ball. Ouch. He was forced to go in for that long ball. He had easier openers on yellows, but forced to go in for that long ball because he needed to develop the yellow on the left-hand side. Well, he develops the yellow on the left-hand side, but misses the pot. Doesn't leave anything though. So Dempsey's going to play a little containing shot. Done it again. Just sat on the back of this yellow, so unfortunate. Pull up an inch short of there, or just run through half an inch, and you've still got a shot. Not from here. Tried to double that red back across and get a blocker in. It's not hit it hard enough, it's not come far enough, so good chance here for Brian. The two yellows in the middle of the table plant. He's got a decent opener to middle. No, not to be. That's flown, absolutely flown. Again, puts his hand up because he has not played for this ball to middle. In fact, I'm not even sure the one to middle goes past the 8 ball, so he's eyeing up this one that he's close to bottom right. Can't be on the one to middle because he would have played it by now. Flicks the red out on the right hand side. Puts his hand up again because he's pushed the other red, unintentionally pushed the other red far enough to get past that yellow. So he's developed both of those balls in one shot. Halcrow probably fuming over there, to be honest. Stevie's definitely had a few flicks go his way. Don't get me wrong, he has played really, really well, but he's had a few flicks go his way at the same time. Whilst Brian just doesn't seem to have just had the run. And Dempsey to put the finishing touches on this frame. And as I mentioned earlier, next matchup on here is going to be Christophe Lambert versus Gareth Manning. And Stevie Dempsey, you've got to say it's been a good performance from him. He's had a little bit of the rub of the green along the way, but He's taken his chance as well. And the scoreline doesn't really reflect the way the match went. Brian Halcrow played better than that, but just didn't seem to be going his way. And there you go. Good stuff. Onwards to the next frame. And as I say, Christophe Lambert versus Gareth Manning. We'll see you back shortly for that. Well, waiting for the next match to get going, I'll just briefly swing across to main arena table. You can see what's going on over there, where Ryan Pisani is playing Craig Waddingham. Craig is 7 frames to 3 up. Ryan breaking in frame 11. If you want to watch that match, it's Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd on comms over in on the main table. You see Dean Windsor as referee. Some good viewing to be had over on that table today. Don't forget that match is behind the paywall, so you would have to subscribe to Ultimate Pool to be able to continue watching this game. And a miss from Pisani. Waddingham struts to the table. And that could well be the end of that match. Decky Brennan in action next up on main arena table. So as you can see, Waddingham in control of this match against Ryan Pisani. If you want to continue watching it, as I say, Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd are on commentary on that table. What a shot there from Waddingham, and that should seal the deal in this match. Decky Brennan next up on this table, and if you want to watch that, as I say, subscribe to Ultimate Pool and you'll be able to keep up with the action on that table as well. But we are going to swing back to the table where things are just starting to get ready for Christoph Lambert against Gareth Manning. I'm going to take a short break, just go for a bathroom break, and I will be back on comms as soon as this match gets underway.
fresh off the back of a super victory over the Maltese Ryan Pisani. Well played, Craig, first of all. You're in some serious form at the minute. A couple of events taken down over the last 6 weeks or so. And I'm guessing you're here to do it again.
Yeah, the way continue. We have a race again, so ball once we can.
Yeah, we've seen you play very, very well for a very long time. So although rankings don't lie in that sense. But how much confidence have you got at the moment? Because nothing brings confidence like winning, and those 2 titles must have you flying pretty high.
It's just nice not to lose it. So yeah, long way to continue on hit the break well. So yeah, that's
But it got to the point where you were sort of getting to that stage where you're like, I'm due one here, I'm playing really well, and I've not won one for a little while, and then, well, it's like London bus, isn't it?
when it's your time, it's your time. You get little things here and there when it's going your way. You need to take that, go with it. So that's the way of playing.
For sure, and I wanted to ask you about the setup here in lovely Loughborough. It's some things, this, isn't it? I know you've been such a fan of everything that's happened over the last 2 years in particular with this setup on the big stage. It feels like it brings out the best of you. How much you enjoy Loughborough so far?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's classic. It's out of table for our table.
And in terms of what you're hoping for the rest of the season, obviously we've had such a busy summer. This is the first time in a while we get a little bit of a break after this event. Is it important to almost get to this stage and end the summer section on a little bit of a high?
Yeah, we definitely go out with this. So yeah, I'm going to try my best. It's not enough. It's not then.
And I got to say as well, first time I say on there, loving the extra bits of silver for the silver sniper. It's mate.
Yeah, I am grey anyway, but this is a lot greyer than what I did. The girl won't be able to sell that yet.
Well, the positive is that's a great thing. It looks great as well. See you soon. Looking forward to seeing you later on, Craig. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Craig Waddingham, everybody through to the next round of the Ultimate Pool Pro Series. And the best news is we've got even more great action coming up for you in just a second. Declan Brennan is about to be in action, taking on Irishman Simon Fitzmaurice. That is coming up.
Frenchman against the West Countryman, Gareth Manning versus Christophe Lambert. This would be the last game of the afternoon session. We come back live at 5 o'clock. Yeah, just wanted to come inside that yellow, give it a full ball contact to leave the red. Leave the 8 ball for top right pocket. But just glanced it on the way through. He's left a double. And gets a double. Nails it. First frame, the way of Christophe Lambert. Mad Dog versus iRobot. Very good break from Lambert. Wide open. Reds and yellows. Openers on both. What a miss. Incredible miss. Very unexpected as well. He must have just taken his eye off. Very strange. Mark James, sorry, just catching up on the chat. Yeah, Cole Bedford won his game against Adam Basu, 8 frames to 6, I think the result was. All of the live scores and scores that have gone so far on the Ultimate Pool, ultimatepoolgroup.com, I think the website you're looking for. That's just come a fraction too far. That's, I mean, it should still be okay. I think the yellow passes the 8 ball to right centre, so you can just pop this in. If it doesn't pass the 8, then it's a lot more awkward than it should have been. But it can't go. So he's looking at screwing back. Very, very hard to judge the pace. They don't want to overhit it, so you end up under hitting it. Didn't want to play a really confident shot and then get stuck in behind the red. So again, much harder than it should have been. Good recovery, but he needs another big shot here. And doesn't find it. So Lambert, I mean, those reds were wide open, but they're all a bit on top of each other, and he's got a tough opening shot as well. So still a lot of work for him to do here. He'll be happy to be back at the table. So he's going to play a shot to nothing here. Try and pot this. If he doesn't get it, he knows it's going to be safe. He's fluked it. Again, not really on anything here. May just have to lay a snooker, you know. Don't fancy trying to take on this ball long. He does elect to cut it in. A flick on the 8 ball as well, that'd be handy because it just brings it out to the open. But is he on a red? I think he's sat in behind this red. He can cut it to middle, but again the cue ball's tracking up and down the table, so still needs one more good shot just to get back in control in this frame. Very thin cut to middle, and he gets it. He's pushed the balls on the right hand side into a plant. So a touch of fortune there, going the way of the Frenchman. He will happily accept. First 2 frames going the way of Christophe Lambert. Gareth Manning had chances in both. Great question from Better Seeks. Do you think any more youth talents are coming through at the level of Billingham and Earnshaw soon? The answer to that is absolutely yes. The next gen is such a good standard. Some really, really good players coming through the next gen. you take a look at that series, I mean, you look at the top, probably the top 8 players. I mean, Harvey Southworth is topping the rankings at the moment. Callum Fermor, Zach Oldfield, Tyler Hemstock, another name, Jack Swinnerton, Lucas Earnshaw, Charlie Earnshaw's younger brother. What a great player he's going to be. Aaron Newton, we've seen him on a couple of final tables over the last year. Absolutely packed with talent. And I think over the next couple of years you'll see those players come up through the ranks into the pro ranks. Some of those players 15, 16 years old, and I think it's just so strong. Yeah, Cohen Bradford, another name popped in the chat box there. So I saw Cohen went over to the States recently, played in that event in Kansas City, won the junior event, had a pretty decent fist of it in the Open as well. Took out a couple of big scalps. Here's another name for the future. David Sharmy cheering on his countryman Ale Christophe. Oh, he just flicked the red enough to come out and then flicked it back in again. Took a bit of a liberty there, but knowing that there's a couple of balls tied up here for Gareth. I think Gareth probably needs to do the same back, bring out this yellow at the top of the table and put some pressure on. Okay. I think I would have liked to have seen him try and develop that yellow at the top of the table, just while the red is still tied up at this bottom end of the table, because again, Christophe can take a bit of a liberty here. Play the loss of turn shot, open up the pocket for this red. He couldn't have played that shot if Gareth had opened up the top of the table. So played that knowing that Gareth's got this one ball tied up on the bottom right hand side, but he's got a ball down there that he can use to develop it. Just needs to find the right angle. That's a great shot. Oh, just enough. Could have been a little bit more fortunate there, just a fuller contact on that red, and he would have been on the yellow down the rail. I think it's a bit too thin now, so he may have to take on the long shot up to top left. He'd love to leave that to his last ball, but he's looking now, maybe trying to flick this in off the red. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. It's a little bit thin to pot directly, so he's looking at kind of a quarter ball contact just to flick it in off the back of the red. Don't know the answer to that one. Is there any flyers open for the public this weekend? My instinct would say probably not. There's 110 tables and a lot of players here this weekend, so I think I'm not sure they've got any free tables. I know they have flyers at Bolton because they've got the arena. They've got the room that overlooks the pitch, which I've never been to. Apparently there's a bar up there with a few tables they usually use for flyers. But, I will ask the organisers for you, but instinct makes me think possibly not. That's not bad. is not bad. It takes away the option of the loss of turn because the yellow's at this end of the table. He's eyeing up what he could do for the loss of turn shot. Not sure it's there. How do you play a loss of turn and leave that yellow safe? Unless you're getting buried in the jaws of the pocket and leave a horrible little thin cut back. Oh, I didn't realise that he could. That's a very, very nice shot, especially rushed as well. That's a great shot. I didn't realise he can actually get thin enough on that to be able to plant the yellow in. So really good. I think that should be frame over. First 3 frames now go in the way of Christoph, but Gareth has had chances in all of them. Lambert places the ball with precision. Just so. And breaks in frame 4. Instantly gets a ball in. Nervous look at the table. I thought he was going to be stuck on that yellow. I think he's got an opening ball though. He can put the yellow to middle. He could get through to the red as well. So he's absolutely fine there. Hard to tell from this camera angle, but unless he could get through. And a miss. If you're going to miss so, do so when the table looks like this. Just hampered over the 8 ball. Probably still takes it on, but he has got this ball at the bottom right if he wants to get better position on it. My preference would be take the ball over the, sorry, the bottom left, should I say, not bottom right. I think he agrees. Don't like the hampered shot. Still take, change his mind again. That's really the reason he didn't like it, is because he had to screw straight back to get position on the last red, and difficult to judge the correct pace. He does enough. That is not going to reach. Well, even if it had reached, it was offline, but does enough to get it in the way of the yellow. Causes Manning a problem. That's the right choice there. He's given Christoph a sighter of this, but he's making him move it, and that's the main thing. It's a good shot though. Just double kisses and stays there. So look across the main arena table. I can tell you that Declan Brennan is playing Simon Fitzmaurice. They're 2 each over there. Need to push that yellow slightly closer. Left him the full ball to go out here, and he's got it and pots it. 4-0. Christoph had his chance early on, but still gets the frame. And it's a long road back for Gareth Manning from here. It's a flash, it's 5-0, and another monstrous break from Lambert. It's all one-way traffic. So it gets its first frame on the board. 5-1 behind. got some company on comms. Alex Cameron, how are you, sir?
All good, mate. Thank you for having me.
And more than welcome. Always welcome in here. And yeah, it's a bit of one-way traffic at the moment, but obviously Gareth's had a couple of opportunities in the early frames that he didn't take. It's been pretty good from Christoph. Finally for the lead at the moment. Yeah, there's always a route back into the match, and that's not a bad start in terms of the break. It's not the best leave. Doesn't have much in the way of an opener. A long yellow perhaps. Feel a bit grieved there. I think could have easily had a much easier opener. Is he going to play safe or try and double this red? Yeah, it's just going to be a little containing shot. That's the right move as well.
Yeah, it's tricky for Gareth. Obviously, he's a hometown legend and obviously a very good friend. He's a player that massively relies on his break, and I haven't watched loads of it, but I'm assuming he's not been getting the best of splits like this one. I feel like if he breaks good, he can probably compete with the likes of anyone, but seems like he's struggling. Got any other tasty games going on at the moment, Nick?
Well, over on the main table, Simon Fitzmaurice against Declan Brennan. They're locked up at 3 each at the moment. So, anyone's game. Although you favour Declan, he's in a bit of a tussle. Other games live at the moment. We've got Nathan Ellis is 7-5 up against Carl Morris. Jaden Billingham through against James Nesbitt. Chris Day through against Michael Hope. Jez Graham is 5-4 up against Carl Cope. Dave Fernandez 3-2 up against Callum Singleton. And those are the only games live at the moment.
Got to say, have you ever seen a venue like this?
It's great, isn't it? I mean, I like Bolton, but this is fabulous. All under one roof, all in one room. I know it's similar in Bolton where we're all in one room, but there's kind of mezzanine and some people upstairs, some people downstairs. But yeah, it is absolutely fantastic.
I think that sums up Gareth's match at the moment.
Yeah.
Desperately needed that finish to try stay in this match, and that definitely won't help.
I saw him in Daventry, and he said, we were having a chat, and he said, what I need to do is work out how to play on the arena tables, on the TV tables, the same way that I play on the other tables, because he puts in some amazing performances and he beats player after player, and then he seems to get into these TV environments and it just doesn't seem to go his way. And he's not really kind of fired in the way that we know he can fire, and the way that he does when he's kind of out of vision.
It's a subject we spoke about a lot, to be honest. Because on paper he's performing the best out of all the qualifiers that qualified last year and got their 2-year card. If you, it doesn't show it yet, but once you include the Champions League points, he's absolutely flying, compared to everyone. But there is something with this stream table that just seems to, I don't know whether it's, I imagine it's all in his head. It just seems that things are going wrong, which they're not going wrong. Yeah. Like if you see him on the outside tables, he's breaking like God, and he's taken out all the finishes. I do feel once I think he was recently in the Champions League. I don't know if it was the last week or the week before. and it was a bit better. But you know, you're playing against people like Christoph, they've been here and done it for many a year. I guess the only difference is, because I spoke to him about it, obviously back when he was on the IPA tour, probably 15-20 years ago, you didn't have these arena. They probably had some sort of a stream table, but you never had the kind of setups they do now.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite an intimidating environment as well, isn't it? The main arena, this table, there's always lots of people watching on as well, and especially the main arena. You've got the two cameramen in there following your every shot, and it is an intimidating environment. I challenge anybody, the armchair critics that are often watching on, has he missed that, and has he done that, and why has he done that? But put yourself in this environment, and I think you're absolutely right. I think from Gareth's perspective, it is at the moment, just the fact he mentioned it to me, it shows that it's in his head, and he's thinking about it, and he just needs to get over that. And once he gets over it, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine. I mean, but luckily, because from a outside top 32 perspective, he's qualified for all the events that he could have possibly qualified for. So he's given himself the best chance in terms of exposing himself to that situation. Yeah. So it's just a matter of time. Yeah,
keep winning. You're going to keep getting on the arena table, and we saw him in the main arena in Daventry. We've seen him a couple of times in the pro events as well, and also, as you mentioned, Monday night, Paul. Just keep doing it, and the more you do it, the more you get used to it, the better you get at it. Somebody asked, is there a bar and a place for food thinking of coming down tomorrow? Absolutely there is, yeah. I mean, it's you won't be disappointed when you get here. It's fabulous. But yeah, there's a bar, fully stocked bar. There's a bottle bar inside the arena, and a bar with draft beers and so on and so forth just outside the arena. And place for food.
Yeah, there's definitely a few drinks flying around at the moment. I think people are, although it's still a little bit early, people have been having a few pints today.
Yeah, I've seen a couple sampling a beer or two. Why not? It's pretty warm in here as well. And the bar, I have to say, is air conditioned, so it's worth staying in there for a while.
Yeah, I think that's where they get you. It's a good shot from Gareth there. Although you feel it's a tough task, obviously the fact there's no match clock in this arena, there's no time limit to potentially come back, so who knows? Stranger things have happened. I'm sure you've seen it, Nick.
That's going to run on. He's going to have to take on a double or a plant. I'm not sure the double's there actually. The red's in the way, so it's going to be the plant. Again, just getting caught out slightly by the pace. Plant was easy enough though, so hard work should be done here. Drop this in, then top right, bottom right. 8 balls waiting. Luke Boy asking, is that Jimmy Croxton on commentary? No, it's not. It's Alex Cameron.
I don't know whether that's a compliment or not.
Definitely not. He's not tried to crack 18 funnies, so it's not Jimmy Croxton just from that alone. Manning gets one back, 6 frames to 2, and as you say, whilst there's a shot clock, there's no match clock, so there's all the time in the world to wrestle himself back into this one. We'll just have a quick look across at the main arena table as Declan Brennan takes his seat. I think he has just gone 5-3 up, if I'm not mistaken. Headed across that table just at the wrong time, just as they're between frames. But if you want to view that table, you can do. Main arena, mainstream. Get back across here. I'll confirm the score over there in a minute, but I think it's Declan Brennan 5-3. Monster break.
Wow, how good has he hit that, Nick?
Absolute monster. And that red just come far enough, I think, just crept around the back of that yellow. Sticks the 8 ball in again. That's a couple of frames in a row he's done that, but that just comes back up and goes onto the spot. No penalty. Yeah, if this red had sat in behind the yellow, then he would have had a problem here, but just came far enough.
I think he'd rather the golden breaks be in play.
Yeah. I like the way, I like the fact that they've taken away everything from these events. So they've taken away the 6 red shootout. I mean, there was never the golden break anyway, but no novelties whatsoever. There's a horrible flick. Shouldn't have been going anywhere near that red, to be honest, and he's just put it into problem territory now, causing himself the problem. Unforced error, that one. Now he's got to think about how he can develop.
So tough, isn't it? I mean, it's a downward spiral. You know, once one thing goes wrong, it kind of makes it feel like it's all going to go wrong. You know, and you know, it's a pot he never ever misses. But because he's just had that bad kiss, he's
absolutely.
You know, his head's almost in the bin. You know,
I
mean, I don't blame him. You
know, you back him to get that pot all the time, but he's never taken on that pot if he doesn't get the flick on the red. The reason he's taken it on is because he wanted to get an angle on the ball to top left, to then come across and split open the red that he's just put there himself. And you know, he's just handed the table over to Christoph with a chance that he should have never had. And he should have rewarded himself there for a great break. Carved himself the opportunity with a massive break, and then an unforced error could very well cost him the frame. And probably will.
Not that it's a done deal, but you know, 6-3 in comparison to 7-2 in a race to 8 is obviously, you know, doesn't take a genius to work out. That's a humongous swing. The issue you find as well, I mean, I missed the early kind of phase of it, but when you make those mistakes, you find yourself leaving, you know, Christoph with a kind of just easy chances just to mop up, you know, and all you're doing is giving him confidence, letting him get his arm in. You know, it's not nice to watch.
He couldn't land on the yellow straight, so just had electing to take on the double, backing himself to get it. And comes around the table. Where's the cue ball? That is going in off. Well then, a chance back for Gareth that probably shouldn't have had, and maybe didn't deserve after the clumsy flick earlier, but those are the breaks.
Thought he was putting the white behind bulk there.
That's exactly what he was doing. And then it suddenly clicked. Oh, I can put it anywhere. Brain fart, they call that. Justin Bergman did it in Kansas City last week. He dumped the cue. It was against, I think it was like 5-0 down against Cousins in the money match, and desperate for a ball off the break because he'd been breaking dry, and it was Tom's break, and Tom dumps the cue ball in off the break. Justin's got ball in hand, obviously from what they call the kitchen behind the bulk line, and he puts the cue ball down in the middle of the table, and just drops a yellow into the middle pocket, and the ref calls foul, and he puts his head in his hands and realises what he'd just done. Absolute brain fart.
You saw loads of that kind of at the start of the introduction to international rules, but I think it's been around long enough now.
Well, yeah, Justin's been playing it for a couple of years now. It's crazy. I think it was just under pressure because Tom had just had that good start, and just a little bit of pressure, and I think the clock was probably against him as well. They were on a 30-second clock, and the clock was ticking down. So 6-3, same scoreline actually over on the main arena table, where Simon Fitzmaurice, as you can see there, is at the table. He's trailing 6 frames to 3 to Declan Brennan. As I said before, you can follow that action. Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd are on comms for that game. But we will stick with this one. Christophe Lambert breaking off in frame number 10. Very precise with the way he places that cue ball. It's almost like he's trying to get a spot in a certain place or something. One of the little red dots on it. I've seen him do that a few times now. Maybe he puts the spot just at the bottom of the cue ball and uses it as his target point.
No, I've been watching a lot of Christoph's break, and there's method to his madness. That there is a routine very similar to Yannick Beaufils. I mean, you'll notice he taps his cue on the actual rail. That's obviously to get rid of the residue chalk. He gets down, he cues, I think maybe 3 or 4 feathers, and then at the very last minute gets down even lower. You know, if you really get to study, I don't know how much the you can see on the camera, but there is an exact repeated kind of habit that he's got with the break, and wow, his break's been such a big part of his deep runs as of recent, which I believe he got to the semis in the last weekend. So
I mean, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's about consistency. It's about finding something that works for you, and just staying consistent and staying true to it, rather than fiddling with it and playing with it and just dumping the cue ball down in a particular place and hoping it's the same every time. But I like the fact it's almost like a little bit of OCD about it. Don't mind that at all. Could have elected to take reds or yellows here. He elected to take yellows just given where the 8 ball was. It was guarded by that yellow that was just above it. That could have been easier. Just a little bit of spin on the cue ball just killed it off the rail. He's playing it back into a blind pocket now, but these pockets have been playing generously. Just like so, but cue ball is okay this time. This is a brand new Rasson Apollo version 2. So this table has just been recently launched. It's the next iteration. It's a new improved table. There's some changes to the setup of the table inside, the way it's built, just making it a little bit easier for maintenance and the guts of it. Also, I can tell you there is a new tabletop coming, and they've just finished designing it. They had a version of it at Daventry, but they've made a few adjustments to it. I think the pockets are now slightly deeper, and they play a lot smaller. But they are still developing the table, and it should be launched. I think they're hoping to get them around for December event, but if not, it may be next year. Did you ever go on it when it was in Daventry?
yeah, I did. A lot of the players had a go. It was the table which was in the near the reception.
Yeah.
From what I gather, I mean, obviously everyone's got their own opinion. From what I gather, the middles are a massive improvement. You know, the change of cut makes it so that you can't really play the balls from an acute angle at, you know, at any significant pace. The corners are the main discussion, really. I mean, you know, whose opinion do you use in terms of what's tight and what's not tight? You know, a lot of people say it's definitely better, definitely the going in the right direction. You know, some people mention it should be tighter, but what we don't want to do is kind of go in the other direction. You know, do you make it so tight that no one can pot a ball, and then you lose the kind of high standards? So it's very tricky to.
It is, yeah. There's definitely a fine balance to be had. I think they definitely need to be tightened up. I think speaking to Zach earlier, like I say, he's made the entrance to the pocket a little bit deeper. So what you'll see is potentially see balls that hang. So if you miss them, they're more likely to hang. And I think they're shimmed slightly as well, which makes them play a little bit tighter. I've asked him if we can use the Cousins Melling upcoming money match in September. The new playing surface. So he's gonna get one made.
I assume you'll be on comments for that one, Nick.
Yes, sir. All things being well.
What an exciting matchup that will be.
Yeah, brilliant. Can't wait.
Can you say who your money's on, or is that?
I mean,
or should you not answer?
Obviously, goes without saying that both players can win, but I think Tom's just a little bit more consistent. I think, in fact, I was having this conversation at breakfast this morning with one of the players on the Challenger, and I think whilst Chris is brilliant, he's got that kind of cue action which he's developed because of American pool, and I think it's probably just a fraction too long for this game. And whilst he uses it well, we know Chris is a brilliant player of exhibition shots, but the reason he gets so many exhibition shots is because he loses the cue ball a little bit because of that long cue action. And he'll admit, I'm sure I've had that conversation with him before, that, you know, ideally, you know, in the ideal world, his cue action is a little bit long for this game. He'll admit it, but as I say, it's I think Tom's probably just he's got less mistakes in him, but it's going to be a lot about breaks, and obviously anything can happen in a race of 30.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think most people agree with you. I guess the only difference I can see happening is, again, not knowing Chris's exact schedule. You know, I imagine majority of the events he goes to with the ultimate pool, he just simply can't put that, you know, that time into the English game, because he's probably doing it on, you know, back to back with either a Hayball or a American pool event. You know, whereas I'd like to say he'll probably put a bit of time into that, because there will be a lot of people soon, well, probably kind of thinking that he's going to lose, and I think he'll want to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
So, you know, if Chris puts a week or two's practice into it, which he probably hasn't done for years and years and years, like, who knows? You know, let's not forget what he's done, and, you know, I think he'll be massively up for the game. You know, you can't say he's not a big game player.
And I think it's going to be a big part as well, because, you know, Melling's got a lot of support, and you know, the offers for backing from the cousin side are, you know, monstrous. He can probably match any amount. So depending on what Chris can get on his side, but Chris has got a lot of fans. You know, there's a lot of people, and you know, when there's a discussion of GOAT, Melling's name is never far from the question. There's a lot of people that you know, he's up there. He's definitely up there with the best of them, and there's absolutely no way I'm writing him off. Absolutely no way.
How can we watch that, Nick? Is it ticketed event, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's on QX TV. So QX TV is going to be the platform for it. They've got their own Facebook page. They've got a YouTube channel. You can go to the venue. I think the tickets are about a tenner in advance, or tenner for members, maybe a little bit more for non-members. QX TV, and I think there's an early bird price as well. I think on the day it's about maybe $12.99. I think it's $9.99 if you buy it before. But what a game to showcase! I think that's going to be fantastic. Anyway, I apologise because I totally missed the end of that match while I'm waffling about that game. But it's Christophe Lambert. I let him do the talking on the table. He just did a bit too much early on. You know, Gareth 5-0 down. It was going to be a long road back, wasn't it? And he made a decent fist of it in the end. But it's Christophe that gets across the line. Thanks for joining me, Alex. Much appreciated. Nice to have some company. Hopefully back again this evening. And I'm sure we'll hear from you again over the weekend. From us, though, it's going to be a short break. I think we're back with the action, if I'm not mistaken, 5 o'clock. So we've got about an hour and a quarter to go and grab something to eat and a little break, and back, as I say, 5 p.m. And I think the action will be next up on this table, Craig Wardingham against Andrew Patchett. So that should be a cracker. Patchett found some form recently, and Wardingham was flying. He won the last event at Daventry. So a great game to come back to. Join us at 5 p.m. Make sure you don't miss out on that game. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Declan Brennan safely through into the next round of the Ultimate Pool Pro Series and an excellent win over Simon Fitzmaurice. Got over that Monday hangover nice and quickly, Dave. Good performance.
Yeah, good performance, obviously. Simon on a good win to get it first round of Derby and expect one game as well.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that on Monday. For those who sort of weren't across that one, it's been a bit of a strange year because the rankings have stayed pretty much where they are. You're still well ahead in second place, right in the mix to potentially go number one. But without those sort of wins that we were so used to seeing last year, it's been a bit of a funny one.
Yeah, no, it's just the standards were good, and obviously everybody's playing so well now. Probably people have a lot more time to get the games, so obviously it's going to be harder for these tournaments.
You're onto this main table, which I know will be pretty nice for you in terms of how it played. You're able to Craig all played a piece already today, so it was absolutely rapid. How did you find it?
Luckily, we got a table over to Mark Mars there last week, and tables were pretty good in there too. We're playing some decent consistency, but from the new ball, playing quite similar. So I was me and Chris actually played yesterday with our practice.
A big shot to force a rerun as well. Not everything. We don't see that very often, but when you've got to be in that situation, you've got to get the tactical break. Big shot for that stage of the match. I got to ask you before I let you go. We posted about the rankings yesterday in terms of where everyone sort of is, every time, despite you probably having the best time for this season. Still miles in front in that 1 and 2 space, and because of the way the 2-year list works, you're back in the striking range. Is that a target that you still set yourself to get that number 1 spot?
Honestly, I haven't even looked, so I don't even know. Honestly, it's fair enough. I'm just worried about it in the next one. I don't even look at what time I'm playing after the match after. That's just the way I've been for a long time.
So basically, if it happens, it'll take care of itself, and then you can celebrate it. And until then, you've got a lot of work, basically.
Yeah, I love it. I'd rather win the tournament than get number 1, to be honest. Win the tournament and get number 1 even better, At the end of the day, I'm just trying to win it.
Well, did a brilliant job right there. We'll let you go and prepare for the next one. Well played. Declan Brennan, everybody through to the next round. You get yourself off there. You played beautifully. He will be in action later on against, I believe, Carl Coburn. He got his win over the line. He was 7-4 up in round number 1 here in Loughborough. We're going to take a quick break on the stream table. When we come back at 5 o'clock, we've got some banger matches for you as well. You can see on this here main table. Gilbert and Sean Chipperfield. Also see Stevie Dempsey versus Ian Alley in a rematch of a big game they had just a couple of years ago. Before the Women's Pro Series in action, and we'll see Pro Series champion Emma Parker take to the table later on this evening. Before we get into the last 16 of the competition later on this night. Loads still to come here on day number 1 live in Loughborough. So see you next time. 2, microphone test 1, 2, microphone test 1, 2. Two, microphone test 1, 2, microphone test 1, 2. Two, microphone check 1, 2. Microphone check 1, 2. Welcome back, everyone. We're live on stream here at Loughborough University with the Ultimate Pool Series. The Pro Series continues on the main arena table in a moment. It is lovely to see so many people in and around Loughborough. It's always lovely to see Mark Sheffield as well. Good afternoon, mate. How much have you enjoyed your afternoon so far? Because I saw we've been quite blessed with some good matches so far today. We've been really blessed. I think it was kind of more entertaining than we thought. A couple of matches looked like they were going to be really one-sided, and then ended up anything but. That last one was actually Brennan. Went 2-0 up, it looked like it was going to be really easy. And Simon Fitzmaurice, just a couple of really weird things happened. It was a rematch, which you almost never see. And they played that frame out. Some very unusual patterns. It just turned into a much closer game, I think, than was probably expected. Well, we've not yet seen what we class as a big shot.
Very good evening. Welcome back to the evening session from here in Loughborough in the Dan Maskell Tennis Arena, and we're back with all the action through the evening now, probably until about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. I'm not sure. I'll have a look at the schedule in a minute and see where we go on to. But again, we'll be here throughout the evening. Nick Finn on comms, again joined by Alex. Nice to have you back.
Happy to be here.
And we were just gassing off air, so missing first frame, but Patchett obviously taking the first honours, and a very good chance now in frame 2 as well. And we saw Andrew, he made a really good deep run in Daventry a couple of weeks ago in the European Open, and he seems to be finding some good form, but obviously Craig Wadding won that event, so another man who'll be in tip-top form, so it should be a good game. Little kiss on the red there, could have gone bad, but he just managed to flick the yellow as well, and he's stayed on the red. So still a good chance, but he needs that to travel, and it's not. That shouldn't have been anywhere near there, Alex.
No, should be nowhere near. That's kind of the first mistake made. He'll be he's still got a good chance of potting this, however, but he'll definitely feel like he needs to make sure of this opportunity.
Could have been glued up on that right hand side rail, and he would have still had a shot. They'd be very, very disappointed to turn the table over there, because Waddingham jumps all over these kind of mistakes, and that could change the match very early. That's definitely going to be a momentum shifter.
I was curious whether he was going to play this one first, because that ball was kind of the main problem ball with this finish, but now that he's kind of took on the harder pot, he's now got the reward of a, you know, for Craig, what's probably a routine finish. He's just going to probably take his time, make sure of the finish, because he knows that taking this out will definitely swing the momentum that he needs to get to a good start.
Yeah, and he just grazed that yellow on the way past as well, which just brought it a fraction away from the cushion and slowed the cue ball down, which left it on. I think if he hadn't got that little kiss, then he may not have been on that ball, or it might have been a bit too thin. But he's in perfect shape here.
One thing I've been really impressed with Craig, watching him in the side events recently, he's obviously won the Players' Championship, won the recent, what event was it? European Open recently. When there's a pressure ball and you feel like it's a very, very important ball, time and time after again, he's hitting it at the centre of the pocket. Like, his pocketing has to be up there with the very best, you know, and he's got such good cue action to back up that confidence that he's got with his pocketing as well. And when he's on form, you just can't see anyone really stopping him. You know, really, I've noticed over the years, like when he has lost, it's normally due to someone just having a really, really good run of the ball and playing really well. Not to say that he's, you know, unbeatable, but it normally takes someone to play really, really well to beat him. So I'm definitely expecting him to go far in this event.
And first frame on the board for Waddingham, in a chance that maybe he shouldn't have had, maybe didn't expect. Unforced error by Patchett. Cut break incoming from Waddingham. Makes the ball to middle, which is the one you hope to make. But a very ordinary leave. Just looking to see if he can get through to the red over the middle, which I think he can. Actually, if he can, it's a very decent chance that opens up ahead of him. Just that one bad red. Just catches the near knuckle. And it's never going in. Left just enough angle on the ball to middle. You can come side cushion, spin the cue ball down onto this one, try and develop the bad ball. Just needs to get past the yellow, and he does, and that's a very well controlled shot. It's going to be slightly hampered here. I think he can just roll this in dead weight. It's just that other red now. He nudged the yellow, which is meant that the red won't pass the bottom left now, so again he's trying to give it a nudge and get it out. Not sure it's come far enough. May just go past the yellow. If it does, he's okay. If it doesn't, he's maybe running out of options. Yeah, he's having to go cushion first. And the table wide open.
I'm surprised at that from Andrew. I mean, you had the red ball on the top rail, which you feel he could have just kind of glanced on and kind of kept it tight. Obviously, you don't really want to be leaving someone like Craig a long box. You feel like he's not going to miss them, but I feel like he could have maybe kind of kept himself in that frame. But again, he's probably just frustrated, you know, when he's played that breakout shot, it's not really been as kind as he probably would have wanted. You know, if he landed slightly below where he was hampered, he would have been able to screw it back and play that red into the same pocket, which is what he tried to do. So I feel like he kind of let frustration get to him there and played the attacking option where he maybe should have kind of tied the red up. But again, we can see Craig.
Has that come too far?
Yeah, it's not come out where he wanted.
He's got another option going up table, but it's much trickier. Just starting on the main arena table, Luke Gilbert versus Sean Chipperfield. As always, Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd will be talking you through that game. If you wish to head across and watch that one.
Craig's recovered really well here. He's now back in prime position to get in the lead for the first time.
Hopefully everyone can hear us loud and clear. Give us a thumbs up in the chat box if all the acoustics are working well. Nothing's been changed at this end, so it should be fine. So just to double check. Just to make sure you are all awake. Waddingham, that's 2 on the bounce. Takes the lead 2 frames to 1, and we go back to that positional error from Patchett. He had a great chance to go 2-0. Cost him 2 frames. But we are still on serve. And break frame 4. Thanks very much, Luke.
He's hit that really good.
Yeah, look at this table. Wide open.
It's not often you see the white ball land there on a cut break.
No.
Just shows that he's not quite screwed that maybe as much as he intended to, but it still proved to be effective. Still a couple problems there. I think Andrew would be very keen to get not let Craig get to a lead here. He's had a couple chances which he feels he's probably feel like he's messed up.
He's got an angle here. And pop this red to middle, come off the top cushion and maybe land. No, he's not going to.
Might be playing it next potentially.
Yeah, that's probably the right way around actually, isn't it? Because that red doesn't pass to bottom left. So does he try and move this or?
Wow.
Oh wow.
I think he was trying to land on it, you know, into the left middle.
Yeah.
As a last ball, but he's not taken that for granted. This is probably this is the 3rd time Craig's coming to the table after a mistake by Andrew. And so far he's been pretty relentless in terms of punishing those mistakes. He'll be looking to do that again. Yes, Tom Cousins is still in, Luke. He's playing Josh Duaz as we speak. I believe it's on one of the other stream tables. Will be either 2 or 3. I'll get a score update for you. Yeah, Tom Cousins is 3-0 up against Josh Duaz on stream table 3, which I believe they can watch either, is it subscriber mode on YouTube as well as Ultimate Full app?
Yeah.
Wasn't vintage from Tom earlier. I don't know how much you watched of it. but he did manage to get the job done, which he always seems to do in that first round, which, you know, is normally the round which is his most vulnerable.
Some of the other scores, Callum Singleton 3-0 against John Chambers, Scott Pope 4-1 against Neil Rayburn. I don't know if you saw, he obviously beat Sean Story earlier on. If you get the chance, have a look at Sean Story's profile on Facebook, where just for a bit of fun he put up 5 or 6 clips of Scott, which were absolutely ridiculous. Some of the flukes he had were insane.
I just expect it was Scott, to be honest with you. His actual nickname locally is Lucky, but it probably wasn't a good idea to have it on his top. You do feel he'll probably jinx himself. But I did witness a couple of those flukes on the black early on in the match, and to be fair to Sean, you know, I would have probably exploded with the amount of the amount of flukes that Scott was getting. But to be fair to him, he took it well, and obviously that post was just in just kind of a bit of banter. And again, we see Craig punishing a mistake from Andrew. I think Craig will be looking for a big break here and hoping to extend the lead.
Phil Harrison's on the march this weekend. He beat Charlie Earnshaw in the previous round 8-0. He's 3-1 up against Eddie Barker. Good to see the farmer back where he belongs, lifting trophies.
Callum Singleton as well. I watched a bit of his match against Dave Fernandez earlier, and also speaking to Dave about it after. I mean, it was an amazing standard of play. You know, Dave's well, he's not missed anything, you know, and he's lost from 5-all. He's not had a shot, and most of the breaks I'm seeing from Callum, he's potting 3 or 4 balls each break. So wouldn't be surprised if he could be someone to watch this weekend. Too far there. I think he was trying to leave himself the angle on the red into the top right so he can break out the problem red. Might be doing that next shot. And luckily, because he's played that red off that yellow, it does mean that red at the bottom of the table does pass into that bottom left corner. But he has to be a bit careful here. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes into this cushion first. That's just so that way the red, you can see here, he wants to push that red out, but he's also hoping to be on that red at the bottom, should he not be on the red that he's going into.
I think he plays this with a little extra pace as well, just to make sure, or give the cue ball the best chance of getting out. That's exactly what he did.
He's played that really well. It's a bit harsh not to be on that bottom ball there, but depending on the angle he's got, he might be actually looking to probably play the red maybe into the bottom right hand corner. Might be looking to stun, unless he can just screw back. Yeah, he's just stunned it across. He's played that really well. Just a sign that he's really adjusted to this table very quickly.
He's found the rhythm and the flow that he had in Daventry really quickly here, and he's back in his stride, and he looks very dangerous again. Four frames to 1 is the lead, and he gets across the halfway line.
Good to see Luke back going into the deeper end of the tournament. Someone who I feel, should go deep in these events quite consistently. It's good to see him doing it again.
Yeah, Luke Gilbert 2-1 up against Chipperfield on the main table. Solid front ball break. Deserves the ball, and he did pot one. He potted a yellow.
I think you'll see Andrew probably switch to the front ball break now. He's hit that so sweet there. But again, still a little bit of work to do. They're not getting really easy splits, and
that's
again,
horrible.
It's just come out really bad for Andrew. Yeah, you can
That's
see there's a bit of frustration.
Yeah. You can understand why. I'll be honest, he had a red on the top cushion. my preference there would have been to pop the red to top right to leave the angle on the one on the top cushion, because then you're coming in on the line where you could have just dropped down onto the yellow and left the red. I didn't like coming at it the way that you came into it.
Completely agree. That's the pattern I saw straight away, and
Yeah.
he didn't really take a lot of time to kind of look at the kind of the options as well. Might just be the frustration.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no. He's going to be going for everything now. He is annoyed for sure.
I mean, not that he's had easy chances. You know, he's had first poke, the first 3 or 4 frames where he could easily be 3 or 4-0 up. Which, you know, if you're going to win a game, especially against someone of Craig's caliber, you need to do. You can't give him the chances that he's been giving him. And to be fair to Craig, he's not really put a lot, done a lot wrong. He's just punishing every mistake that Andrews make him, which is all he can do.
I don't know if he's a bit straight on the yellow to middle. I don't know if he just tried to finish a little bit high so he could screw across and take the one off the side cushion. He may have to play a double on that ball now. The one on my left side cushion.
Yeah, and I think he'll be wanting to leave the angle on that ball into the left middle to then promote that ball closest to the rail on the left hand side. So I don't think he'll play this too hard. Yeah, he was trying to use that red there to hold the white ball, but he's actually missed the double. But second prize, he has tied up that red close to the black.
And even that will annoy Patchett when he comes to the table. When you're in this kind of mood where you're frustrated anyway, and you see one of your opponent's balls tie up one of yours, and you know, in fairness, he's not been left an easy opener either. Should just annoy him more.
I mean, instantly, I'm thinking that red on the brown spot just kind of screw into that problem red, but it doesn't look like he's seen it. I think most players would have been looking to try go into that as soon as possible, ideally first ball.
Yeah, maybe could drop this into top right and leave an angle on the one, as you say, the one that's on the bulk line.
The only benefit of doing earlier is that you had that red that he's just potted into the corner, into the middle. He's looking to go in between here. Yeah, he's played that really well. But again, not really been given a nice shot.
No, he's got the ball at the top of the table as a recovery ball, but again, it could be easier. And this will just build the layers of frustration. Good recovery.
Yeah, it's great recovery. Sometimes when you're so frustrated, you kind of let your arm go. You know, you kind of not give up, but you take the pressure off yourself. So he's really focused on that pot there because he's again just still so frustrated. And again, wow, what a great shot he's played there.
Yeah, very nicely controlled. Just be careful of the yellow here. Oh, you could just drag it in and hold for the 8 ball. I thought he was going to have to play across the face of the 8, but
that's a big frame for Andrew there.
and this is dry. So Patchett, from being in a foul mood and things not going his way, is still getting chances, and if he can win this frame, he's back on serve again, and his mood will be much lighter. That's a very, very nice shot to control the cue ball, land on this yellow. Still a really tricky clearance though.
I'm assuming that yellow on the bottom rail passes that red into the bottom right.
Yeah.
It would just be that yellow that's in between the two reds towards the bottom right hand side of the table. he's going to be looking to either promote it or try and land on it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to leave an angle from this shot to take the one along the bottom cushion to just come up and flick it. Oh, he's landed.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do what you said there, Nick. I think he's just kind of got into that a little bit too much.
Maybe able to land on it. Maybe all the red's just in the way, perhaps. Things suddenly getting tricky. Still got the yellow to middle. What do you do with this one? Oh, looks like he's going cushion first. No. Wow. I didn't realise the line was there to take on the double.
It was very close to potting that as well. That
Yeah.
did not look like it went.
No, I didn't think so. That's why I was thinking he was going to go cushion first and try and bang it in from behind.
This will be probably the fourth frame now that Craig comes back to a mistake from Andrew. Granted, not an easy chance, but still a chance to kind of reduce that deficit.
I think he'll fancy this. If he can leave an angle on the one on the left-hand side in bulk, just to screw across into those two reds, should open everything up. Well, he's underhit that. He can still cut it into the middle. But he wanted to be another couple of rolls. I could take on the plant top corner as well, but I don't think he will. And it's going to be the cut to middle. Luke Gilbert on the main arena table, 4-1 up now against Sean Chipperfield.
Yeah, good recovery from Craig there. He's got to be quite careful with these two reds. I assume he's going to be trying to flick one of these reds now, like so. This is on the assumption that that red closest to the top rail passes that black.
Yeah, I think it does, and he's on it.
Quite a lot of angle though.
He has. Maybe could use the yellow, just play this with, well, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
Use the yellow on the side cushion perhaps. Just drag it in, hold it on this ball. Lovely.
I think you've commentated this before, Nick.
Jacking up here, but he can punch back.
It just looks so clinical out there.
Yeah, he just punishes mistakes. It's one of his strengths, isn't it? He's just so mentally strong. Gets in your player in your opponent's head after a while because it just doesn't give you the opportunities. You make a mistake, and he just, as you say, he's so clinical. Just comes in and does the business. Stamps all over it.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you, Luke, about Craig going far. He's consistently been going far in all the side events. Not too sure how he got on in the previous tour weekend, but knowing him, I'm sure he had another deep run. And I think that's a frustration break that he's just played there.
Massive, but again, you know, they look at the table and all he'll see is a problem. They look at that table, wide open on the reds apart from one ball, and his frustration will be on that one ball.
Yeah, it could have been so much easier, but I think he'll just be happy to be back at the table. And again, just...
Is he stuck on that? I think he can get past it to for the ball to middle.
Yeah.
I think he's okay. If he's stuck on the yellow, he's very unlucky.
We'll have to play into the corner if he can't play into the middle.
That's fine.
I'm sure he was probably aiming to play that yellow at the top, ideally now, but I think he'll be alright.
Yeah, controlled the cue ball really well. And he's actually playing some good pool. just a couple of silly errors in there. If he could have eradicated those, then he's very much in control in this match. As it is, he's 5-3 behind.
Yes, that is the new version, Ras on Luke. What do they call it, Nick? Is it like version 2?
Version 2, yeah. Yeah. Wow.
He didn't hit that very good, to be honest with you. You can, as soon as he hit it, you can kind of see the pack didn't kind of split like they normally do. Doesn't deserve the in-off, to be honest, but definitely not one of his better breaks. And Andrews jumped out the chair, looking to make it 5-4.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I like what he sees here. Nice shot, promotes the 8-ball. Just foregone position slightly on the border top inside the table. There was just a problem with the design, so they've also changed that to eradicate that problem. But it's easy to maintain, easy to level. I think the table top has been designed differently, so instead of the side of the table going straight down, it's got like a kind of square edge now, so it looks slightly different. And also there's a new slate coming as well, which is, I know the design has been finalised.
Yeah, he's made that look really good, Andrew. That red into the middle as his penultimate red. You'll probably notice he kind of got back up off a shot just to kind of compose himself. So he's very much not out of this match just yet.
Yeah, well, we're back on serve again, aren't we? Breaking dish here, 5 each. Very much in it. Strange game. Patchett's definitely made the more mistakes, but he's really in this game. He's a good break here, though. Front ball again, as you predicted. Hits him clean again. It's a leave-like. Not bad.
It's his best one yet.
Yeah, not bad at all. Openers on reds and yellows. You can take the yellow long into the top right. You can also elect to go reds. I think reds would be the choice for me. Don't fancy that opener on yellows.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't be probably tempted for that yellow, only because it was a bigger pocket. If it wasn't a bigger pocket, then maybe not. But it just felt like getting back onto these reds was tricky. I mean, he has got this tough shot now, which he's going to play. Not an easy pot. Yeah, that wasn't easy. I think, in hindsight, he would have been thinking maybe I should have gone yellows there, but it's easy from here, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I first looked at the table, I was thinking the same thing.
It just felt like if you potted that ball into the corner, they were a lot more well spaced out. You know, there was less traffic. There was maybe more risk, but more reward to that shot. And again, this is probably maybe the fifth or sixth frame. Well, it can only be the fifth frame that Andrews made a mistake and let Craig in. If you factor in the frames that Andrews won, as well as the frames that he should have won, we could have been looking at a 8-0 whitewash here. But to be fair to Craig, although he hasn't had the chances, not first poke at least, when he has got them, he's been absolutely ruthless in making sure of the finish.
Yeah, and as I say, it'll frustrate Patchett even more because that's a couple of times now he's got back on serve, and that was a great opportunity to go 5 each there, and at 5 each, oh wow, Holy moly, what was I just about to say? I was going to say at 5 each, you'd almost make Patchett a favourite, just given the way the momentum's going. But
You do not see Craig miss balls like that very often. Probably count on one hand how many times he's missed a ball like that. Probably in the last 3 months.
Has to risk playing this off the yellow. Makes it a tougher shot. Tried to play it as a shot to nothing, but wow, another fantastic opportunity goes awry. I mean, it was a big risk playing it off the yellow. It was a much harder shot, but he had to do it to open up the pocket for the other red.
And again, another situation where he nearly had that red at the top of the table.
He's missed again.
He had that red at the top of the table where you feel he could have just slowed down a bit. I appreciate he's trying to make things happen out there, but he's been very fortunate to come back to the table here. What a tense frame this has been, Nick.
Hasn't it ever? Now again, do you play this off the yellow and just play it clean and drop on the red?
I think he'll just drag it in, probably clean.
Yeah. Yeah, no point risking moving the yellow. You don't know where it's going to go if you don't need to.
It's 2 times that on pots that you wouldn't put any money on Craig missing balls like that.
Somehow, some way, I don't know how, we've got this game back to 5 each. Incredible.
Seeing Andrew go to the toilet there, probably have 5 minutes just to compose himself.
Yeah, I don't blame him. We'll just step off comms just for a minute. I'm just going to put you across into the main arena table where Luke Gilbert is leading 4 frames to 2. And you can just keep an eye on that game for a couple of minutes while Andrew goes for a bathroom break and leaves Craig thinking about his mistakes. Chippy about to make things 4-3. We'll leave you with this game for just a couple of minutes. Okay, Andrew's back. And Craig is ready to go.
Almost feels like it's 0-0 now. There's been a lot going on to make this 5-all. It could be anyone's game, I feel.
Just when you want a monster break, you pull out one like that. Just when you need to stop that momentum. That's a huge break from Craig. Like I say, at the perfect time as well. It kind of stops that momentum that Andrew had, winning a couple on the bounce.
After his unsuccessful cut break, he's gone over to that front ball break, similar to Andrew.
Just seeing a stun across into the red. Holds for a choice of both. Of course, this is a race to 8, as you can see on the screen. The ball just to the right of the two yellows. He'll leave that as his last ball. Just try and land on it straight to the middle. It's a perfect ball to get onto the 8. May have to take this one to middle past it now. He's left himself a little bit thin on the one to bottom left. I don't think that was ever in the plan, to be honest, to take the one to bottom left. He'll go middle.
Roll this through.
Yeah. Now just bump this off the rail. Just about where the cue ball is now would be, maybe just a fraction straighter would be perfect. Looks fine.
Looks like he's not hampered by those yellows as well. Makes it even easier.
Quick frame from Waddingham was just what he needed. And I can tell you that Chipperfield against Luke Gilbert is now 4 frames each. That's a quick turnaround because Chippy was 4-1 down. Winning 3 on the bounce. Where's the chat box? Money on this one now. You have to favour Waddingham, given the score.
Good as he at that break.
But realistically, I think this is anyone's game now. It is there for the taking. Yellows look good. One ball tied up, he could move it now. I think he's looking at reds, but I quite like yellows again here. He's got that one bad ball. He can take the yellow to top left and go cushion first and bump the other one out. You feel he can't fail to be on another red. I mean, I don't hate reds because obviously they are all in the open. Nothing really needs moving.
I guess the only deciding factor really is that yellow at the top rail. You know, not that it's
yeah, true.
a difficult part. It's just added aggro. Those 2 reds towards the left middle, he just has to be a bit careful how he takes them. You see he's got the angle here. What he'd like to do is play this and just kind of nudge into that yellow. Just kind of create a bit more space for that red. Just like so.
Yeah, he's still on it. A little bit close to his work, but
so you'd love to be on that. He is going to play this shot, but he'd love to be a lot straighter on that red and to the bottom left, because I believe his pattern will be dropping that in, playing in the red close to the black into the right middle, and then taking out those 2 reds. But just a bit hampered from playing it the wrong side of the ball. Just has to make sure this pot. Just about.
yeah. Left a nice angle here just to drift the cue ball up the middle of the table. Take the one in the bulk area next.
The only thing you can see kind of going wrong is, well,
don't stick.
Apart from
he's
that,
okay.
Is the transition onto this next ball now.
Yeah, I think he's fine. He Patry just screw back a couple of inches. He could use the rail.
Yeah, just using the rail to widen it. Taking these out nicely.
Like I say, he's played really well. Just a couple of silly errors, and then got a little bit frustrated. But wow,
The thing is, at what point does it switch? You know, Craig's been at the front of this match a lot of it, and you know, is the momentum going to swing where he's going to feel like he's thrown it away? You know, we'll find out in these next few frames as it now turns into a best of 3.
he's got a cheat code for that break at the moment. Wide open again. Just a yellow on the side cushion. It's just gone too close to the side cushion to be able to get that into the middle. He's looking at it now. What are you going to do with that ball? Working out a plan for
They've
it.
been breaking really well, to be fair. You do feel it's the break that's going to probably determine the outcome of this match.
Can't see too many problems here. Yeah, he's left the plant with the angle to develop the yellow on the side cushion. So just be looking to flick that yellow. Just needs to be careful about where the yellow goes after he plants it onto this one. In fact, he's not going to take it on yet. May not take on that plant. He's certainly not forced to. Yeah, I think that there was too much risk in that. When you play that first yellow, you could lose it in behind the reds.
Yeah, I don't mind this reroute there.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, how good is that? Unlucky to be hampered, but how good was that?
I do wonder if that yellow does sneak into that middle. Just having a look at it now, it does look very acute, but he might be forced into.
Do you think he tried to flick it then rather than find the gap?
Yeah. 100%. It's been quite unfortunate to land hampered there.
It's not in the worst spot to double either. He'd love to be able to take this ball at the top of the table. He may just be able to play this with side and swerve around. He is taking it on. He doesn't want to take, desperately trying to avoid taking the ball to bottom left, because that is his ball to develop the one on the cushion or to land on it. I mean, whichever he's deciding to do now.
I mean, he's definitely back in his pot in here.
Isn't he ever?
But no one pots the ball like Craig.
Big shot coming up. Not close. Not close. Wow, what a moment. What a shift. And what an opportunity for Patchett to go on the hill, breaking in the next frame as well. Needs to punish. He's tried to move that ball on the right hand side. I'm not sure he needs to.
Yeah, for me it's that red on that top rail. He's not in prime position now, but I'm assuming he's got to land on that into the top right.
I just think he took a risk there that he maybe didn't need to take.
And if he was going into it, he's hit it far too hard as well.
He's looking at screwing in behind the 8 ball here. Bump this cue ball off and screw in behind the 8.
No, not even that, just leaving it.
That's a risk.
That's very risky against someone of Craig's ability, especially at long pots.
I guess he's seen him miss a couple and maybe thinks his confidence may be a little bit low. And equally, if he gets it, what's he leaving? You know, if he pots this, he's still got a big shot to play next up. Is he taking the one down the rail? Wow. Oh, that's ridiculous.
And like I said, heart of the pocket every time when it really comes to the crunch moments.
Well, out of the corner of my eye, I've just seen Patchett put his hand up in frustration, as if to say, what on earth am I watching here? Just leave him a something that's, you know, for most players a 10%er.
I mean, he had to leave the white ball on the rail at the very minimum, you know. Not that this is exactly routine.
Yeah, I mean, can he drop this in and leave the 8-ball thin, or does he have to punch it and get across table? I think he elects to drop it in, doesn't he? Surely. He's queuing down. Again.
Such a good shot.
So clean.
For a left-handed player, this is...
But that was the risk that he took. I felt that he could have tried to screw him behind that 8-ball, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. It was at least worth a try.
Because
in hindsight, you left him in the same situation anyway.
Exactly. So if you don't get him behind the 8-ball, you've still left him in the same shot.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't leave it over the hole, that's for sure. But he played a great pot there. And what looked like a mistake to break the serve from Craig, where we thought Andrew was going to punish, has now turned into Craig on the hill.
And I know hindsight's 20/20, but I mean, you know, if Patrick can play that frame again, he's never playing a safety there, is he? He's going to go all out attack. I always say go down as a lion rather than a sheep. Go down with a roar. Oh, cue ball so close to losing it, and that could have been curtains. Well, it may be anyway, because that's a dry break.
Yeah, I think we'll see.
Has to be yellows.
Yeah, I think we'll see the beginning of the end here. And it's amazing how many times you see it. You know, he plays that shot, Craig takes it out, then he goes dry. You know, if Andrew takes out that frame, I don't think you'll ever see him go dry.
No.
You know, if he's 7-6 up.
And like I say, it's so easy to say in hindsight, and it's so easy to say from the comms box, that having got himself back into the game at 6 each, you know, having had a dog's life and really fought so hard, I just think it's like, let's put it the other way around. If Waddingham was left for that table, would he have played that safety shot?
No chance.
He just wouldn't, would he?
No, never.
Like he would have gone balls out for the clearance.
Yep.
And if he doesn't get it, well, he doesn't get it, but he would have backed himself to get it. And it's so easy to say in hindsight.
If you look back, I mean, Andrews had easily 4 or 5, not easy chances, but chances to win the frame.
Yeah.
Which has made the difference in this match. Not to say it's all over, but should Craig take these out, Andrew would definitely be kicking himself, because you could tell that he's breaking well and he's playing well, but he just hasn't been as clinical as Craig in this match.
And hello to Paul. Paul tuning in from Kenya. Great to have you watching. Always good to hear where people are watching from. And we've had someone from Australia today, so you don't quite take the distance, but you're still quite some way away from Loughborough.
Someone's asking when Mellon's playing. Is he still in? I know he beat David McQuillan in his first round in the last 64.
Yeah, he's got Viv Mac next. His next match is 6:15. It will be on one of the streams. I'm not sure which stream.
As Craig's taking these out quite nicely. He'll be absolutely over the moon to get over the line here in a match where he's not really done a lot wrong, to be honest with you. He's missed a couple balls in one of the frames, but as a whole he's been extremely clinical, and he'll be happy to get into the last 16.
Mellon will be playing over on table 3, which is on the stream. Next up on this table is going to be the young gun Jaden Billingham playing Liam White. We're going to reset things here. We'll be right back with that action in just a few minutes. See you soon. Okay, sorry for the delay start on comms, but here we are with Liam White against Jaden Billingham. Liam won the first frame, breaking in the second. And again, another player that was starting to find some good form in Daventry was Liam White. And against the young superstar Jaden Billingham. Should be an interesting game, this one. Interested to see how it pans out. Got a feeling that across on the main arena table they're finished. Was it Luke Gilbert? I think Luke Gilbert probably won. 8 frames to 6, yeah. So Luke through against Sean Chipperfield. Again, Nick Finn on commentary. Oh, in fact, as I look across, they're interviewing Luke, so that should have been the obvious answer to that. Nick Finn on commentary with Alex Cameron. And, yeah. Interesting game, this one. You make Jaden a slight favourite going into it, but as I say, Liam, very strong player.
Yeah, I know Liam's stepped up a gear since, I don't know if you've seen his setup. He's got like a Chinese table as well as an English table. You know, that kind of tells you how big his setup is.
Nice. What, like a home setup or at the club?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I want to say it's an outbuilding at his house. Yeah, absolutely humongous.
Yeah, frustrated there from Liam. He knew that was a good chance and took his eye off the pot, knowing that he needed to make a good cannon. Got the cannon, missed the pot. And that would have been the frame if he got it. And the perfect start. Just let Jaden in.
Yeah, and if there's one thing you don't want to do is let Jaden Billingham in. Just going to update you on the other scores in the last 32. So Tom Cousins beat Josh Duaz 8 frames to 4. Greg Batten is 5 frames to 3 up on Rob Warm. Callum Singleton, who I said earlier, is playing extremely well. He's winning 8 frames to 3. Neil Raybone, Scott Pope is 7 apiece. I believe Scott was, I want to say, 4 or 5 1 up. So Neil Raybone's obviously had a little comeback. Chris Hampson defeating Cole Bedford 8 frames to 4. Phil Harrison 6-3 up on Eddie Barker after, well, Phil, I believe, won 8 frames to 0 against Charlie Earnshaw earlier, so he's obviously on fire. Obviously, we just watched Craig Wadden beat Andrew Patchett 8 frames to 6. Aaron Davies beating Reece McLaughlin 8-2. Jimmy Croxton 6 apiece with Tom Jones. If you watch the main table, Luke Gilbert has just beaten Sean Chipperfield 8 frames to 6. Josh Kane beating Nathan Ellis 8-1. And we've got a few games that have just started. Obviously, this one being Jaden versus Liam. We have Stevie Dempsey versus Ian Alley on the main TV table, and Chris Mellin versus Vivek Mack on stream table 3. Lots of big games going on at the moment. And will Jaden continue his form? I don't know the exact record to hand, but I believe obviously he won the very, very final event in last season's event in Wigan. So he won the event 10. He then obviously, I believe he made a final. Yeah, he lost to Tom Cousins in the final of event 1 in Wigan also. Obviously won an event in the last tour weekend, so in the last 3 events he's made a final at a very minimum, which is obviously an extremely difficult stat to do, especially in this field. So he's no stranger to the deep end, if you call this the deep end. He made light work of that finish to make it 1 apiece. Obviously Liam will be frustrated that he didn't get that, make the most of that chance. Good to see there's quite a few people from Kenya. Actually went to Kenya in 2018 with a kind of like a school program. Had a really, really good time out there. Spent about a month there, going all around. How did Waka get on? I believe I just said his score. I think he was down. Let me just double check for you. He is 5-3 down to Greg Batten on stream table 4. if you want to watch that. That is on the Ultimate Pool app, as well as streaming on YouTube if you are a subscriber. Bit of a messy layout for Jaden here, but he's no stranger to grinding out a frame. Ironically, that red on that over that bottom right pocket is actually proving to be quite troublesome, as it's not a easy plant, hence why he's taking it out now. Now that he's moved that red, that means that red on that right hand rail is now pottable into that same pocket. I think he would have loved to have kind of come up the table a bit more. I think what he wanted to do was play that red into the right middle, roll through, play the rail shot, and then leave that red into the left middle as his last. Now that he's come up a bit short, he's going to probably have to play this a bit sooner. Might even be playing this in the corner, like so. Cued that nice. Only problem is now the transition from the rail shot to the black. It's obviously a bit harder. Obviously for someone like Jaden, it's not impossible, but just a bit harder than if he kind of had his original route as before. He's definitely got that angle. Looks like he's going to be trying to play this kind of gap between the yellows. Any contact on a yellow whatsoever will be no good. Yeah, so he kind of was focusing on not hitting that yellow, which has proved him to miss that pot. Liam now back in, hoping to get in the lead of this match. Looks like he's going for this skill shot, first shot. He's played it in a way that, he was trying to snooker him on the black, which he actually ended up not snookering him, but fortunately he got the skill shot. Just replying to Luke from earlier, yes, I do agree that Craig could be someone to look out for and going in the deep end, maybe in the final. Yeah, Liam just looking to tap up here. He's played the correct shot. That yellow is proving to be quite troublesome for the one cushion. Yeah, he's looking to play it probably off the side rail. Not the worst leave in the world. He's left that yellow onto that rail. Not left Liam an easy pot. And just to remind everyone, they are on a 30-second shot clock, so the reason he kind of rushed that a little bit was because I imagine he was running a bit low on time. Be interested to know who you guys think will win this match. Obviously, a lot of you are probably thinking that Jaden is the informed player, but Liam White is a day one pro. He's no stranger to these environments. Probably looking to, in his mind, cause an upset, as a lot of people will be thinking Jaden is the favourite. Just slightly misjudged that pot, left Jaden back in. Jaden will be over the moon to have a chance to win this frame again, which he has now taken. Yeah, Liam won't be too happy about that. It's obviously still early days yet, but early signs of a struggle. So Liam to break now. He had that really successful cut break in his previous break. Be looking to do the same now. And even though he's hit him quite good, unfortunately no ball on this occasion. Advantage Jaden, who is forced into going to yellows, even though yellows will be the preferred ball. Interesting question. I was just saying, an interesting question on the chat here, Nick. We've got someone obviously talking about Jaden being such a great talent, and he's wondering how he compares to the likes of, you know, your Mick, Chris, Potts at a similar age. Obviously, I believe Jaden's around 19 years old. I don't know if how involved in the pool world you were back when those players were of Jaden's age.
Yeah, I think he's definitely up there. I had this same conversation, I can't remember who with, someone who was up there back in the day, you know, playing with those players. And I mean, I think Melling and Mick, when they were young, were a bit special on the table. But I think Jaden's definitely up there. With what he's achieved so far, I think there's a real comparison. And yeah, to be lifting major trophies at his young age, I mean, he's got such a long career. I mean, he's got a good 25 years at least. You know, if you say potentially he's probably start to decline a little bit maybe as you approach your 50s and the eyes start to go and so on and so forth, you know, 25, 30 years ahead of him at the top of the game.
The common misconception people have of Jaden, so I've said this before when I was on commentary with Dave, I've known Jaden since he was probably around 12, and what people don't realise is he's been playing at this standard and playing in all the big events, and was exposed to, most controversially, you know, big money matches at a very young age.
Yeah.
You know, it caused quite a controversy when I believe, you know, one of his first money matches was around the 20k mark at, you know, 12, 13. At the time, obviously, a lot of people didn't agree with it. Some people might not agree with it now, but whether it's right or wrong, it's definitely testament to the exposure of that pressure at a very young age, which has caused him to be so good under pressure now.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
People think he's this overnight success. You know, I remember when he won the national under-18s when he was 12. You know, and even at 12, you know, he looked like he was going to be the next best thing, and just every year he's just been improving, practicing and practicing. You know, so he's not just a kid that's kind of started at 16 and kind of done well over the last 3 years. He's probably been playing for over 10 years.
But can you imagine, you know, I mean, there's 115 tables in this venue over this weekend, and how this game's grown with so many players in the next gen, the disability series with 64 players over 2 leagues, the ladies pro event, pro and challenger, and so many players coming this weekend. But that next gen, you know, to be able to come here and play in the same environment as your idols, and, you know, rub shoulders with them, talk to them, get tips from them, maybe get a bit of a coaching session with them. You know, where's Paul going to be in 5 years' time? It's incredible the distance it's come in the last 5 years to where it can be in 5 years from now, when all these next gen players are now, you know, transitioning into the pro circuit. I mean, it's just blooming, isn't it? It's ridiculous. 115 tables this weekend. If you're interested actually in seeing the setup we've got here, have a look at on Facebook at Zach Leonard's post that he put up. He said it's the biggest and the best setup that they've done, in his opinion. Certainly the biggest at 115 tables, but it's a fabulous. He does a walk around video of the venue, and it is exceptional.
go back to the progress. I mean, when I was a junior, not trying to reminisce like this was a very long time ago, but when I was a junior, all you had your county, you had your England set up, etc. In terms of the kind of the big competitive pool, all you had was the World Rules Pool Tour really, and that was a similar kind of style event as to what the Challenger used to be. It was kind of 2 straight knockout events, but the difference is you were chucked in the deep end. You were amongst the top pros. Obviously there was seeding involved, but there wasn't really the progression that you have now. I'd have loved a next gen to kind of ease yourself into the kind of the higher end of the pool spectrum, but yeah, it's amazing to see. I mean, the only kind of not downside, but the only thing I would say with next gen, which is I'd be interested to see if they take this on board. The only kind of disheartening thing you might see is there are some really young players in this tour. Children as young as 9, 10, 11 years old, and obviously there's some fantastic 16, 17-year-olds who are kind of on the cusp of aging out. And when you see a 9-year-old against a 16, 17-year-old, obviously realistically there's only really going to be one winner, and you do fear that maybe it might be too disheartening for them. Maybe it's an exposure to that kind of level of pool maybe slightly too soon. I'd be interested to see if they had maybe like a division of...
What a shot, by the way.
Yeah, great shot.
What a treble. Pick that out.
Maybe a division of like maybe under 14s and then 14 to 18-year-olds or something like that. Just maybe help them kind of bridge the gap, which is a big gap, but that's just my 2 cents. I'm curious what you think, Nick.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. Maybe start to split it. I mean, there's enough in the next gen now that you can split it by age category. I mean, isn't
that amazing how he's landed there? I think he actually might be okay.
Yeah, he's got it to middle.
So much room for error there. That just shows how fast these tables are.
I think he's worried about the in-off. So he then looked at the double.
I think he'll be looking just to dig it, just to try grip the white to avoid this in-off.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Oh,
it's very fortunate.
What a shot. What a shot.
Liam won't be too happy there. In the corner of my eye, I actually saw a bit of a smile from him. He's took it in good stead.
Crazy clearance. Just catching up on the chat box. Lots to get through actually. Art the Workshop, tuning in from Nairobi. And John Mathari from Kenya. Welcome. Tetsi Fly from South Africa. Lovely to have you all watching. I just want to catch up with the scores so far as well. Tom Cousins went through against Joshua Haas. Greg Batten 6-4 up against Rob Warren. Someone asked how the Whacker's getting on. He's currently 6-4 down against a man who's finding some form recently. There's quite a few players that are just finding a bit of form recently. Greg Batten is finding a bit of success recently, but he's been practicing a lot, which is very unusual for Greg. He says it's amazing. He said the more I practice, the more consistent I'm getting. Funny old thing that, Greg. Nice to see him at the business end in these events. Callum Singleton went through against John Chambers 8-3. Neil Rayburn somehow won that game against Scott Pope. He was 4-1 down? 1-8-7. Chris Hampson beat Cole Bedford 7-4. Phil Harrison's on the hill against Eddie Barker 7 frames to 4. We saw Waddingham beat Patchett. Aaron Davis threw against Reese McLaughlin. Tom Jones beat Jimmy Croxton 8-7. And Josh Kane beat Nathan Ellis 8-1. Current scores, Chris Day 7-4 up against Christophe Lambert and on the hill. Melling against Viv Mack is on the stream table on table 3, 2 each. Stevie Dempsey, Ian Alley, what a game that is. Stevie Dempsey 2-1 up currently. One more game to come. And I think it's just waiting for the other stream table. It's going to be Carl Cope against Declan Brennan. Well, I say one more game to come, one more game in the last 32.
Looks like he's played that really well there, Liam.
Perfect.
Yeah, That's a lovely takeout from Liam to keep himself in this match.
I thought that cue ball was just going to drift in behind the yellow for a second, but he's okay. 4-2, as I say, keeps himself in the match. Just trailing by 2 frames. If you're 2 behind, then you feel like you're there and thereabouts. It's just, you know, one dry break from Jaden and a reverse clearance, and then a break clearance, which, you know, is not beyond the wit of man at this level. It could easily be 4 each. So you always want to try and stay just those 2 frames behind and not let your opponent get away. Just keeps the scoreboard pressure on. By the way, the aforementioned match, Stevie Dempsey versus Ian Alley, is on the main arena table, which is just to the right hand side, sorry, just to the left of this table as we look at it from here.
Talk about people on form. Ian Alley in some great form at the moment.
Yeah, obviously lost the final down in Daventry, but playing very well, finding momentum.
Yeah, it was a tough watch, that final. I don't know if you watched much of it. Were you commentating on that?
I was, yeah.
Just, you know, he was playing so well the whole event, and then his breaks just absolutely deserted him. No, obviously, no, you know, nothing against Craig. You know, he still played awesome. I remember he played really well in the semis, Craig. I can't remember who he played. Might have been Rob Bourne or something like that. And yeah, just when he needed it the most, just seemed to kind of come away from him. But I'm sure he'll be hungry to be back in that final stages.
Yeah, it was a funny old ending to that match, wasn't it, Ali? What happened? There was a little bit of controversy right at the end.
Yeah, Liam's just landed a bit high on that red into that left middle. Might be looking to stun up and down the table like so. Yeah, wow, how well has he played that? Still got a bit of work to do here. Yeah, he's got the red onto the top rail as well as the red on the left rail. Just got to be careful what he does here.
Yeah, it's the one at the top that's the problem, because you've got to get on it. May have to take the one nearest us to middle now and try and leave an angle on the one. He's going to take the middle of the 3 now. He's come far enough at the table to take the middle of the 3. Is he going to try and... Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure I would have gone this route.
No.
But if he does get it...
I wondered if he was going to try and dig into that and get back at the top of the table off that shot, because I don't like trying to get on the one at the top of the table from the one on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, the only kind of benefit you could say is if you get the pot, you win the match. So
yeah,
win the frame, shall I say?
He's got to play it with a bit of pace and side as well.
Yeah,
and the wrong side, if you will.
Yeah, wow. He's played that really well.
Great shot. Yeah, you want to be playing those shots with almost running side. You know, like you're playing it to help the cue ball.
Yes.
If you're playing it with right hand side up that rail, then it's likely to pull the object ball away from the pocket. Very much in this match, isn't he? 4-3 now. Just a quick look across at Stevie Dempsey against Ian Alley. That looks like the hammer at the table. It is.
Be nice to see him back in the very latter stages of the tournament. Something that he was so familiar with not many seasons ago. Be good to see him back in the business end.
Very nice shot to get on the 8, and that's Stevie Dempsey going to go 3 frames to 1. And we head back across where we are on serve. Liam White breaking in frame number 8 with the hope of drawing things level, but this looks like it might be going dry.
Although it's not a bad impact, it's the worst cut break he's had out of his last 2 or 3 breaks, and it's proved the case because it's his first dry.
Little cluster, 2 yellows and a red just at this end of the table. I think he's got openers on reds and yellows. Obviously he does on yellows. I think he can get through to the one towards the top left. And he's electing to play this ball over the middle and come down and develop this cluster. Doesn't develop them with the first contact, but the red bounces in and opens them up a bit more. It's still not ideal though. I think he's just okay. Can he get through to the one near the middle? Maybe not. It's the one that he's closest to.
Yeah,
That's a tough
that was a
shot.
tricky pot. Unfortunately, he's dealt with the issue for Liam. Here comes the table being reds, looking to make this 4 apiece. Should that red pass that black into that top right, which Liam was just looking at, then you'd like to say he'd be pretty confident in getting the... Oh my God, just as I say that, he misses the very first shot.
That's a big let off. Stephen Morley, hi from Pocket Sports Bar in town. When you say in town, I assume you mean Loughborough.
Yeah, I think it is. I do remember seeing a Pocket Sports Bar advertising for practice.
Yes, yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw the same post. Come on over.
I'm sure they've been busy the last few days.
Yeah.
It's not often you get thousands of pool players all in one part of the country. Such a strange miss from Liam. You know, you do sometimes see it. You know, he's probably looked at the whole finish, maybe just completely took his eye off that part, as well as not really giving it the respect it deserved, and maybe that's what's caused that miss.
Yeah, Jaden's run out of position here. I mean, he's got 2 balls that he can use to recover, but he was trying to get on the ball to top left. He's just overrun the position. He's got recovery to middle or to bottom left, slightly hampered to bottom left, so he's going to play the ball to middle. Just has to be careful of the cue ball here. Yeah, that was always going to be the problem.
Hopefully that yellow goes into that
Yeah,
left
well,
middle.
I guess it must. I can only assume he's played that shot to hold on the red, because this yellow must go. But he's still got his work cut out here, isn't he? I mean, how do you get across from the ball on the left-hand side to the one on the right? A lot of traffic across the middle of the table. This is still very tricky.
He might have to kind of jack up, as you can see, and he needs to pull this white back. Yeah, like so. Just got the angle where I imagine he'll be stunning off the one rail. Yeah, you can see there. I mean, there he's looking at kind of screwing it back off 3 rails and kind of making yourself land really nice on it. For me, I think you just need to stun this one rail, leave yourself a shot, like so.
Yeah, that's what he did. That's about as good as he could have got as well. That's a really good shot.
Yeah.
Just back yourself to drop this in.
Don't need to do too much with the white here, just kind of play the thinner cut on the black, which he will never miss. Important frame, I feel.
Oh,
Liam,
yeah, massive.
and Jaden made a pretty careless mistake to let Liam back in.
Takes the wind out of the Liam White sails somewhat. Chris Melling is leading Viv Mac 4 frames to 3 on table 3. So this will conclude the action for event 7, just for a game. We've got a ladies game coming up next, Michaela Gerd against Daniel Randall, and then we're going to be back again at 8:45 with action from the last 16.
That'll be a good game. Daniel's in very good form.
Yep.
And Michaela being a new pro who's kind of had some good results this season.
Massive break. Red ball spinning in the middle of the table. Again, a choice. I feel it's going to be yellows.
I think this might be the start of a gap in the score line for Jaden. Would have wanted to push that black onto the rail, but I don't think it would be too much of an issue.
Yeah, he was making sure he got the cue ball through far enough to take this, to have an angle on the yellow to middle that he could then stun down. I think the ideal, in the ideal world here, take the ball to middle. If he's got an angle to stun down the left-hand side, find the gap between the two yellows for that yellow on the right-hand side of that triangle. If he can't get down there, then he can take the top one and stay on that side of the table. I think he might just be a little bit straight. No, perfect.
That's a great shot. That was the key to the finish. Now it's just kind of dotting the dots. Just got the main problem I can see here is just how he lands on that yellow at the top of the table.
Yeah, you need to be on the left-hand side of it. If you're going to take it to top right, you need to, and the reds are there waiting, so you have to try and finish up on the right-hand side of the table, finish straight, and then you can just screw straight back for the 8 ball, or finish low and use the top cushion. But it's not absolutely straightforward.
And even this, he's landed a bit straighter than he wanted. I think he'll be looking to screw it back like so. Looks like he's controlled that pretty well. Again, a bit straighter than he wanted, but might be able to top it off too, potentially.
Yeah, maybe if he's just slightly off angle, then he may just be able to.
Is there a world where he can screw it to the right side of the table like there, where he just put...
Yeah.
Yeah, just got to avoid the contact with the red. You'd almost want to be aiming in between the red and black and maybe canning in the red. At least that way you'll be landing with the natural angle on that yellow into the top left to be back onto the black.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at. He wants to go cushion into the back of... He wants a full ball contact off the cushion into that red. Bump it out the way. He's got a full ball contact, but not what he was planning. It's absolutely fine, but
he'll take it.
Yeah, he was planning to go cushion first. You could see the way he pointed with his cue that he wants to come into the back of it, but that works perfectly well.
Yeah, he's not made this as easy as he would have wanted, but he's played a good couple recovery shots to make sure of this finish, and I think that's really what's been the difference, and maybe the reason for his consistency, which I was speaking about when you went to the toilet for a bit. You know, I think he's in the last 3 events before this, I think he's made a final in every event, and I think the difference between all the pros is just that not so much killer instinct, but the consistency to finish, and you know, no matter what, he finds a way to finish the table, which he's just shown there.
6-3 needs 2 more frames. Chris Melling 5-3 over Viv Mac. Stevie Dempsey, well, Ian Alley's pulled one back, it's now 3-2. And Ian Alley is breaking off right now in frame 6.
I imagine we'll probably see Chris on one of the main TV table probably soon. Don't think he's made an appearance as of yet today.
He was on this table, opening game.
Oh, he was on this one, was he?
Yeah.
He's potted, but I don't think he'll be too happy with this split. Saying that if he can play this breakout well now, it's not too bad. Yeah, he's played that really well. Don't know if it's too risky, but potentially the ball down the rail into the top right pocket.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, whether do you play yellow off yellow or do you just take it long. Tempted to take it long now, I think. He's got an angle now. I mean, he can even dislodge it if he wants to.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of players nowadays not dislodging. You know, they're quite comfortable with rail shots nowadays. I'd be surprised if you see him try land on it like so. Just going to top this through for this ball down the rail. And it'll just be a stun and a dot-stop finish. What looked to be a bit of a puzzle at the start, he's quite quickly figured it out and made sure of this finish.
Ian Alley broke dry over on the other table and Dempsey's in again. Ian Alley looks like his break's deserting him again. Just when he needs it most.
Liam White reducing the deficit to 6 frames to 4. Like I say, if you can keep within that 2-frame gap, you're only 1 break a serve away of being level. 1 dry break from Jaden here could see Liam White making it 6 apiece. But the way Jaden's breaking, you just can't see it happening.
Middle ball. There's the second ball up, finding its way to the middle pocket, as it so often does.
I think that's the second time he's put that 8 off the break there, so it tells you how good he's hitting that break.
Is he on this red? If he is, then he should be gone. I'm not sure he is. Can he get past the yellow? Wow.
Not often you see this on such an open table.
Goodness me.
But it looks like he was forced in doing it.
Yeah, just didn't have an opener. He had an opener on yellows, he just didn't fancy them. The 2 yellows that are closest to this end of the table obviously didn't pass that red, so just electing to play a containing safety shot and open the table up a little more. Liam doing the same.
I mean, the yellows aren't.
They're not bad now.
As I would have thought. I'm assuming this yellow.
These 2 didn't go, did they? But now he's moved that red. Now they both go, and I think he's got a yellow to middle. The one he's closest to passes the 8 ball to middle.
Wow. It's another safety here.
Clearly it didn't.
I can only assume that yellow doesn't go into the right middle.
No, it can't. It can't, because they would have taken it. It's going to be more of the same from Liam. He's going to rub off this this red. Come back down again.
He's played that well. I must admit, I didn't expect that from such a good break from Jaden, to see 3 or 4 safeties in a row. But bit of pressure on Jaden now to not leave anything for Liam.
Going to take on the plant to middle as a shot to nothing. Screw back to the cushion.
Yeah, he's played your shot. That yellow's made things interesting on those 2 reds at the top of the table.
Yeah, from a table that was wide open after the break.
Bag of spanners.
Yeah, it is. Vivek Mack has pulled a frame back against Melling. It's 5-4 over there. That game staying tight. Dempsey took full advantage of Ian Alley's dry break, and he's now 4-2 up and at the table again in frame 7.
Can't see the Melling Vivek game being a particularly tactical exchange.
No.
Not like this one. Do you sometimes quite like to see a tactical exchange every now and again?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Especially in these rules, because it's, you know, your defensive shots are always got that element of attacking. You know, you're always advancing your pieces like a chess game, where if you're playing defensively, you're still looking at how you can develop for the next shot, for the next move. And I don't mind it at all. You know, you're not looking at out and out fudge.
Did you ever play the old EPA
Oh
rules?
yeah, I played them all, mate. Yeah. Tuck up.
I don't think I haven't ever experienced it, and it doesn't sound like I should probably want to.
Horrendous. Yeah, 2 shots carry and players just rolling up
Am I
behind
right in
balls.
saying you could like pot your opponent's ball on a free shot and then tuck up again?
Yeah.
You just pot all the opponent's
Yeah.
balls.
pot your opponent's ball and still have 2 shots carry.
It's just crazy.
But it was so important to try and get the foul and extract those 2 shots, so that's why you saw players tucking up all the time, because you didn't have to hit a cushion.
Yeah, I think we found a pretty happy medium with international.
Yeah.
Assuming Liam's going to be, yeah, you can see just looking at what kind of angle he wants to leave on that yellow into that top right corner. It's going to be trusting to a bit of luck into how these yellows will come out, but
I did wonder if he played this. He was looking at leaving this yellow thin rather than trying to go up and develop from the left side yellow. He's looking at playing this ball thin and going into the whole pack. But as you say, trusting the luck for sure.
yeah, I mean, he was looking at it going into the red here, but I don't think he can screw it that much. Yeah, he's hit the yellow, but I mean, it's not. I think he'd take it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it could have been nicer, but he's got a shot.
So we're going to be dropping this into the left middle or playing the ball into the corner. I imagine he'll be playing the ball into the middle.
Yeah, certainly be my preference.
Still a toughie.
No,
Wow.
fine knuckle.
Wasn't an easy one. It's another frame that goes unpunished.
Yeah, and an important one too is brings Jaden Billingham to the hill if he makes his clearance, which you fully expect him to.
Yeah, you'll see him getting down to this bottom ball, which isn't a problem ball, just a ball that you'd rather take out the way in regards to the order of the finish. I think that's one thing you can also compliment him in his game is his pattern play. You know, he's got some very great teachers in his local area when it comes to the pattern side of the game in Rob Chilton, Nick Hill, etc. If you make the game simple, you're going to, more often than not, take them out. And that's what he does. Makes the game look simple. He's picked his route. He's playing the natural angles. He's just going to roll this through. Wants to land low on this red, as you can see. Curious whether he'll kind of play it off one rail and kind of leave a longer black into the bottom right, or whether he'll play it. Yeah, he might be forced to kind of cannon into this yellow potentially over that left middle.
Yeah, way too much angle there. He knew as soon as he hit it, he'd not got through it as he wanted. Needed a bigger bounce. Should still be okay.
Yeah, any sort of kind of little nudge. I don't know if he can miss the yellow. Yeah, he was fine.
He was having us on.
Big frame there, I felt.
It certainly was, to go on the hill and just see the action from that main arena table where Ian Alley is amongst the balls, trying to draw things level against Stevie Dempsey, having trailed by 2 frames. Good chance here to go 4 each. 20 minutes left on the clock. Just a reminder that you can watch that action on YouTube. You will need to join or through the Ultimate Pool app. And we're back with the action now as Liam prepares to break off in frame 12. Nearly lost the cue ball, but didn't. Could have been a bit nicer. Don't think he's on one of these to middle, so only on the yellow to bottom left, and neither of those yellows pass the red to right centre. So where's your next ball coming from? He hasn't got much angle here at all. Maybe to force it through, but he's going to have to play it with pace. He does.
Such a great shot. He deserves a good kiss there. Yeah,
excellent shot.
Have to feel he deserves that.
Yeah.
Now it's just going to be all about that yellow on that left rail, which is in a good position to either be promoted or which he's looking to probably promote now.
Yeah.
If it doesn't go well, it can always be doubled.
Just
a nice, in an ideal world, a kind of a full ball contact.
Yeah.
pushes into the rail, then red. Oh, maybe not.
No, he's just going to take his medicine and double it. I don't blame him. We saw earlier when he didn't need to move a ball, he decided not to. He's got another line here that again he could move it. Well,
Yeah, he's played that so good.
I mean, that's such great vision. We're both looking at it thinking he's going to move it, but actually moving it from below is much trickier because it can obviously easily go wrong with the red sitting above it. So to come above it when nothing can go wrong, that's absolutely fabulous vision from
Such a great clearance
Liam
when
White.
it matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Brilliant.
Don't go behind that red. Yeah, he's all right.
I can tell you, Melling against Viv Max, 6 frames to 5. It's just to the right of this table. You can see occasionally there's someone sat there in a purple shirt on that chair to the right of the screen. That's Vivek Mac. They're playing just to the right. 7-5. And Liam has done all he could do in winning that frame, just to put a little bit of pressure on the duel. Put some pressure on this break. Anything dry, any kind of mistake here would let Liam back in, but he's been playing his cut break really well. Watch the second yellow down on the left hand side, head towards the middle pocket if he catches them right.
I think he actually caught the front ball there.
He did. The yellow went very high and the cue ball finds its way into the pocket, and as I say, any kind of mistake and it lets Liam White back in. Next time Jaden Billingham comes to the table, this could easily be 7 each.
And he'll be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because he's been in control all the way through.
He's got another kind of intricate finish. You know, the balls do go, just has to pick the right order.
Yeah.
But these are the finishes that, ironically, he has been getting. Probably looking to kind of promote this black. And he's done one better by promoting that red. He's allowed that black to now pass into that right middle.
Yeah, just looking at it now to make sure it goes. He likes what he sees.
I think it probably even goes into the top right as well.
Yeah.
Once he moves this yellow, which he'll probably end up having to do. I think it just might be slightly too difficult just to land on that black into the middle, unless he leaves that yellow.
I think
to
he
the
leaves
top
that
right.
to the last ball now, doesn't he? Because he's on the wrong. He's on the wrong line for it anyway, so you can just take. Oh
wow!
my goodness!
I tell you what, I just had a funny feeling like he was straight and he was trying to create an angle to get straight onto that rail.
But why not? Why not stand it in and use the middle to get back across?
So strange.
He's got the ball to left middle to get back across that side of the table. So why try and get on it there? I don't understand.
Just trying to be too cute. And in all fairness to him, the cute shots is what he's been doing really well.
But he has. But
wow, what a mistake that is.
That's a massive error.
Jaden will be delighted to be able to punish that mistake and close out this match.
What an opportunity he spurned there. He seemed to play it quite quickly as well. He didn't even kind of look and consider the, you know, just stunning that in and then using the yellow to left centre to come back across to the right hand side of the table. I think.
What time will the next games be on Nick?
Roll on, roll off. So we're straight in after this into that Daniel Randall, Michaela Gerd game, and then straight back with a match from the last 16, which are due to start at 8:45, but we're obviously a bit ahead of schedule at the moment.
Helps when you have 115 tables, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I think Michaela Gerd, Daniel Randall is due to get underway at 7:30, so if Jaden makes his clearance, we're probably 25 minutes ahead of schedule, so hopefully the ladies are here and ready to go. We don't have a delay. I'm sure they are.
So Jaden's just going to roll through here, barring a... Okay, he's decided to go back. He was looking at rolling it through. I imagine he's... I don't know if it's too risky to try stun in between the black and yellow. He might just top this through on and off the top rail.
I think he stuns across.
Yeah, he's stunning it.
I think there's enough gap there. It's fairly natural.
Yeah, he's played that really, really well.
Beautiful.
Have to feel for Liam there. I don't think he's played particularly bad. Just a couple errors has really been the difference in this match.
Similar to the Patchy game, wasn't it?
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that there was just a couple of silly mistakes there, but Jaden Billingham, he will be very, very happy with that result. He marches on into the last 16, and I can tell you that he will play. We haven't closed out the game yet, so game 13, he will play Josh Kane in the next round, due on at 10 o'clock tonight. So, as I say, should be roll on, roll off. The next game is scheduled for 7:30, but I think we should be back within about 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll see you very soon. Straight back into the action with now a match from the ladies pro section. Michaela Gerd, who is another player who's gathering momentum recently. This is the last 32 game. That is the only game that's currently in play. All the other games from the ladies pro due to start at 7:30, so just pulled this one forward slightly. As we mentioned, it's roll on, roll off. Stevie Dempsey over on the main arena table on the hill, and just a couple of balls left to get the win over Ian Alley. Really tight game going on over on table 3 as well, between Vivek Mack and Chris Melling. Chris is on the hill, 7-6 up. The only other game that I haven't mentioned is Carl Cope and Declan Brennan, who are 2 frames each. Ball in hand for Danielle will be most welcome. She'll be picking it up and putting it in a similar place to where it was actually. Just leave the ball to middle, straight, run through a couple of inches to take the one below the 8 ball would be my choice. Yeah, that's the one. Hardest ball to get on is the one below the 8 ball, so just run through a couple of inches, guarantee yourself that one next. And everything else should be fairly straightforward. That's a shot. Now all she's got to do is play a couple of stop shots when the ball at the top of the table is last. Well, I've got a cannon. She's still okay. Can get through to the far yellow. In fact, I think the near one passes as well, so she's got a choice of either. Stevie Dempsey through against Ian Alley. Really starting to get to the business end. Last 16 in the men's event. Danielle Randall, such a strong force in this ladies' game. She really is establishing herself as one of the top players, certainly one of the players to beat. A few big players forfeit this weekend. See, Barbara Taylor's not here. I hope she's well. She's not made the journey up. Mary Talbot also, I think she's on her travels. Last time I looked, she was playing Hayball. Lindsay Roberts. None of those are here. You could be right, Mark. Could be a lesson from Randall. That's the same Michaela Gerd. He's been finding some results of late. Nice solid front ball break. Not masses of power, but very effective. Really well timed. Gets a good spread.
Welcome back everybody into the
Options for reds or yellows. My choice. Probably yellows. I think all the yellows have a pocket. There's one red that's tied up between those three yellows that would need moving. She sees it differently. Going after reds. Nice opening shot, just nudging that red towards the pocket. She can drop that in now. I think she can get past the one she's closest to the potting angle. So she can drop that in and then go after the one that she's near, the next ball. She just needs to think about this red that's buried in the pack. Oh, took her eye off the pot there. I think she was looking at leaving an angle on this one to bottom right to get into that bad ball. So she just focused on the position rather than the pot. So first frame going the way of Danielle, rejoined by Alex. And Michaela also had first opportunity in this frame. She's on reds. That's a top shot. Great pop. Kind of lost a turn. Don't mind that shot. All the yellows are still tied up. Tiny bit risky, but I think that was definitely the option.
I see Stevie won on the TV table.
He did, yeah.
Beating Ian Alley. Well, won't expect you to answer it straight away, Nick. I'm assuming it's somewhat close in the women's rankings. I know obviously Becky's at the top. I'm assuming Danielle and your Emma Parker and all that are quite close in catching her.
Yeah, I had a look at this Daventry actually. They're all very tight up there. Champs, so Becky's on 44,000, Champs on 39, so 5,000. There's a little bit of space there, but Barbara Taylor obviously not here this weekend. She's in third place. Danielle in fourth on 33,000, so she could really use a win this weekend to start closing that gap. 5,000 lead by Becky is obviously fairly substantial, but with 6,000 points for a win, you know, she needs to keep her foot on the gas. You can't let up.
Excuse my ignorance. I imagine has Danielle been number one? I'm assuming. I'm not actually too sure. I know. I'm assuming obviously Champs would have been quite. Obviously, Marion was number one for a while.
Yeah, I think
it might not be the case.
I think there was a spell late last season, maybe.
I'll be surprised if she wasn't, in all honesty. But
yeah,
I'm assuming it's definitely one of her goals to get back to that number one spot this season. Is this one of like the earlier rounds? Is it in the?
This is the first round. Yeah.
First round. Okay.
Interestingly, all of the top 5 players in the men's rankings are still in. Tom Cousins, 58,000. Declan Brennan is playing at the moment on 54,000. Wardingham 42,000, quite a way behind. Aaron Davis on 32,000. I think Aaron's still in, pretty sure. Chris Melling has just beaten Viv Mack, so he's there as well, 5th place. Get down to 6th place, and Chippy lost earlier. But it's all very tight.
Might I add with Aaron Davies, I had no idea his kind of slow creep into the top 5. Obviously, he had that early success last season, I believe, with that tour win, but he must be going deep every event pretty well to be getting those kind of points to be top 4.
Yep.
Great achievement for him.
Yeah, the only game still going on is the Carl Cope Declan Brennan. They're currently 3 each. Declan was 2-0 ahead. The lineup in the last 16, Tom Cousins v Greg Batten. Should be a great game. Callum Singleton versus Neil Raybone. Chris Melling versus Chris Hampson. Phil Harrison versus Craig Wardingham. Another cracker. Aaron Davis v Tom Jones. Stevie Dempsey versus Luke Gilbert. Jaden Billingham against Josh Kane. And Chris Day is waiting for the winner of that Carl Cope Declan Brennan game. Meanwhile, Daniel Randall on the second frame. Leads by 2-0. She breaks in frame 3.
So missed the ball from Michaela. Let's Danielle back to the table on reds. Interesting layout. Obviously that missed ball isn't the end of the world because it's blocking that pocket. Might be looking at, yeah. I think you should be looking to, I mean, you can use one of those two reds on the right hand side of the table coming off the rail off that yellow. I think she tried to promote that ball then, but just hitting the knuckle a bit too thick. Let Michaela back at the table on yellows. Nick's back from a quick toilet break.
If only. What a disaster. Keep a close eye on that Declan Brennan match. 3 each last time we looked.
Yeah, Danielle just got to be a bit careful here not to come too far, like so. Yeah, I'm not too sure she's on that red down the rail. Then again, she is getting knocked fairly quickly. Could be wrong.
She almost wanted to kind of top it through and then
Nudge the yellow.
almost spin the cue ball to nudge the yellow. To
Yeah,
oh, that's a great recovery there.
that's a good shot.
She's going to need another one. Got the red long. Big test of cueing. Great shot.
Fantastic pot.
Can just play this natural ball. Don't try and get too cute with it. Let the cue ball run off the side cushion back out to mid-table. Yeah, as soon as you start digging down in the cue ball to try and get closer to the 8 ball, then you make that pot infinitely more difficult. So
Just responding to a few comments in the chat. Luckily, Danielle's mum confirmed that it was a couple seasons ago that Danielle was number 1.
Yeah.
So you were correct,
Yeah.
correct in saying that.
yeah, I'm sure I remember the time when she did it.
Got a question from Dave. Dave on the chat.
Caesar's not here this weekend. Not made the trip. Which I'm not surprised. It's a long old journey over from Uganda. Dave's got nothing better to do. He's travelling down through Europe. He's somewhere near the base of the Alps at the moment. And he's watching Paul. What's wrong with you, man?
I think it just shows his commitment to the game, don't you think?
He's holed up somewhere in the south of Germany, and I can almost guarantee he's cradling a bottle of Desperado with a steak in the frying pan.
Amazed he's got signal, to be honest, at the base of the Alps. So Michaela looking to reduce the 3-0 lead that Daniel has. Michaela obviously being the partner of Joe Nolte, a fellow pro on the tour, who I believe had a close game this morning. But quite the power couple in Spots and Stripes Red Hill. where they reside. Tom did win, in fact, Luke. He beat Josh Duaz, and he faces Greg Batten at 10 p.m. I think you said it was. Well, scheduled for 10.
No, I think
Or is
he's
it the quarter?
yeah, he's in the top section, so it'll be 8:45.
Right, 8:45 it is. Got another question from Dave in the chat.
Is that Nick?
You were correct in saying that he had a steak.
Oh, of course. A massive steak, I guarantee it. Oh, there you go, the world's biggest steak.
You guys must get paid too much, I think. It's not a bad shot from Danielle. She's got all her balls out. She has opened it up for Michaela, but not left an easy shot. You can only really see the red up into the top right as you face. Can confirm, Dave, that is a pretty big steak. That's a good shot. She would have wanted that yellow to stay there, but unfortunately it's gone in. Don't think Michaela will be feeling too sorry for her. She'll be quite happy that yellow went in, as that would have been quite an advantage. I'll tell you what, if she potted that red, that would have been one of the best lost turns I think I've ever seen.
Just a reminder, this is a race to 7.
Unsure if you guys can hear, but just to show you the volume of tables we've got, not only have we got all these events going on, but they're actually running flyers alongside, which is absolutely amazing when you think you've got 1,000 people here playing different competitions. We've still got tables running flyers for the eager pool players out there. Bit unfortunate for Daniel, yeah, that yellow was going into that left middle, but unfortunately it's double kissed the cue ball to go in there instead.
Second prize though, yellow tying up the red top of the table, so needs to play a shot straight away, you feel, to extract that. Put the cue ball on the bulk line, pop that red. I'm not sure about this. I think I'd rather see it develop it and try and sit in behind. I don't hate it, but
yeah, when you've got a free go at kind of promoting it, I think,
you know, ball in hand, you back yourself, put it on the bulk line, leave yourself an angle on the yellow second up in the bulk area, and just screw back into it to open it up, because the other reds are there waiting. I mean, if she had a ball tied up still, I could understand it, but
an interesting game on the stream table.
Yeah,
Emma Parker and Alexandra, I think it's Kuna?
Kuna, yeah,
Kuna, yeah,
from Portugal.
Lovely lady. Well, it's both. Got a few of the top ladies not there this weekend, so be interested to see who will take it down this weekend. Obviously Mary Talbot, I believe, is playing an event in Poland on in a hay ball campaign.
Yep.
One of the favourites of the tournament, not there. I'm assuming your usuals like Becky.
Babs isn't here either.
Yeah, Babs not being there, so
but yeah, Becky will be here.
A bit more of an open playing field this time round.
Talking about hay ball, good to see Jordan Shepherd winning an event last week over in New York.
Did you watch much of it, or?
I watched the semi-final and the final.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he played fantastic, especially in that semis.
yeah, yeah, he did.
Considering it's such a much harder game, you know, he still plays even that game with that amazing confidence and cue ball control that he does with English.
Yeah.
So exciting to watch.
Yeah, I messaged him after the match, and the day after he was sat at Heathrow Airport, he just checked into his hotel and waiting for a flight the following day over to Poland. And straight over to Poland to play an event over there, and I think he goes from Poland to India for the next leg.
Doing a few air miles is Jordan.
Yep.
Well, they all are. Well, the decision we talked about, playing safe, has actually paid off. She's now got ball in hand on these reds. Assuming she's looking to maybe cannon the red.
Well, I think she did, but again, she's played that at a thinner angle to then stun across into the yellow. Why not just play it at a natural angle? You know, put it as a natural way. You're just going to run down and cannon into that.
Obviously, the people at home won't be able to see, but if she put the cue ball in the bulk area on the actual left, you could have actually played that red into the right middle.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And although she has played that plant quite well, she's unfortunately given up position. But one good shot here, and should hopefully be back into a chance of finishing a frame.
Yeah, similar shot to the one that Danielle had earlier. Maybe a little bit
pressure
tougher
on this.
It is, yeah, so much. Does it drop? It does.
Nailed it.
Goodness me. She needs to get this cue ball right down table though. She doesn't want to be at the top of the table because that 8 ball would be very, very thin. So she just needs to let her arm go here.
Only benefit being obviously these tables are very slidey, very fast, so as long as she hits it good, the table should do a lot of the work here.
That's far enough. Took all the risk out as well, coming too far and hiding behind the yellow, so it's not bad at all. Ideally, would have liked to have been another 6 inches down the table just to make this a little less thin, but she'll back herself to get it. Oh. That's what I mean. You know, if you roll another 6 inches down table, I think it makes that 8 ball unmissable. But it was just one of those. It was on the cushion, so you've got to hit it just so. You've got to hit it almost like cushion and ball at the same time.
I think you need to almost hit it a bit thinner than maybe you somewhat expect.
Yeah.
If you play it into the... She's played a good shot there.
That's brilliant.
Close to the rail that she would have wanted, but still a shot.
Yeah, she'll back herself to get this. I think just drop it in the middle. She's looked at both. She's looked at long and the middle, but I think the middle has to be the choice. No, she's gone long. I think it's an easier pot to middle, isn't it?
Yeah.
'Cause it's in your eye line.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have definitely gone middle there. A let off Michaela. He makes it 3-1. Still very much in this match. 4-0 would have not been good, but 3-1 you're still within a couple frames.
Deck Brennan was 5-3 ahead. It's now 5-4 against Carl Cope. That last 32 games, the only game that's ongoing in men's pro. Successful break. Pots are yellow. Top left. Not a terrible table. All the yellows have a pocket. It's just the cue ball in the first couple of shots. I think I'd be taking the yellow it's that line of 3, I'd probably take the one to middle and then just come down, maybe just flick into the one that's on the cushion, but she's taking this one thin. Yeah, played that well.
Fine.
Nice cannon. I don't mind that because she did have to get to this side of the table to take these 2 yellows.
Yeah, I mean that one on the rail, you know, you can leave it last ball if you want to. It's not the end of the world. I think the only thing here, I think she's got to jack this up and, you know, screw back to play the yellow closest to the black into the same pocket. Although she is topping it through.
Yeah, that yellow
She goes
goes
for the middle. What do I know?
Yeah, do you just stun this and take the middle of the 3, or do you run it through and take the top one?
Don't know if she can go past that black, can she?
No, probably not.
She play into the corner, I suppose.
Yeah,
she was feeling good. It's a confident shot.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if she takes the middle one and stuns past the other yellow, it's just a little bit trickier to get on the one on the rail.
Yeah,
it's not a bad line though. She can just drift the cue ball now. And
can she hold?
Yeah, I think so. I think she can dead weight this and just drift down next to the red.
Yeah, worst case, go into it.
She had to cannon it.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Thought she could just pinch the pocket there and just hold, but obviously bigger angle than I imagined. She had to run into it. Plays a little containing shot, but not much you can contain there. She just tried to make the first shot awkward and sit on top of the red, but I think there is a gap between red and cue ball where she could cut this in. She can also get through to the one to bottom right as well, so a couple of options. Just make sure you release the cue ball off the cushion here. You don't want to sit hard on the cushion. Could have done with just a fraction more angle, just to, you know, if she lands another 3-4 inches up the table, it's much more natural just to bring that cue ball up into the middle of the table and have a choice of a couple balls. Now she's going to have to force this through. And that was the issue. Guaranteed. She's still got a couple of choices. I think my preference is she's going to lay a snooker. Has she left the gap?
Looks like she has. Hard to tell, really.
Yeah, I think that red may have just got in the way. No, she has left the gap. Whether it's a gap to the potting angle remains to be seen. It is. Wow, that's a...
However,
one. Oh, that's going to run far enough.
They're going to be disappointed with that one. That felt like a must-win frame, personally. The snooker there would have kept her within that frame. Danielle's potted a good couple balls there to extend her lead to 4 frames to 1.
Yeah, and importantly, she's across the halfway line. Race to 7. Just as Reverend asked that question, yeah, it's a race to 7. So after this match, we will be returning to action from the pro section and the last 16. Let's see if they've decided which games we're going to have. So not yet. I can tell you. Oh, no, not been loaded yet. I think they're just waiting for the result from that Declan Brennan game before they load in the games. I can tell you that all of the last 16 games will be streamed. So they will all be on stream tables. Just not sure which game we're going to get on here. 5 each now, Carl Cope and Declan Brennan. Yellows are good.
Now's the time to make it happen. It's now.
Yeah, nice confident opening pot to let the Q arm go. Target the middle of the table here. Give yourself a choice of a couple of balls. Ideally the one that's just on top of that red. Come down just left of the 8-ball spot. Yeah, she ended up in kind of no man's land there. Almost jabbed at the shot a little bit. Not quite sure why she was trying to send the cue ball across to the right hand side of the table. She kind of topped it through, didn't she, off the top cushion and side cushion, but
yeah, just completely misjudged it, unfortunately.
That red has come all the way down the bottom of the table, but probably still get to the potting angle, or at worst she's got a plant. And that's for later on, because she's got to deal with this top end of the table first.
Too thin.
Yep.
Kayla back to the table now. Few problems. Obviously that red over the bottom right is blocking that yellow to go past. Whether she's looking at playing this yellow off of that red now. Looks very awfully tight. Looks like she's opting for some kind of loss of turn. Unfortunately not got it. Danielle back to the table. With now her reds in a promising position. Might be looking to play that red close to the black as a plant into the left middle. As you can see, she's stunned that back to play that very shot. She'll play that plant so she can then play the red at the bottom of the table, and just be a case of how she will then also get back onto the black. She's played that well. Do wonder if there's value in leaving that red that she's looking at. Kind of opts as a good ball to be last for the black. However, could be troublesome to get onto. So she's elected to play it now.
I think it depends on whether the 8-ball passes to bottom right. I mean, it goes bottom left for sure.
I think she'll be looking to leave herself pretty straight on one of these reds as last. As you can see there, she wants to be over that right hand side of the table to play that black into the bottom left as we face.
She's going to have to punch the cue ball across because she's a little bit straight. Play this with a bit of pace. Plays it well. Good cue ball.
Just has to cue this well. These aren't very easy shots. Just has to almost stun it like so. And wow, she has played that extremely well.
That's an awesome positional shot.
That was not as easy as she just made that look.
No, and she just got straight down and banged it in.
Yeah, there's confidence right there. 5-1. Right, another big break for Danielle here. I think she'll be looking to finish this off. Yeah. Actually seen quite a few players trying the hand on the table break. Just allows you to generate a lot of power into the pack, as you've just seen. only downside with the hand on the table is obviously it limits that bridge between cue ball and hand, which inherently will reduce the amount of power from the swing. But I sound like Dave now talking about technique and shots, but that is something that Dave would have said there. But regardless, it obviously works for Danielle.
That has not come out nicely at all. She really wanted to can that red a bit thinner to push it into the yellow. She hit it a bit thin, which has meant the cue ball's come down table, and it's all gone a bit wrong. And they have the yellow on the left-hand side, thin into the corner pocket, but with this mess at the top of the table, she doesn't want to attack from here. Catches the red on the way through, and that's going to be ball in hand. The reds are a bit of a state.
I'm just replying to Luke. Unfortunately, Colbev had lost to Chris Hampson, I believe 8-4. And a question from Aaron in regards to how to join. Assuming you mean how to join the Ultimate Pool Tour, quite simply you contact Ultimate Pool. I believe it's generally via email in regards to is it not email for, oh yeah, so it is email. Obviously it depends on which category that you wish to enter. Obviously we are nearing the end of the season, so I'm pretty sure most of the tours are pretty full up. I know there are some reserve lists, but if you're looking to go on to the Challenger next year, if you email the Ultimate Pool with your name and request, they will put you down on the reserve list. I mean, I can only really see it growing. Whether they look to increase the format or increase the amount of players in each category, we don't know. But at the moment, you've got quite a few players, and you know naturally there will be a few dropouts nearer to the time. So you can often find yourself able to enter the event on a singular basis. And that was a bit of a wild one for Danielle there.
Yeah, a lot of components to that shot. Trying to put a tough yellow and stun across and develop a ball at the same time. Easy to go wrong. Now again, the reds are all there. And nudge on the red, those push those two together, and they've gone safe. So
just not going for it at the moment.
no, just going to have to pull back here, find a safety. I think run off this red and try and get in behind them, just open them up. You don't want to mess with things at this end of the table. Okay, Chinese snooker. Sometimes as good as a snooker.
Something for your interest, Nick, something that's just popped up on my feed. Gavin Robinson, Ronan McCarthy playing a money match right now.
Oh, right.
Something I didn't really know about.
Yeah, I'd heard it's possibly going to happen. I think it might be the prelude to another game. I mean, it might just be a standalone, but I thought that I saw something else announced as well.
Yeah, looks to be a minimum 10k. Currently 8-6 to Ronan McCarthy.
And that's almost certainly in the Sky Lounge.
It's in Glasgow, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. It's obviously, I won't talk too much about the opposing body, but it's I think it's the day before their event in Glasgow.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought it might be Farnsworth Place, just because
you would have thought
Gav's
so, yeah.
home club,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's,
yeah. Ronan's quite
Farnsworth's
close with
best
Mark.
mate.
Yeah, yeah.
Up in McGoldricks, I assume.
Yes, correct, yeah. Not that I imagine you can probably say anything. I imagine, is there any more kind of interesting games potentially coming up for QXTV? Obviously, I know you've already got a big game coming up.
Yeah, the Melling Cousins game, and obviously on the cards will be a Cousins Bergman rematch, and
would that be in the UK or
no?
I wouldn't. I didn't think he would go to English. That's for sure.
A few other games brewing. A few players interested on playing in the stream, but nothing finalised as yet.
Don't want to give out all your secrets, do you? I mean, the problem is once you have a game like a Cousins Mellon, you know, how do you go bigger and better than that?
Well, potentially a team style event, USA versus UK.
I think you get a lot of interest for that. I guess the only tricky part of that, I mean, we could probably name the teams. It's more so the tables, the format, the balls. You know, how do you have a common ground?
It'll be
two completely different games.
It'll be bar box.
Yeah, I would have thought
USA.
So. Yeah,
USA style, playing international rules.
Wouldn't that be amazing for the Brits to beat the Americans at their own game?
I think we'd have a great chance.
I mean, they seem to be doing so well over there at the moment. Have you gone to many of the American events?
No.
No. I assume it might be something of interest once the legs sorted out and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe, but I think
I know it's a long way to go.
I think there's only so much room for UK commentators. That's the thing. I mean, the viewership is predominantly American. I think they've got quite an established commentary team over there now. Steve Wyatt, and with Hatch and Archer on board, and Mike.
Is it DeMarco?
Mike DeMarco, yeah. And obviously Tony goes over as a full-time commentator for UP. So they've got a fairly well-established team, and very time-consuming, isn't it? A lot of downtime from time off work.
I can imagine, yeah.
You know, the thing is, you can go over there for 4 or 5 days, but then with jet lag and everything else, it turns it into, you're wiped out for 8 days.
Sounds like something you're quite familiar with by a few of our conversations, those trips to America.
Yeah, playing poker, it was similar.
Looks to me like she's trying to see if this red kind of goes off this yellow into this bottom right. I don't know whether it'd be better to play this cushion first or not. She has done. I mean, what a fantastic shot she's played there. I think she deserved a lot better than that. Gonna have to pull something out again.
Waddingham versus Phil Harrison. Luke was asking who's Waddingham got next. Phil Harrison, who's playing very well at the moment. They both are. I'd be surprised if that's not a mainstream.
Yeah, tough match to call that.
It's going to be mainstream or here.
Yeah, easy.
It may well be here actually, because they might put TC and Batten on the main.
Yeah.
So Craig has played on this table, and I don't think either have been on the main, so I'd be choosing that game and putting TC on here. Of course, Melling's in the mix as well against Chris Hampson. There's so many names in there, it's tough to pick out the obvious stream games.
Yeah, almost any of them could be a Could be a stream game, right? Yeah.
In fact, they've just been loaded. So I can tell you that we've got TC against Batten.
What, one of them fell on the TV table?
Main table is Melling.
Okay.
Melling against Hampson.
So Michaela's unfortunately gone in off, giving Danielle a great chance to extend her lead to 6 frames to 1.
Waddingham Harrison on table 3. Callum Singleton, Neil Rayburn on table 4.
Will they be, I'm assuming they're playing this last 16 and then the quarterfinals will be tomorrow?
Yeah.
Lots to look forward to tomorrow then, by the sounds of it.
Daniel Rando applying the finishing touches to this frame to go on the hill. Oh, could have done with that cue ball releasing that bottom rail. She could have got through that a little bit more. I mean, even if she was another 2 feet up the table, this would have been an easier shot than it is from here. She could have definitely afforded to overhit that rather than underhit it. You still fancy to get it, and she does.
Yeah, she just hit that yellow slightly too thick to the track side she put on. Didn't really, really do anything.
So there you go. Next up on this table, the number 1 TC playing Greg Batten. Thoroughly looking forward to that game. Danielle running out the arena, heading for a bathroom break. We'll rejoin the action in just a couple of minutes when she returns. So Daniel Randall at the table, needing one more frame for a comfortable victory, and misses. But you feel the hard work's done by her. I mean, 6-1, it's a mountain to climb for Michaela.
Yeah, there's been a few frames where Michaela will feel she should have, and they weren't easy enough that maybe she could have got them, but could have made a bit more of an impact, or maybe got her in a good. There's a couple of times where she could have got her in a kind of nasty snooker, and she's kind of let her back in. But to be fair to Danielle, she has punished a lot of the mistakes and made sure of the chances that she has got. Not landed exactly where she wanted, but I imagine you can still see this over the yellow at the bottom left, and maybe even able to cut the ball into the middle.
I think she's eyeing up the plant.
It's not a bad shot because she'll be naturally promoting that black and yellow. Very, very nearly potted that black then. Fortunately for her, it's actually pushed that black over that pocket and messed up Michaela's red.
Yeah, you'd certainly rather be yellows here. Needs to find a way. If she could get over to the left-hand side of the table, she could play that lone red off the 8-ball and open up the pocket.
Yep.
I don't know how she gets across there. That's the problem. I mean,
I think she's looking at a loss of turn
she
here.
could play the back double here. Play the back double and come down that side of the table, but I think you're right. She's looking at loss of turn. Don't think it does much for her. That's the problem. She's still got that ball tied up.
She said that's so sweet. That is nearly skill shotted. Wow. See that red kind of move last minute there. Looked like it was going to think about dropping in. But fortunately, she's got this angle just to pop that red straight away if she wanted to. She's decided not to. Yeah, it's a good shot from Danielle. Force Michaela to kind of make something happen.
Yeah, that was always the problem. Whilst the red's on top of the 8-ball, Danielle's in charge of this frame. She can take liberties, do what she wants. And that was why I just felt that loss of turn, while she played it well, it really wasn't kind of advancing her position.
Especially when you're 6-1 down, you know, you need to try and make something happen. I mean, that's very unfortunate to going off there.
It is. But again, you know, what good was it doing? You know.
Yeah, you were never going to get ball in hand, you feel.
No.
I guess the only merit is I think that yellow is too low to maybe come off of that black. Could be wrong. She might be able to. She might just kind of put it over the pocket potentially.
Looking at topping it through now.
Yep.
Oh, she's looking at cover.
She's biding her time, making sure of the match. I don't blame her.
Yeah, no point
Such a
rushing
good
this.
tactical advantage in this frame, as well as a big lead in this match. Not going to take any liberties. However, if that black has blocked that yellow from going in, that is a very good tactical shot.
I don't know if it has. And I think she's got the yellow through the gap as well.
Yeah.
She can just flick this in.
Tight.
It is. I think they both go. Maybe it doesn't go. Maybe she's just looking at promoting it. She is. Yeah, just hasn't done so though. They'll just come back together. Again, Michaela should be looking at taking a liberty here, because that yellow obviously doesn't pass the 8 ball, so why not just split up these two reds, put them in into a potable position and really put the pressure on Danielle.
Yeah.
Because Danielle doesn't have an out.
Yeah, you're just giving her a free go at promoting that ball.
She's just going to play the same shot she did. I mean, she's already told you what she's going to do off of the last shot.
Yeah.
She just wants to get that yellow in the open, and all you're doing in playing that last shot is giving her the opportunity to do it again.
Completely agree.
So why not just, like I say, take a liberty? So if she'd have split up those two yellows, yes, she still leaves that shot for Danielle, but Danielle can't play it because the two reds are in the open.
Yeah, in fact, if she nudged that red, which the yellow is closest to, she would have nudged the yellow onto the rail.
Push the yellow, push the two yellows together.
Yeah. It is tricky. I mean, you know, when you're so far behind, you know, you can't help but feel that the game's over. So it is hard to kind of motivate yourself to persevere and play the correct shots.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's very easy to sit here and criticise. And
sometimes you just want it to be over, don't you? Ironically, we have the exact same scoreline with Emma Parker and Alexandra Kuna. Emma Parker leading 6 frames to 1 on the main table, if you guys want to check that out. That's on the Ultimate Pool app.
It's a clever shot because she's forcing Michaela to move this red and maybe develop the two yellows.
Yeah.
She's left the yellow long or to the middle. Well, earlier on she had a similar shot. She elected to take it long. I wonder if she'll play this to the middle now.
Well, she can just play the yellow over the pocket.
Well, she could. Absolutely, she could.
You know, open up that black. And
yeah, I mean that's a decent shot as well. It's probably the shot actually. Wasn't even thinking about going that way, but yeah.
Just depends whether she can avoid that black and come out.
Yeah.
But again, it's the peace of mind of the yellow being there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, if you leave it to the end. I mean, she's got to take it now. Can't leave it to the last ball, surely. I mean, she can obviously, but I'm not sure you want to try and get.
Yeah, it just makes it, you know, the emphasis of trying to avoid the black is even harder. Yeah, I mean, although it seems simple, these are sometimes some of the hardest shots. You know, if you catch that knuckle wrong,
I don't think she can avoid catching knuckle unless she screws it 2 cushions.
She's going to have to
top it.
Yeah,
that was always going to happen, wasn't it? You play that with
Very
top,
surprised.
and it always bends into the 8 ball. She had the deep screw off the bottom cushion and side cushion and come back out.
Yeah, or maybe she finished low on that yellow. She could have just stunned it up.
Yeah,
you know.
But for me, it should have been that yellow as the penultimate.
Yeah.
With the screw back to come to the left hand side and
Agreed.
take the one to the left corner.
Agreed. Maybe a bit of complacency. You know, she is 6-1 up.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously match clock's not in play, but Yeah. Be nice for Michaela just to get this frame on the board, get her arm going. Obviously, I believe this is a similar format, isn't it? It's 2 straight knockout events, so you can never say it's over, but if she wants to get any practice for this next match tomorrow, now's the time.
Declan Brennan is through against Carl Cope, 8 frames to 6, and we have a final lineup.
And what a lineup we got.
Yeah, we do. We certainly do.
I think you said all the top 5 players are still in contention, which you don't always see. You always see, you know, 1 or 2 upsets at the beginning.
Controlled the pace well there. It's just finished just slightly off angle. So don't just pop it in because you're going to leave the 8 ball too straight. Get back to at least where you are.
I'd probably be screwing all the way back here personally,
I
but
agree.
kind of let the arm go. Yeah, just not left it very nice.
This is awkward.
It's probably about as awkward as she could have left it.
Yeah.
Only bless her, you could say she's not on the rail, but just needs to,
Big ask.
what we say, stay down.
And all the pressure on it because this is the match right here.
What a shot.
Great pot. Great pot.
Very
Brilliant.
good pot.
Yeah. 6-2. So it looks like all the last 16 pro event matches will get underway just a little bit early, I would say. Main table's not quite finished yet, but I would estimate probably closer to 8:30. They're scheduled for 8:45.
Very fortunate there from Danielle. That white was topping into that left middle, but fortunately a ball came to the rescue, kissing it away from doing so. So Danielle at the table. I think she'll be quite disappointed with how that frame ended. She had it in her hands there. One poor positional shot and she gave the frame away.
That's a super pot. Tried to
Wow.
just hangs on. Tried to develop the yellow on the side cushion as well. Didn't, but I think probably take on the double. If she can get past the red to middle, I think she can.
Yeah, even if it's not a double, I think just promoting the ball's probably a shout.
Yeah. She's going long. Similar effect, just taking that one off that left side cushion. Not leaving very much at all.
How are the, have you got any other ladies' scores potentially? Obviously Emma Parker is leading 6 frames to 2 on the main table in the first round of the ladies' pro event.
Yeah, so Jodie Allen is 4-2 ahead against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Nikki Correa and Colette Henriksen 2 each. Amy Price beat Casey Ramford-Norrie 7-0.
Wow.
Aneda Han and Vicky Lomax 4 apiece. Lindsay Schultz 4-1 up against Helene Collas. Lauren Proctor 3 each with Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst. And Claire Smith 2-1 up against Kirsty Shepherd.
Who beat Casey 7-0, do you say?
It was Amy Price.
Wow. I was devastated for her in the European Open. She was absolutely flying. I believe she was 6-0 up on Becky Watkins, and unfortunately actually lost that match. but she was a player that you felt if she beat Becky would probably go on and have a deep run. But she's obviously wasted no time at all with that opening round. She's
Yeah,
quite fortunate there.
I mean, Casey, one of the England international players, so that is some result.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact I've just seen her at the bar not long ago, I would have expected that maybe she wasn't here. It's
Red balls spread to the four corners here, north, east, south and west. A lot of work to do with the cue ball if she wants to make this clearance. Doesn't get it, but gets second prize unintentionally. Puts a hand up to apologise, gets a snooker. But a one cushion escape, Danielle should be looking at moving the yellow ball that's on the left side cushion just to get out in the open.
100%. She played that well.
Yeah, really well judged, because if you play it at that pace and just get it slightly wrong, go cushion first and bump it out, you're probably not going to hit a cushion. So that was really well judged. And again, really not left much.
Tough ask for Michaela here.
You hear the pips over in the main arena, the players shake hands over there. Cue ball in hand here, and that should be last rights on this table as well. Don't expect Danielle Randall to miss this. It's like a little practice drill.
Dot to dot. And as a whole, I've been pretty impressed with Danielle. She's been clinical when she needed to, obviously barring that frame just earlier. Unlucky to Michaela, she will be back. Just a few mistakes early on gave Danielle the lead. Well done to Danielle.
Yeah, very good from her, and she books a place in the last 16. And we turn our attention back to pro event. Next up on this stream, a mouth-watering game between Tom Cousins and Greg Batten. Not one to be missed. Join us back on the stream in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, in the main arena with Emma Parker, fresh off the back of a really good win at Alex Cunha, and the start to your second defence of your title that you won a month ago. I thought you played some really good stuff there, and for a first round match, that must, especially on the brand new fresh arena table, must be really good to get one in the house already. You as well, there is what myself and Meg were describing as what felt like a champion's advantage a little bit in that match. Did you feel it as well? The flicks and touches that just seem to go your way when you're really playing well. There was one I can remember where the cue ball somehow stayed up down in that middle, down the bottom pocket, and you're on the one into the middle. Those are the things that just felt like they're going your way at the moment because you're playing so well, because you're winning. Are you noticing as well? Absolutely. How did you find it in general, the first sort of match back on since you won that big title? Has it been different to you? Do you feel like a winner right this way of confidence, or is it sort of starting from step one again? As well, for those of you who are listening to the comms with me and making a nickname to be suggested for you. And then I know we're struggling to find your nickname at the moment. Is that one that might stick? Can we vibe with that, or are you vetoing that as well? I mean, it could be a good option for you. We'll have a think about it. We'll workshop it. It's fine. Well played, Emma. Anyway, really on you go. Congratulations on a great win. Emma Parker through into the next round of the Women's Pro Series, and she looks to take down another title here in Loughborough. Do stay with us. Another great match in the offing game on the main arena table. Chris Manning in action next. He's up against Chris Anderson. Do stay with us.
And away we go, back in the last 16 from Pro Event 5. Greg Batten versus Tom Cousins. Greg Batten wins the lag. Will get us underway in frame 1. And the one thing that has been a bit of a transformation in Greg Batten's game recently is he has been breaking fantastically well and making balls every time, but straight away he goes dry. And it's TC with the first chance to get his hand on the table. What are you thinking on this one, Alex?
Well, you know, he is the world #1, so he's always going to be favourite in most matches he plays. Obviously, Greg's a local to me. Wins most competitions he enters in my area. He's been playing really well. From what I gather, he's beat Robert Dagnall 8-1. I'm not too sure his scoreline on his previous match, but obviously he's here now. He's obviously playing well. He won the flyer.
Rob Warren, I think it was 8-6.
8-6. Okay.
I think so.
And you know, Rob, you know, unsure of how that game went, but obviously Rob's one of the informed players at the moment, so you can't say he's not up for it.
And straight away, as TC always does, goes straight after the bad ball on the table and plays the perfect cannon bottom cushion and nudges his bad ball into the middle of the table. And as also so often happens, gets the perfect result. And he's away.
Yeah, you could tell by his cut break, the red that's over the middle, on the right middle now, very nearly went into that corner. You know, that tells me he's either, because I'm assuming that's probably the ball he's aiming to go into the middle, he's either hit the ball, hit the rack either slightly too hard or slightly too soft in order for that ball to go into the middle, so might see an adjustment. Wow. Very uncharacteristic miss from TC there.
Isn't it ever?
I think you could just see him have a little giggle to himself there. I think he took his eye off of that one. Greg will be absolutely delighted to be back to the table, regardless of how they are. Yeah, so you see here he's just leaving the angle of this yellow into the middle. He is going to need to promote that yellow as it doesn't pass that red into the top left. Be interested to see how he does promote it. Probably going to top into it with a bit of left hand side, like so. Unfortunately he's double kissed. I think he was hoping for that yellow to double towards the right side of the table there and the white come out, but unfortunately the double kiss has stopped that from happening.
Maybe, I know he was trying to control the cue ball. Maybe could have just done with a bit more pace there.
Yeah, I agree. Still got a chance to recover this.
Yeah, he's screwing back into it.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
That's really good. Judged so well. Gets it past the red and lands it as well.
Still needs a good shot here to get down this table to continue this visit. Probably going to see him punch out here. Just got to make sure of the pot here, like he has done. Made that look incredibly easy. That's one thing I think most people can probably agree when it comes to Greg's game, is he's got such a good cue action. Obviously got a really strong snooker background. Multiple century maker. He's definitely had 147s. And obviously that cue action is what helps him cue balls like he just did. Yep. Good shot there. And after a dry break, he'll be absolutely over the moon for a 1-0 lead here. Be Be interested to see how Tom breaks these. I haven't been watching too much of his matches today. You often find Tom chopping and changing with his break, trying to find that sweet spot. Once he does often stay with it. I know he has a mixture of cut breaks and front ball breaks that he likes to use. Be interesting to see what he does here.
Front ball, I reckon, to start off with. Kind of 70% power on the front ball would be my guess. See how they're breaking. But I'm wrong. Straight for the cut break.
Yeah, you see a lot of people going to the cut break at the moment. I think because the break doesn't require so much pace on these tables, they're more just trying to time the ball. Obviously the idea of the cut break is that you're less likely to go in off as well. Oh, wow. What
If that 8-ball hung,
he'd be knackered, yeah.
he would have a horrible table. And he would have quite a bit of work to do.
I just don't get how he can hit it that hard and the white ball stays on the table. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But it's obviously something he practices quite a lot.
8-ball looked like it was going to sit over that pocket, but it falls in and he's presented with the simplest of chances.
Sometimes as well, you know, when he misses that ball in the first frame, I think it might sharpen him up a little bit. I don't think he'll be taking any of these shots for granted now. He'll be quite annoyed at that miss like in the previous frame.
Yeah,
So
he's overdone that shot. He was looking for the one to bottom right next, and then used the one right centre to link back up. I think he's just finished a bit wrong on it, so he's going to have to reroute and go up table. Shouldn't be a problem though. He's got a nice link ball after this one to left centre.
yeah, you'll see him come down the table now. He's kind of like aiming to go towards the black, I feel.
Full ball cannon on the 8-ball would be perfect. He'd have a choice of 2.
Yeah. Does he run a bit too
Play to the gap instead of the cannon.
Yeah. Obviously wanted to be on that bottom left-hand red. Might be forced to play the middle here. Should still be okay, but just not what he wanted. Wow. What a careless mistake there from Tom.
Yeah, he's just a little bit just off colour at the moment. You could see a couple of times there he just didn't seem to be getting through the cue ball, and his cue ball control is normally so good. Wow. Wowee.
I mean, how thin was that? I didn't even consider the cut. I assumed he was doubling it.
I thought it was a double too.
Yeah.
Wowee.
Already a strange start.
Greg was coming to the table to play a shot. I don't think he realised the 8-ball had gone in. I don't know if he was just looking away when Tom played that shot, or maybe shut his eyes. Didn't want to see the result. He'd be very happy with what he sees when he did come to the table, though.
To be fair, we can see Tom here. He's taking it fairly well. He's having a little grin to himself. Obviously, he's not going to be best pleased, but I don't think it'll get to him too much. Greg very quickly changing to the front ball after his unsuccessful cut break. And this is a break that I've often been watching that he does. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to mimic the Chinese kind of style players. You'll see him lift up here as he delivers. And wow, how much power did he get through that ball? And look at these yellows. Oh my God.
Yes, please. Maybe licking his lips.
I think you fancy getting these ones, Nick.
I'd have no chance. It's the yellow on the right side of those four. Don't think it passes the red to bottom right, so he just needs to think about landing on that, on the right side rail to play it to bottom left.
Yeah, he's got lots of balls to try connect onto that. But yeah, I agree. You'll probably want to get there sooner rather than later. I think he's tried to come down a bit further there to... I think you'll see him play this yellow into the corner and maybe to have a kind of a soft cannon onto that yellow. Just wants to nudge it towards that corner so it goes past that red.
Yeah, if it doesn't land on it, it'll still have the ball to middle.
Yeah, it's played that really, really well.
Got a choice of the two. It's going to be the one to bottom right for sure.
Assuming it's not gone too far here, he can just screw back for this top yellow of the two into the middle, like so. Maybe gonna
he's
play
going to
the
take bottom left.
Yeah. Could play it into the top corner if he fancies it, but probably not the shot.
I think it's a nice ball to get on the 8, but I guess just the only question is he's got quite a big angle on this yellow. Can he hold?
Yeah, the issue is with this table, if he kind of jacks up with loads of check, it could go a lot further than he expects. Just going to drop this into the middle. Yeah.
Judges the weight really well. This is another one though. He needs to judge this well because he's going to be screwing straight back, which means that it's a less margin for error.
Lots of ways to play this. He has to just check to see if that black goes into the top right.
I think it must. So he's going to use the cushion and just come up
Yeah,
to the left.
Perfect.
Very good.
Strange but good start for Greg Batten as he looks to go 3-0 up. Troubling times for Tom.
Yeah, the perfect start for Batten though. Flawless from him so far. Greg's been knocking on the door for quite a while now. I had a chat to him at Last Man Standing when he didn't get called out until very near the end. And the one frame that he did play, it just went a bit wrong for him. And he said it's just a tail of the tape at the moment. He seemed that everything just seemed to be going against him. When he gets into those tricky situations, he'd just break dry at the wrong point, or his opponent would get a bit of luck at the right time. And he seems to just have got through that in the last couple of events.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is down to what you alluded to at the start, which is his break. You know, now that I think he was always someone that kind of probably was the first person to say he didn't have a great break, but as of recent, he's obviously put a lot of time into it, worked on it. I know he got a new break cue, etc. And ever since he's kind of worked that break out, it's given him the chances to go and do well.
Try again here, Alex. You said worrying times, even more so now. He's got openers on reds and yellows. I don't hate yellows. Playing the one to middle and then just a little soft cannon into the two that are below, just to break them open. Yeah, I like this. Just needs to get the cannon right. It's not ideal. Just he glanced and he just needed a slightly fuller contact. It's not horrible, but that could have been nicer.
Yeah, I feel we needed to pot that a bit thinner.
Yeah.
He could be flicking this yellow out as we speak. Yeah, it's played that really well.
Lucky he landed on the yellow that he can, because he wasn't on anything else. But
he would have been unfortunate to be snookered there, you feel.
You can just dab this in, bottom cushion, come through the gap for the yellow to middle. There's a couple of ways actually. I mean, he could just come into the gap and take the one to bottom left, but I quite like the middle next.
I think middle too, which is what he's done.
He agrees.
Be interested to see how he takes these out here.
I still may be tempted, you know, to take this one to bottom corner and just stun past the red to take that yellow to middle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of ways. It just depends on the angle here as well. You could just soft screw and come to the gap of the two reds and leave that yellow next. He could go up table, but I think he needs to get this one off the table. One through the gap here.
Now, does he... I'm assuming he's going to probably land onto the rail shot here, but it's what he does after, because that yellow... I mean, if that yellow passed into the bottom right, which is closest to the red...
I'm sure it does. I think that's his plan. He just looked at it now. So I think if he finishes fairly straight on the one to the top, he just needs to roll through an inch. And he's on that ball. Yeah, definitely goes.
One thing I will say, you know, what's caught Tom out is the cue ball control, but Greg hasn't had any trouble. You know, he's in pinpoint precision straight away.
I hope it goes, because he had a look at it a minute ago. He's had another very close look at it there. I think he's more lining up the angle that he wants.
Yeah, it needs to be off angle slightly. He wants to kind of put the white onto the blue spot, doesn't he? Wouldn't have wanted it on the rail, but
I don't think he had a lot of choice there, did he? Didn't want to be punching it, and
it must be really tight.
It is.
This is the third time he's looking at it now.
Yeah.
Problem is, he'll be playing it slow.
Yeah, got to play it dead weight. Can't deviate.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. Just pinch the pocket there slightly. Fantastic start for Greg Batten.
Yeah, what about this? 4-0 Greg Batten. I mean, incredible stuff from here, mate. He's been flawless, absolutely flawless.
Relentless.
You know,
That's a bit of foot wrong.
One miss from Tom, a dry break.
But that is all it takes.
He would just love, I mean, for everything, like 4-0 is amazing, but even now this frame is still massive. Like what he would give now for a break clear, because 5-0 is huge. 4-1, suddenly it's just starting to feel the heat from Cousins.
Completely agree. But this isn't unfamiliar territory for Tom. You know, countless times he's come back from these kind of situations.
Absolutely he has.
Granted, they've normally been in kind of shot clock and, you know, main arena style format, but yeah, nothing this guy hasn't done before. However, it will only happen if he gets the opportunity. So a dry break is definitely needed if TC hopes to keep his hopes alive in this event 5. And it looks like
Asked and answered.
his wish has come true.
Yeah.
Look at these yellows.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I said it, just such a I mean, even just a dry break there can just release Cousins, release the bonds, and suddenly next thing you're 5-4 down and wondering what went wrong.
However, 2 times now. Oh my word.
What on earth?
What are we seeing? I was literally, ironically, I was just about to say 2 times now he's been in situations where we've just given him the frame. You know, we've not even thought about what could potentially go wrong. This being another case, this is 3 mistakes now that you just don't see Tom doing.
Well, Greg's gone dry twice. He went
Yeah.
dry in the opening frame, went dry again here.
Yeah.
He should be punished.
It's very rare you go dry twice and potentially go 5-0 up.
Yeah, against Cousins, yeah. Against anybody, but certainly against Cousins. That's not bad.
I think we'll be seeing him playing the yellow that he just promoted. Be interested to see whether he kind of tops it or if he screws it.
I like stunning into the red myself. I know that can cause a problem, but if you can get behind the red and kick it out, it would be ideal. Or just play that. I mean,
That is
full ball contact,
absolutely
brilliant,
perfect.
brilliant.
He's done the
I mean,
hard work
it
now.
looks so simple, but that can go wrong so easily.
You can so easily miss that pot, kind of taking your eye off of it, focusing on that contact. Luckily for Greg, he got the pot as well as the perfect contact.
So what do you think about this one, chat? Did anyone see this coming?
The Pac-Man fans will be absolutely delighted.
As much as I enjoy watching Tom play, I'm a big Pac-Man fan myself, fellow West Countryman, and such a nice guy to be around as Greg. So much fun. Great on commentary as well, such a funny guy.
Quite the magician as well.
Oh, brilliant magician. Oh, even that. Even that.
That is just...
Seriously.
It's just showing confidence.
He must be feeling so good to play that shot, to take that shot on and play it so well, to navigate around that yellow and just land plumb on it. I mean, that just tells me that he is absolutely flying in his mind. Like, there's not a shred of doubt. Because, you know, if there was any doubt there, he doesn't play it that way.
No, never.
Because all you see is a problem.
You try check it.
All you see, you try and check it off the top cushion, and he played it the right way, but the much harder way. But to take that on and nail it, that just shows the confidence.
I haven't watched much of Greg today, but I did speak to him after his 8-1 win against Robert Dagnall, and I did ask him, and you know, you'll probably agree as well. Greg is a very, very modest guy, and he's, you know, even he said himself that he played extremely well. He actually said he played phenomenal, so you know, it's not something that he normally says. What do you guys think of this, chap? If you would have put money on a 5-0 lead to Greg at the beginning, wouldn't have been great odds. But here we are. Greg with a commanding lead. TC has just gone to the toilet, obviously hoping to kind of re-intervene, try bring everything together. Again, it's nothing that he hasn't done before.
Yeah, this is not Tom Cousins needing the toilet. This is Tom Cousins trying to break the Greg Batten. Because if you're on the receiving end of that, Tom's going to see exactly the way we just saw it. This guy's flying. This guy's confident. He's trying to break his concentration. You know, Tom's not one for tactics, but you know, he's gone away for two reasons. One, to kind of just refresh himself and reset, but also to break the Greg Batten concentration.
Yes, I believe Declan Braddon is still in. Unsure who he is playing, but I know he beat Fitzmaurice on the stream table.
Yeah, he's playing Chris Day, 10 o'clock. Neil Rayburn 5-2 up against Callum Singleton. Chris Hampson 3-2 up against Chris Melling. He was 2-0 down. That's on the main TV table. Phil Harrison, Craig Waddingham, 1 frame each.
He's another one on the sidelines, isn't it, Neil Rayburn? You know,
former number 1.
Yep.
On IP8, and you know, COVID was a big change for him. His game declined during that period. There was a lot of players who were playing like home games and all those competitions, but I don't think. I think from memory, Neil didn't pick up a cue. Like he was sublime. He was really good through the Supreme Series, and then COVID hit. I don't think he picked up a cue for quite a while, and he's never really been able to recreate that form. You see it in spells, like now. You know, knocking on the door of a quarter final.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in the business end. Too good not to be. Chris Hampson actually leading on the TV table against Mellon. If you want to watch that, go to ultimatepool.tv. Quite a lot of people rooting for Greg in the chat here. It's good to see.
Greg's hard to not root for. If you've ever met the guy and had a conversation with him, spent any time with him, he's a hard guy not to root for. TC's got a big fan base, but as I say, Greg just really is one of those guys that it's impossible not to like.
a true professional as well.
Always, yeah, always.
He was one of our very first guests on our podcast, and you know, although it is just a chat, he took it very seriously, answered the questions very professionally, and treated it with the utmost respect, like he does with everything. Even when I see him at these, he attends snooker competitions at my local club.
I've been in tears. Like when you hear him commentate, he's always just, as you say, so professional and just so clean. But
also very funny.
I've been in tears in the comms box with him. Did quite a bit with him during the Supreme Series, and I was just totally corpse one day for about 10 minutes. I could not say a word.
He can be quite the funny guy.
I was late on parade one day, and he told the whole chat box that I'd been arrested. He had him convinced as well. I'd been arrested the night before, and I was late because they weren't letting me out. Just comes out with his stories.
Oh yeah,
God.
Yeah, when he's with Jez Graham, they're quite the pair of.
And Darren McVicker as well.
Yeah, quite the
ridiculous.
Quite the trio of menaces.
Long old break this from Tom, isn't it? And there he is. He's back.
Now, if there's a time for that really good break of yours to come into effect, Tom, it's definitely now.
I think he goes middle to middle here. He just smashes them open. I'm sure he does. He'll be a little bit frustrated and he'll desperately want to make a ball. He's not going to cut. There's no way he was going to cut.
Off the table,
there was no way. Oh, it did as well. It nearly. It bounced up, didn't it? It tried.
I mean, he has not even cued that. And still look at how much power and how good this split has come out.
And you say Holder saying there's a mistake in the names. They should be moved. There's only actually one chair. Well, there's actually two chairs, but they're to the side of the arena. Tom is actually sat on the left and Greg to the right, but they're both to the left of the screen as you look at it. They're not at the end, so you'd normally see the players at the end of the table, and the one on the left would be Tom, the one on the right would be Greg. But I know what you're saying. So if you mean it in the realms of again, look at this. It's not happening for him. I think this yellow does go, but
he won't be best pleased with that.
No.
Yeah, Luke says Tom needs to wake up, and I think Tom definitely does.
Or was Holder saying there's a mistake in the names? They should be switched around because Tom really should be 5-0 ahead. Because that's what everyone would expect.
Yeah.
No one would think that was a surprise. But
yeah,
5-0 to Baton is.
I think I looked past that one. So it looks like he's just going to screw this back to leave the angle for the red into the middle. So let's not forget they are on a 30-second shot clock. So you can't take too much time on this. So he's elected for the double instead. He's played it well. What's going on with Tom? In all fairness, not a lot really. I mean, 2 or 3 kind of out of character mistakes, but in all fairness to Greg, he has been very flawless so far.
So look at the line to go side cushion and come down and kick this red out at the bottom of the table.
So risky though,
isn't it?
It is.
It is. You get inside it, you risk going in off. You get.
Yes, close.
Wow.
I mean, that it looked like it was potentially going to hold there, but
yeah,
the side is what's kind of just made that cue ball go.
Baton must feel like he's in a dream at the moment, but it's not over till it's over. He has to keep his concentration and don't let any silly errors.
Tom just gave me a It's kind of a wise smile there. I think he knows that it's not quite going his way at the moment.
Batten electing to move this yellow on the left side cushion. Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's absolutely fine. He's got it to the top pocket now, and he can run the cue ball through to take the one into the bulk area. Just needs to make sure he leaves an angle on that one in the bulk area.
If there's any value in leaving that last. At
Yeah,
the top.
could be. Yeah,
Whether he
screw down the
comes back.
table now. That's a pretty good shout.
Yeah, that's what he's elected to do.
He agrees.
He's played that really well.
And again, it's like, I mean, it's so easy to underhit, overhit. If you overhit it, you're probably left with a plant, but he's just found the gap.
Helps when you haven't missed a ball and you're 5-0 up, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It does. It does.
It does.
But conversely, you know, I mean, Greg takes this all in his stride, but you know, there is an element of, you know, you get to the point where, oh, I'm beating Tom Cousins 5-0 here. I've got an amazing chance, and you start to, I mean, even that builds nerves, doesn't it? When you when you think, surely, you know, I don't mess this up from here. But sometimes it can unravel because it goes that way, and you start overthinking it a bit.
I think Greg's too experienced to kind of let the occasion get to him. You know, he knows just as anyone, you know, he could win this match, and just because he's beat Tom, that doesn't mean he's going to go on and win this whole tournament. You know, you're playing players like Tom every single round. He's been playing really well, and he's just not giving anyone a chance, whether it be Dagnall, who's it? I can't remember who you said he beat in the second one.
Rob Warren.
Yeah, Rob Warren and Tom. You know, all he knows is he just has to keep being in that focused state of mind. Is one thing that I have noticed looking over at him. He looks extremely focused, and why wouldn't you be? You know, you fight. I think it should be 6-0. Isn't it? Yeah, 6-0 up.
And the other thing, of course, we were talking earlier on about the Cousins Melling money match, and you know, Tom is probably a lot of people's favourites, but you know, this just shows, you know, if it goes wrong early doors, then it's game over. You know, it can be game over. Like even in a race of 30, we saw it against Bergman when Tom went 9-0 up. You know, it was over for Bergman early doors. And another dry break from Greg, but again another messy table. Ugly layout.
Technors brings up a good point. He mentions, you know, it's just the nature of sport. The best will lose, they will win. Obviously, they will generally win more than they lose, but
Key
they
shot
are
here,
human.
Alex. Sorry, mate. Just key shot coming up. TC. He's going to play the soft double.
Wow, what a shot!
Yeah, very good under pressure.
Just when he needs it.
Just squeezes cue ball through the gap.
I assume the red on the bottom right of all the reds does pass into that bottom right, past the yellow.
And don't forget, this one is against the serve. So, you know, 5-1, Cousins break dishes, turns into 5-2. Different complexion. Batten might start feeling the pressure then. You can never write this man off. Of course, sorry, I'm still saying 5, aren't I? It's surely 6.
It is 6, yeah.
Yeah. I think the ref just hasn't updated the scoreboard because it's not updated on the app yet either. Definitely 6, isn't it? I'm not going mad.
Well, yeah, I remember saying to you, it helps that you're 5-0 up, as you know, as Greg was playing a really good shot.
Yeah.
However, it's now 6-1. Tom gets his first frame on the board. Better late than never.
Actually, I think it's just the app not updating, because I just saw the referee put that last frame on, so he's not like he's missed one. He just put that frame on and it's not updated on the app, and the scoreboard that you see on the screen is a direct link from the app. So I think it's just the app is probably lagging just a fraction. It's been really quick this weekend actually. I see them tap the score and it instantly comes onto the scoreboard. So I think it's just a bit laggy. Score is 6 frames to 1. Phil Harrison stretching his legs. He's 4-1 up against Craig Waddingham. What a start for Harrison. He's been playing so well today. Chris Hampson 4-3 up against Melling. I think he's just dry broke. Yeah, apologies for the scoreboard, but out of our hands, there's nothing we can do. It's just a bit laggy.
Going back to the cut break. So that's so sweet. I mean, how does that go in the middle? That is so harsh. Granted, it was still a dry break, but very harsh to hit it that sweet and that cue ball not get kicked by any balls whatsoever.
Reds aren't too bad. The two that are on the right hand side, I think they're out to one of the two pots, which obviously opens up the other one on the other side. One to left middle with pot in the middle off the yellow, so these aren't too bad at all. Needs a bit of attention. It's not totally straightforward, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, you might see him try and get an angle on the red closest to the right middle.
I think he's fine. I think the.
You think if you land on it, you can get it?
I think he's on the left one.
Right.
I could be wrong. He might have to give them a bump, but I think he's on it now.
If he is, it will definitely be the shot he plays.
The only problem is he can't avoid the cannon, can he? On the other red. Yeah, maybe he can't. Maybe he's not on it. Because I agree with you. If he was on that, surely he plays it. So this red goes off the yellow.
I guarantee you that's not what I was expecting to play next. But
no, I take the one to bottom right now. Get a better line. Don't want to be hampered on the ball. On the left-hand side. Every shot crucial. Scoreboard's finally caught up.
It's funny, just a couple loose shots there, and what seemed to be fairly routine has just become not harder, but he's just got to be slightly careful with his work here. You know, he is 6-1 up, but you know he won't want to be letting Tom getting any sort of momentum back.
And if he does need to move these balls, he's got the angle on the one to middle to do it now, but I'm not convinced that he needs to. Yeah, he's looking at where he wants to be to land on it.
Yeah, wants to be able to screw it back and play the red. Looks a bit far, personally.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
Can he avoid the kiss?
Yeah. Even if he kisses it, he only flicks it. I think it's fine.
Oh, he was perfect.
Yeah.
Now, does he try land with? Because he's got to be slightly careful here. You don't want to push that yellow anywhere near that black.
Yeah.
You know, does he leave plenty of angle here?
Could even leave a double. I don't think he will.
No,
because the double's missable, whereas off the yellow's unmissable.
Yeah. Or does he try to put it clean? You know, does he hit it
Maybe
soft?
now from this angle, maybe you do, because I mean it's actually from here it's quite tough to put off the yellow, so maybe he has to dribble it in. Needed to be another 9 inches across the table. Maybe just played this and he's just always was thinking he'll just dribble it in. Can't play it off the yellow.
Wow.
Oh, he can play it off the yellow, but he's lost a cue ball, and that is
Greg's
massive.
first mistake.
That is massive. He was so intent on not pushing that yellow up onto the 8 ball.
Forgot about
he hit
the
it
cue
so
ball.
thin, and he forgot about the cue ball.
Yep.
And anywhere in the middle of the table, anywhere, and the 8 ball's at his mercy. What a swing this could be. What a swing this could be.
Ironically, the chat was saying game over, but here we are.
There's always a twist. Great hit.
Yeah.
And
he'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he pushed one of the yellows onto the top cushion. You know, there's 4 yellows on the cushion here, so
yeah, this is not the kind of counter clearance you want. Being 6-1 down.
And equally, you know, with the balls being on the cushions, there's not that many places to hide. So Tom probably forced him to take in on this long yellow here.
He'd have much preferred the black going safe onto one of those yellows, taking the pressure off. But
yeah.
this black is very pottable from anywhere on the table.
He'll back himself to get this, but
that's such a good pot under the pressure. Fortunately, that yellow's gone over there, just leaving itself as a nice kind of setup ball for that yellow on the right rail.
I mean, this is perfect now, isn't it? He can drop the one to middle. I mean, if he's got the angle, he could even just rub into the yellow on the side cushion. He won't want to. If he can just kill it. No, that's no good. He needed to leave a bigger. I mean, it's fine because he can come back to middle, but he wanted to leave a bigger angle to go up top of table. You could see his shoulders just slumped slightly as it went straight. So he's got to reroute. I mean, he's still okay.
Just means that ball on the rail, which you could. Oh my word!
God, what am I seeing? What is going on?
My word! I mean, you just don't see Tom missing balls like that.
That's two. That's two into that pocket. Exactly the same. He's hit the far knuckle.
I mean,
he did it in the opening on the opening shot about 3 frames ago.
It didn't roll off because it was too hard. It wasn't a kick.
Is he trying to pinch the pocket?
I don't know.
And if he is, why?
He looked straight. Like, I don't know why it would need pinching.
Wow. Big moment over on the main arena table as well. Chris Hampson's just snookered himself on the 8 ball to go 5-4 up against Chris Melling. And I think, no, in fact it was to go 5-3 up against Melling, and Melling levelled things at 4 each. So Greg Batten 7-1 up on the hill and walking in a Batten wonderland. He's loving life at the moment, but he's still got to finish this job.
Someone has said decider loading. I think they might be potentially watching the wrong game.
Well, yes, make no mistake, Tom Cousins has come back from 7-1 down. You know, it would take a monumental effort from here, and it would take a lot of chances. And he should get to the table in this frame, because I'm not sure Greg's got an opener. Unless he can thin this in.
No, I think this is probably the first break that's gone slightly scrappy. I think most of them have been fairly open.
Is he trying to cut this? So he's just trying to run off and get to the bottom of the table.
Oh, time foul, was it? Or
well, I don't know if it's a time foul or whether he maybe feathered the cue ball, perhaps.
I mean, to be honest with you, it did feel like it took quite a while on that shot, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, yeah, he's just glanced over at the referee, so that tells me that the referee called a time foul on him, gave him a bit of an evil.
Obviously feeling sorry for Tom. Yeah, I've seen a mixture of refs do different things. I mean, some of them kind of count down from 5, some do. You know, I don't know what the rule is there really, whether they have to. You know, not that we could probably hear it, but I didn't hear any kind of loud countdown at all. Tom's playing as if it's 15-second shot clock.
He's under hit that fraction as well.
He's got the perfect angle just to kiss this yellow out of the way, like so, which opens up everything.
Yeah, but he's going to have to screw that cue ball out. He's got the wrong angle on the red. It's top left. He's not on anything else though. So he's going to have to really grip this cue ball off 2 cushions and around. Not guaranteed to be on a red. He needs to play a good shot. Has he found it? Has he found it? Oh, he has not.
I mean, that just sums
it up.
Wow.
He told you from the body language exactly what he thought of it.
I think he'll be hitting this hard.
Oh, is it a power slap coming up? Actually, maybe not.
Maybe not, because he would have done it by now.
Yeah, he would have done. Yeah, you know, but that shows how professional he is. You know, other players would have just got down and given that a proper old slap.
Oh yeah.
Out of frustration, but he's still going to make Greg work for every ball.
Yeah. Okay. First chance for Greg to.
The plan.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be now, but in the future, most definitely. I might say, like, how pleased will Greg be to have such a convincing win over the world number 1.
Well, don't chalk it up yet, because his cue ball's been on a string. And he's just starting to run out of position. I wonder if there's just a little bit of tension in that back arm. Great recovery. Great recovery. Super recovery.
He looks like he's getting a bit of a swagger now.
Yeah, that's another very good shot.
I notice when he gets a swagger, he does these.
Be tempted by bottom right here.
He does these mannerisms where he kind of touches the table with his hand, and he kind of looks like he's in flow state.
If he takes this to top left, which I think he's going to, he needs to play a shot. The cue ball's going to be tracking. I say my preference is bottom right, but just because you can let your cue arm go, he needs to put this on a sixpence shot. Wow.
That is absolutely plumb.
Could not have played that any better if he placed it there by hand. I mean, to navigate that line and get so close to the yellow and nail it in the way he did. Well, I thought there'd be some nerves there, Alex, but
not showing it.
I mean, it sounds stupid because you wouldn't think anyone would have nerves at 7-1 up, but I'd be feeling it. I'd be feeling it.
Dead straight.
That is a stunning performance from Greg Batten. Okay, a few errors along the way from Tom, and that is not vintage Tom by any stretch of the imagination, but Greg Batten jumped upon everything. Did he miss a ball? One positional error, wasn't there?
I'm not too sure there was balls missed.
I don't think he missed a ball.
There was positional errors. Yeah,
couple positional errors where he ran out of position.
Yeah,
and that was the one frame that Tom got, ironically, wasn't it? What a game! Goodness me. Well,
pleasure to watch.
Need a cold shower after that one. We are coming back. It's roll on, roll off, and I believe it's Aaron Davis against Tom Jones next. Pretty sure that's the next game lined up. So do join us for that. We will be back in a few minutes. still waiting for an opponent. Tom Jones waits patiently. Aaron Davis not in the arena yet, so I'll flick you over to this game between Melling and Chris Hampson, which is into the last 10 minutes, and an intriguing game as well that Hampson has been ahead of throughout most of it. And Melling has just taken the lead, but it looks like Hampson's going to draw things back level at 6 each at the crucial time. I'll leave you with the pictures until we get started over on this other table.
Tom thinks he had one in the second last round, didn't it? Well.
Apologies for the delay in getting this game going, and we've just got a table technician out. I think the table had just bedded into the cushion. There was just a little bit of a roll off on the lag, which we haven't noticed in the last 4 or 5 matches, so it just pulled off. So they've had a technician, so we just left the action with the Melling game. Well, that was being played out to a finish, and what a finish that was as well. Hampson, what a shot he played on that yellow. Got the 8 ball out and then missed the 8. I think the players are ready to go. Yeah, they're just racking the balls over here, so we'll hop across into this game momentarily.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a bit of fun on the main arena table. Chris Melling gets over the line against Chris Hampson in a really, really entertaining game. You both were at it in that one. Both of you taking finishes out left, right, and centre. Was that an enjoyable experience, or was that a little bit stressful at times as well?
Yeah, it was probably enjoyable to watch, but obviously playing it wasn't.
Yeah, we are ready to go. Aaron's racked the balls. He won the lag. So he'll get us underway in frame number 1. I think they're just waiting for the interview to finish crossing the arena.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you look at that match on paper in the last 16, and you wouldn't think like this, but other people might look at it and go, oh, it's a handy draw.
Now there's an issue with the tablet not connecting to the internet, so we will resolve that problem now. Goodness me, let's get this game going. Well, it was due to start at 10 o'clock. We were ahead of schedule, not for long. Contrasting styles in this one, Alex, isn't it? Aaron Davis and Tom Jones.
Yeah, you've got quite the methodical, calculated player that is the cyborg. And then you have the Tommy gun, who was all pop, 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 pop. Yeah, look forward to this one. Obviously, Tom's been in some great form as of recent. Not long took down a pro event himself.
Who do you fancy for this one? I think it's a really hard game to call.
I mean, I'm familiar with their results beforehand, you'd have to probably base it on who they've beat and how they've been beating them. Probably going to be quite an open game, I'm going to say. And
Yeah.
you would say Tom on recent form, but then, you know, like I said to you privately, you know, I think Aaron's been very quietly on the sidelines, been running deep in most events, and therefore got his, I think he's number 4 in the rankings.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. I think Tom's one of those players, he can reel off 3 or 4 frames and he could get himself a lead, but Aaron, as you say, you know, he's a more methodical player. He's a bit more of a grinder, whereas Tom needs momentum. If you can stop him from getting that momentum, then I think your favourite.
Yeah, I think if they play 10 times, Aaron should probably win 6 or 7 times, just on the consistency, and on the basis that potentially Tom might not turn up. But at the moment, Tom has been turning up, in all fairness to him.
Heard Melling say across on the main arena in his interview that this is the best arena that he's played in. Just saying something for a guy that's been around that much.
Tom looking for a good start here. Expect him to clear these up.
He's just got straight enough there. He was just urging the cue ball to carry on moving. He'd probably ideally liked another half a roll, but I think he's got enough here that he can pinch it back.
Yeah, he should be fine. Should be able to pinch it, come back, or just take it as he has.
Yeah.
Don't know if you've said the rest of the lineup for the quarterfinals.
Not yet.
Would you like me to say the results?
Yeah, run us through.
So obviously we've just seen Greg demolish the world number 1, that is Tom Cousins. Neil Raybone beating Callum Singleton 8-5. Obviously Neil into the quarterfinals, first time for quite a while, I imagine. Just seen a great game between Chris Mellin and Chris Hampson, where Chris Mellin won 8 frames to 6, and we're currently in a decider in stream number 3 between Phil Harrison and Craig Wunningham. Obviously this is the second half of the last 16 matches. As you can see, Tom is now 1 up on Aaron Davies, Stevie Dempsey 3-0 up on Luke Gilbert, and Jaden Billingham and Josh Kane just starting, and Chris Day and Declan Brennan yet to start. So some very, very interesting lineups going on. Be interested to see who wins that decider between Phil and Craig, 2 players that you feel have been destroying their opponents along the way.
I tried to crane my neck to see who's at the table, to see what the layout was. I can see that Waddingham's at the table, but I have no idea what it looks like. So crucial deciding frame between those 2, and he's won it. He's just got across the line.
Craig.
Yeah, so Waddingham beats Harrison.
Very good. Unlucky to Phil.
Yeah, he was quite well ahead in that match as well. So Waddingham, another player you can never write off.
Just landed a shy awkward here, Tom. Wouldn't have liked to be close to this rail, but fortunately he is playing it with top anyway. Just looking to come through the 2 yellows. Unfortunately he's caught that yellow, which forced him to play this red into the top left corner as you face.
Yeah, it's fairly straight though. He can just cue this.
Yeah, I mean, is he straight enough that he can just hold and come back for the... Obviously, those 2 reds are quite troublesome. You want to try and land on them now. He's playing it in the middle by the looks of it.
He is. Just caught the knuckle.
He just, I mean, he had the right line, just far too hard. And again, we say it loads of times, when you play one poor shot, you quite often find that the next shot you are then also out of position. So we're going to need a good shot here. He's looking to play the red off the red into the right middle. This is definitely a Tom Jones shot. But the other red comes off with there. I do think he looked at that. I don't think that was a fluke.
Yeah, 2 in 1.
In a way, he's almost unfortunate how the reds have been left.
Yeah, I think he just needs to drag into this and just sitting behind the 2 yellows at the top of the table. Just break these open. Just like that.
He has left that yellow on the bottom left.
Yeah.
Not that it's exactly over the hole.
No, it's a tough shot, and if neither of the yellows to the right of it pass the middle, then he has to get the cue ball out as well. He can't just drop it in, so he's not going for it, which tells me neither of those 2 yellows pass.
And this is Aaron's game, you know. He will.
Oh yeah.
He will play the correct shot. He will play the percentages, and the percentages in this case are playing the snooker, which he's done so successfully. There is a 1 cushion on. Probably playing the 1 cushion for the ball in the middle. Expecting to get close. And that's about as close as you can get.
Yeah, he's got it. Nice shot. Always a danger. As you say, Aaron played the percentages there, knowing he was rolling the dice in his favour, but always a danger when you leave a 1 cushion escape. Still has to pull off a good shot.
Yeah, he's got to play, rake this with loads and loads of sides.
That's nice.
He is so good at those shots.
Can he pinch this and leave the 8 ball for the bottom right, or does he need to come all the way back down table and over for left centre? I think
he might leave distance
yeah,
past.
Yeah, just
it's probably a sensible shot.
Just kind of a soft screw shot and just get below the bulk line, leave it long.
Just get off that rail anywhere on the bulk line, like you say. Don't have to do anything crazy.
Really dig into it. Just nip it.
Wow,
He did come back down, yeah.
Great shot.
That shot was always on. It's a fairly natural line. I mean, obviously he had to dig the cue ball with a bit of side, but that shot was always on.
That is a confident Tommy Jones that we've just seen there. And he's such a dangerous player to get ahead. He's an extremely good front runner. So Aaron will be looking to stop the rock. Aaron, might I say, is, believe it or not, one of the very best breakers on the tour. Goes under the radar with how good his break is. We wanted it to work right now. Doesn't want Tom to get too far ahead too soon. Hand on the table. You see again.
Yeah, I think Aaron, another one of those players who the cut break has kind of transformed his game a little bit, because his front ball break was never particularly strong.
Look how hard
He tried out a few. Oh, he's lost cue ball. He tried out a few different break cues, and when he was breaking front ball, and it's just the way he cues, because he cues like across the left-hand side of his face. I think he struggles to get like the arm through and get that real power through the pack.
Yeah.
So that, as I say, the cut break's been
it rewards timing rather than power, doesn't it?
Yeah. Kind of transformed his game. As I'm saying that, goes in off. He's left this open for Tom to play a plant, 3-ball plant to middle. Sends the red across to.
As does that yellow. He's put his hand up, so
don't think it does.
You'd assume it goes.
I don't think it does. I think that was a frustrated hand up rather than a hand up in apology.
Never know with Tom, do you? Quite animated.
Yeah, he's going to look at moving it now. Bottom cushion, side cushion, and bump it out. You could come one cushion, but I think 2 cushions is a better option. It just.
Yeah, I mean, if you go 2 cushions, you could always be moving the red, you know, which is just as. Wow.
Oh, he went straight into it.
He's played it well.
I thought he was going to play more naturally and come kind of bottom and side cushion and bump it from behind, but still a good result.
I guess that is the exciting thing about watching Tom play, is he can sometimes be quite unpredictable in the way he goes about finishes.
Hard to call. He's got into that, flown into it. You can see him flexing his arm. He's really.
But he has got the angle that he wants.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about the pot here. If he gets this pot, you'd like to say he's out. Yeah, he's nailed it. Great shot.
Yeah, finds a gap between the reds as well, lovely. And the hard work is done. Just apply the finishing touches.
What a start it is for Tom.
Ooh,
he says.
Wow. I think he's just okay, but my goodness me, another even half an inch, quarter of an inch. Even now, oh, look at it. No, he's not on it, is
How
he?
careless is that? Wow. That's the first twist. Aaron very quickly gets off of his chair. Excited to punish that mistake. Uncharacteristic mistake by Tom, might I add. He's done all the hard work, played all the big shots.
Yep.
Just needed to roll it through. Again, we are finding players, struggling to adjust instantly to the stream table. But I mean, I'm pretty sure he's played on maybe either this table or the stream table already. So
yeah, played on this one earlier today.
Can't say it's lack of table time.
And Aaron will just play at the same cadence all the way through. You won't ever see him rush anything. Takes his time, every shot measured. And that's why he makes so few mistakes when he's in amongst the balls.
Something I've always wanted to try and incorporate into my shot routine, which I mean everyone should probably do, is you'll notice after he plays this shot, he gets off the shot in exactly the same way, exactly the same speed every single time.
Yeah, it's almost mesmeric, isn't it? It's robotic.
Funny that.
Yeah. App name.
Yeah, that's obviously from his snooker coaching from the early days. But you know, if you're getting off the shot the exact same way, you're never going to jump up, you're never going to cue across a ball. Such a simple kind of habit, yet hardly anyone does it.
It's just such a great routine, because you know he sets himself every shot, sets himself, lowers himself onto the cue ball, onto the cue. And
yeah, he's such a nice player to watch. The first time I encountered him was in 2015. This was when he in the juniors, he won the world and the European junior championships in the same year. Obviously a big year for him in terms of his career. I was obviously quite young back then. He was always the player to watch in the junior scene. And he was one of the very few that made the jump at the time. It might have been either under 21s or under 23s was the next step in between men's. But he made that jump from juniors to men's straight away. He kind of almost basically declined the what would have been a guaranteed under 23 space and went for men's trials, in which he got in first time. And you know, he's never really looked back. He's had so much success with the England setup.
Just shows you though, doesn't it? I mean, that was a routine finish. Tom Jones had done all of the hard work. Just shows you can never take anything for granted, because, you know, we were just administering the final rights to that frame and just about to chalk up 3-0 for Tom Jones, and suddenly he snookered himself on his last ball in what should have been an ABC clearance.
Yeah, and you have to feel the pool gods are punishing him there. You know, he was cruising for a 3-0 finish to break. And all of a sudden, what was you know, almost certain to be a 3-0 lead, it's going to look like a 2-2 apiece. A Desmond, as some people might call it.
You could make a case for either here.
Yeah, both aren't routine, but
no. I think it'll be reds and just come down and cannon the yellow out the way to open the.
yeah, he just wants a half ball,
Yeah.
kind of hit. Probably wants to leave an angle on that red, so then trying to deal with those three on the left rail next.
Interesting.
Yes, playing it cushion first now.
He didn't need to move it. I think initially he was looking at moving it, wasn't he? Playing the
Yeah.
cannon, then realised that
Didn't need to.
didn't want to.
That's fair enough.
Keeping it simple.
Wouldn't be surprised if you see him playing this one on the right hand side next. Might be leaving those three kind of as his last balls. Wow. Jesus.
Somehow stays on the table, but this is mighty thin. He's going to struggle to control the cue ball here. May have to play the cannon into the red.
Should be able to hold, I think,
Do you think?
but again, you are pinching. It's making the pot very difficult. The thing is, he's fine even if he's straight on that red on the bottom left. Yes, he elected to play the cannon like you said, but hasn't got it.
Quick run through the other matches. Stevie Dempsey was 3-0 up against Luke Gilbert. Luke's pegged it back to 3-2. Jaden Billing and Josh Kane 1 each. Declan Brennan's won in the opening frame against Chris Day. These are our final matches for today's session. Back tomorrow morning at 11 AM.
That's some shot he's just played there.
Yeah, the vision to even see that.
Don't think Declan would be too upset for Tom, don't you think?
Absolutely not. He'll love what he sees there. If he can go on and win this event, then he goes top of the rankings.
Really?
I'm pretty sure he does. I think he's about 4,500 points. But I think Tom picks up. Does he pick up 1,000 points for that finish? Maybe. It's very tight. Very tight. But I
obviously
think
him
Declan's
missing
got-
the European Open was a problem for, you know, the gap. Obviously Declan made the choice to stay when Tom had I think he had a small money match in America.
Does this red pass? Well, he's getting down on it, so you'd have to
Must
think
be.
it does. Certainly tight.
He's played that really well. I mean, how he's recovered. I mean, only a few shots ago he's been forced to play a free ball plant into the middle. Now he's in prime position to make it 2-all. Just double checking, just making sure. Knows it's an important shot. Yeah, he's played it well.
Yeah, just took that extra second, just to make sure he didn't drift in behind that yellow on the left-hand side. Two each. Aaron Davis, absolute granite. Made of the hard stuff, that man. Sometimes makes you wonder how he ever loses, because he never seems to miss when he's at the table, when he's amongst the balls. He's just so clinical. Oh, does that ball drop? Wow, hangs over the pocket, the last ball moving. We thought it was going to drop in, but I think that's going to be the difference in this frame, because it's wide open. That yellow hangs tantalisingly, teasing Aaron Davis. Nice angle here to move the red on the left side cushion.
Not that he needs to, but I think you are right, he will be doing so. Wow. That's the only issue with going into it. You know, I mean, yes, you can't really account for that, but you know, you make sure of it by not getting it out.
Clipped it that finally. Do you think he was just trying to go past it and land on it?
Maybe.
Or, yeah.
Well, you think he was playing the gap between the knuckle and the red? Maybe.
I mean, surely if you were going to go into it, you would have. You know, I mean, if he was planning on going into it, he's missed it by quite a way.
Yeah.
You know, a whole ball width when. You know, he had a really good line to.
He did, yeah.
To get it out. So it makes
I'm
me
really
think
surprised Aaron's not playing this yellow up into the top right, to be honest. But he's happy with that. Imagine he's going to play a little soft cannon into one of these yellows.
I think the bottom one of the three goes. It's bottom left. Perhaps not.
With that cannon, he'll be hoping to be on it. Yeah. And quite quickly, he's nudged balls around, got rid of his problem ball straight away, and now we can quite clearly see a finish, an opportunity to go ahead.
I don't think the yellow passes to bottom right, but you can grip into this and go bottom cushion, back over to the right hand side, play it into the same pocket. Nice control.
He's even landed low on it, so he can come up the table. I'd be surprised if he kind of just tops through here and lands on the left rail. Looks like he's actually stunning up instead. Maybe coming up towards the black. Yeah, what he wanted to be on that yellow into the top left, which I think he probably is.
Yeah. And this is the difference between the two players for me, is that, you know, he's made sure, because if he overhits that, he risks chucking him behind the 8 ball, but he's made sure that he's gone nowhere near it.
Oh yeah.
Whereas Tom's cue ball's been a bit looser on the couple of balls that he has come unstuck.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx him, but you know, that mistake where Tom's run through too far for that yellow in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Aaron do that. There's just nothing careless about Aaron's game whatsoever.
But you know, let's be frank here. I mean, it's their natural games. Like, Tom would not be the player he is without that flair and that, you know, that and because of the way he plays, and it's great to watch, and it's exciting, and it's, you know, there is going to be the odd mistake in there, which you don't necessarily see in Aaron's game because he's so much more measured, but doesn't make Tom a lesser player. It's just an absolute contrast in styles, which is what we mentioned at the top of the match.
It's what you mentioned earlier in regards to Mellin. You know, he's about as prime example as you could say.
Exciting to watch. Chipperfield, exciting to watch, but there's always mistakes.
Yep.
You can guarantee there'll be missed
Can't have
balls. You
both.
can guarantee there'll be, you know, the QB ball will be out of position.
Yep.
Same with Cole Bedford. All these players that are exciting, thrilling to watch. You get the odd mistakes, and then you get, you know, at the other end of the spectrum, you've got players like Aaron who are much more measured, and probably Christoph Lambert and people like that. And then you've got like the kind of real steady Eddies like your Ian Alleys and your Waddingtons and players like that who they kind of fall between. They're still great to watch, and they're clinical, but you know, you don't see them with that kind of flair because they don't necessarily need it.
Simple's boring, you might say, and what a great break from Tom there. Instantly looking at yellows, obviously depending on that red on the bottom right, bottom left as we face. And you do have that yellow on the rail, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Tom. We'll probably leave it last ball for the black.
One shot to play here.
Yeah, he needs to be low on that yellow that he just kind of alluded to with his cue. You know, if he lands high on that yellow, there's not a lot he can do with it positionally. He's gonna want to come down, and I think he's not got the right angle here. He wanted to be dead straight to roll through.
Yeah. They have to punch off the side cushion now, which makes it tougher to judge.
Yeah, he's playing your shot. Yeah, I mean,
he's got an angle here that you can stun down into this area, but
even if you land low on it, like he's got to navigate this gap between the two reds.
Yeah, it's suddenly become a lot more difficult. This has. He needs to find the perfect ball here.
He's on it, but he's not got that line.
Can he screw straight back?
Maybe.
He'd leave a longer yellow, but I think he may just be able to screw straight back to the side cushion.
He just has to avoid catching that red that it's closest to. Any contact whatsoever, and you'd like to say you're not out.
And don't get it too much. Don't ping it. Don't ping it.
See, I think he deserves that kiss because he's struck that really sweet. He's cued it straight. He's played it really well. I think we could be onto a game here, Nick.
Yeah, was there ever any doubt with these two?
Wow. Clear frustration from Tom there, and you know, you can kind of see why. He done all the hard work. All he had to do was roll it in.
Has he tried to get too good on the 8?
I think so.
You know,
he's not
take
playing
your medicine
pocket
and drop
pace.
that in. Okay, you've got a thinner cut on the 8 ball, but
oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, you've got a bigger pocket. Like the softer you play it, the bigger the pocket is, and punching it just decreases the size of the pocket. And okay, you know, you get perfect on the 8 ball, but it means nothing if you miss a shot.
Wow, I mean, missing the ball's just never on your mind, is it? I mean, what a let-off that is for Tom Jones.
I was literally just about to say, and this is Aaron's strength, where he's so clinical and mops up these clearances to punish his opponent, and just as he misses.
Yeah,
that 8 ball wriggled.
We saw that with Liam White earlier. I don't know if you remember. You know, he's probably looked at the whole finish. He's looked at his pattern, got down on, you know, probably in his mind the easy shot, and he's just took his eye off it. You know, just missed it straight away. You know, sometimes you're already thinking about your penultimate ball, but you've still got 4 or 5 balls to to play before you even get anywhere near that stage.
Honours even at 3 each. Tom's popped off for a bathroom break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Whilst we wait for Tom to come back into the arena, we'll quickly pop across to the main table where Jaden Billingham, as you can see, 3-2 up against Josh Kane. It was 3-1 up. Josh won the last frame. Stevie Dempsey 5-4 up against Luke Gilbert. Declan Brennan 4-0 up against Chris Day. So daylight between Brennan and Day, but the other game's pretty close. Just a frame between them. Is it going to be another quarter-final for Jaden Billingham? Tom's back. Aaron ready to break. We'll keep an eye on that scoreline on the other table.
So Aaron going for his hand on table cut break. Last time we saw him go really low with the cue ball, and it actually went across the table a couple of times in off. And you can see he's made the adjustment. He's, rather than screwing it or hitting the pack slightly lower, or thinner shall I say, he's hit it a lot thicker and got a much better contact, which has resulted in a ball potted. Obviously instantly you're looking at the reds, I'm assuming, Nick.
Yeah, I'm just wondering the red
on the middle.
The red that's in the middle of the table, could he play that off the yellow? I think he quickly looked at it. Can he play it off the yellow and get that red out? I think that's going to be in the plan.
I think that was probably first shot, don't you think, Nick? I don't know.
Maybe
I couldn't see how much
maybe
angle he
just
had.
a bit too thin on it.
Yeah.
Maybe just a touch too thin. I think he wants to take the one. Ideally, here he wanted to take the one along the cushion and then come back and take the one just below it. Surely he doesn't take this one to middle. That's a ball that he has to play to right centre. Yeah, it's just finished betwixt and between. May have to just take his medicine and take the middle of those three balls and then work out how he gets back up table, because he's very thin.
Is he looking at a stitch?
I'd be surprised.
I don't know. It looked like he was looking at the cue ball. No, I don't know what. Oh, was he trying to leave the angle maybe to go into it?
Yeah.
Just
come a fraction too far. I mean, it's a similar angle to what he had on the opening shot, but I think he has to play it now.
Yeah, he's just looking to try stun it to avoid the in-off, but also try not hit the black. One good shot here.
Yeah, there's a lot of components to this shot.
Yeah, he's played that really well. I think he wanted to be on that bottom left red, which unfortunately is not.
I think he's okay though. I think he's straight enough that he can just screw straight back. So could certainly top it and get back across the left-hand side of the table. Then obviously,
I'm not entirely sure he is. He looks like he's got quite a lot of angle.
what do you think?
We will find out.
Maybe top it, check. Or maybe if it's that much angle, can he?
I think he's topping it with check. Yeah, he's had to play a kiss off the yellows there.
Just needed any kind of rub on that red. He would have been on it.
Yeah. All of a sudden, after playing a good shot, now in no man's land. I think Tom will be pretty confident he'll be getting back to the table.
Yeah, Aaron's going to be looking at tying up a ball here, surely.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Has he left enough gap to cut this into the middle?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. And if he has, he can send the cue ball into those three balls on the right-hand side as well. Cut this in, send the cue ball off the bottom rail. He's not looking at it.
Well, if someone's going to play a shot like that, it's going to be Tommy Jones.
Yeah. Now he's looking at it, jacking up.
I mean, tactically, there is a shot where you play that yellow fin and push the red at the top of the table into the black. Yeah, it's probably the sensible shot. How's our Declan getting on?
5-0.
Commanding lead. Could see Chris Day in the last 16 as well. Yeah, it's a good shot from Aaron. He's used that black there to make sure of that white staying on the route. He's now put Tom's eggs all in one basket.
Don't you just push that yellow on top of the red and make Aaron develop it?
I think that is the shot, but whether he plays that is a different thing.
I mean, it would be such a tough task to play a length of the table red and get back up and develop that other ball, so he's not looking at it. Goodness me.
I mean, that is definitely the shot that you just said, but Tom has literally, I imagine with the shot clock, he's been rushed into playing a shot there. And
I looked down at Aaron, there wasn't a glimmer of emotion.
No. That was the kind of stuff Scott Pope was doing this morning.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Wow.
Jaden Billingham is now leading by 5 frames to 2 against Josh Kane. Stevie Dempsey's 6-4 up against Luke Gilbert.
I'm going to go out and say it. I mean, is Jaden in the same half as Declan, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they would meet each other in. Yeah, they would meet each other in the quarterfinals. That would be
if
that
they
would be the
weren't.
quarterfinal.
If they weren't, I would have said a Jaden Declan final, but obviously that can't be the case. Still, obviously got some great players in there, but.
So Greg Batten will play Neil Rayburn tomorrow morning in the quarterfinal. Chris Melling will play Waddingham. What a game that is. That will be an absolute crackerjack. Those games will all be on the main table from 11 o'clock tomorrow. Back to back to back to back.
What, the quarters?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
11, 12, 15, 130 and 245. So right the way through the first session. Starting off with Batten against Rayburn at 11 AM. Make sure you set your alarm clocks. You don't want to miss that. Batten will be eyeing up this draw now, having beaten Cousins. I fancy it against Rayburn.
Obviously you guys probably can't hear it too much at home, but we're very close to the table and you can just hear the noise of the break just before we see it on screen, and you could just tell by the noise by how good that break's going to be. And you know, he's hitting that cut break ridiculously hard and he's timing it so well, and he's getting rewarded with a good split.
That's well controlled. Well, Judge Cannon.
Probably just going to stun across now for this top red of the three into the top left, I would have guessed. Looks like he's playing into the top right instead. Just looks like he's going to be topping it across two cushions, just like so. Played that really well.
Again, dare I say it, all the hard work done should put the finishing touches on, but we said that before.
We have been here
He
before.
ran out of position. Oh,
I mean,
no
that's
way.
just
No way.
Why?
That's insane. That's
Why?
just nothing but absolute insanity. I mean,
He's got no
like
one
I
else to
say,
blame but himself.
well, and me for the commentator's curse.
you
I
have
mean, I called it.
you did. He's got a dead straight red, and you've called him snookered himself. Has he
He's
got it?
He has got it. What a
What?
recovery! But this is what you get.
I mean, if
It's
he
insane.
didn't get those clearances, like if he didn't get that clearance, you know, he's going to be
I mean,
banging the table.
How are you
swinging
feeling
over
about
the
this
place.
if you're Aaron Davis?
I mean,
After the fluke, and then
he is hiding a lot of it. He's not had a single emotion, but I can imagine
the
inside.
thing is, it's the best thing of doing it because like there's nothing you can do about it. Your
No.
opponent's just fluked one in the previous frame.
Yep.
Now he's just snookered himself on his last ball and potted out of the snooker.
Yep.
On like a 1 to 20 shot.
Yep.
And there's nothing you can do apart from just sit there and go, well,
Oh well.
my turn.
My break. But this is Tommy Jones all over. This is why he's so exciting to watch, because he'll make such a mistake that he did, but he will pull out the odd shot that he's just done. I mean, that although that's just a one cushion, like on this table with the slide, the pace, that is a ridiculous shot to pull out off the top draw. Aaron looking for a similar break that he had in the previous frame. Looking to hit this pretty square and stun it into the middle of the right hand rail and back in. Just like so. Wow. Very, very nearly unluckily kicked it off in the middle twice.
There's a question for you. Peter asks in the chat, and you being one of the players, better you answer it than me. So I would say Peter's probably American, because he said, any tips for struggling with playing left and right English?
Any tips? Okay.
So if he's struggling with playing side on the cue ball, maybe, I mean, I think for me, practice sessions.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't probably advise on what you should really discuss, which is obviously the fundamentals. Like, are you cueing the ball in the centre of the cue ball? Because if you're accidentally playing it with left hand side, then you know really you should sort that first. But you are right. You know, it's just practice routines. Like a simple routine would be, you know, you've got, you know, if you're watching the table, you've got the black on the black spot. put 3 balls on the bottom rail on the right hand side, play the black into the bottom left, and just play around with the angles, trying to kiss different balls, kind of set targets.
Yeah. I think that's a really good routine, actually.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, the way I've been taught, which is how most people should have been taught, is, you know, you want to try play as much natural angles as possible. This is what, you know, why Tom Cousins is probably one of the best, well, is the best in the world currently, is, you know, he plays everything naturally.
I agree with that, but I mean, like I say, given Peter's language, I assume he's American, and using English in American
It's
ball
more
is
important.
much more important.
Yeah.
Much more important, because you're rarely playing ball.
Yep.
You know, I mean, there was a book that was written called A Touch of English, and it was all about, you know, helping, even on straight shots, helping the ball into the pocket by using English on and a touch of right, I think it was. It was some, maybe Efren Reyes or something was used to say a touch of right on every single shot that that he was playing. So, but I agree with you entirely. You know, practice routines and looking at targets. So give yourself targets on the table, and then just keep playing with those shots and think, right, how can I use right spin to spin the ball off the cushion and come down and hit that yellow. Now try it with, you know, with less spin from a different angle, and the more you do it, the more you learn about how the cue ball reacts.
Well, yeah. I mean, if the cue ball reacts in a certain way, you can kind of learn what to kind of play. You know, play less side. I mean, if you want like a direct answer, I would say go to Darren Appleton's YouTube channel. You know, predominantly focuses on the American game. He has, you know, hundreds of drills in regards to practicing side. An interesting tool that I've seen recently posted is by Fedor Gorst, who, if you're an American player, you should know who he is. He's recently created this target zone product where it's I don't know how big it is, but it's you know, let's just say it's 10 inches by 10 inches, and it's very similar to like a target, like in a shooting range, except it's a point system, and has different areas where essentially it's so thin that it won't affect the, I want to say it's like 3 mil thick. It won't deviate the cue ball if it goes across it, but the idea of it is that it allows you to practice these things that we're talking about precisely. And the idea of the point system is that you can then play around with kind of having a game with yourself where you want to try to score as many points as possible in a certain amount of shots. Again, that would probably be a really good product to maybe buy and introduce into your practice routines. But ultimately, if you just watch a lot of what Darren Appleton posts on YouTube, it's probably ample for what you need it for.
Good answer. And Tom Jones obviously won that last frame. And I say, if you're Aaron Davis, you're just wondering what you've done wrong here.
Apart from that uncharacteristic straight red that he missed, I can't think of many things he's done wrong, to be honest.
No,
but that was a big frame, to be honest.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because Tom had made an error.
Yeah.
And if you punish that error, then Tom's fuming. If you let him off, then, you know, he's over it.
Yeah. Just glancing over at the main table, Jaden looks to be cruising to a 7-3 lead.
That was a nice cannon. He's left this yellow to bottom right. Looks like he's eyeing up the yellow long.
Does need a bit of fortune here. Now he's playing into the middle, playing the
cannon.
cannon.
He is, yeah, of course he is, yeah.
Wants to be hitting the bottom of the yellow of the two. Yeah, he's not got the best of luck there.
Is that going in off? I think it's just going to hold on.
See, this is where most people should probably pull back, but being Tom Jones, he could be pulling off a yellow off the black here, potentially. Which, if you are attacking, is probably the shot. And these reds aren't exactly hanging over the bag, so... Tom just calling extension. Also, don't forget we are on a 30-second shot clock. think he's just going to get this yellow out here, like so.
I don't hate that at all.
He has left.
Yeah, he's left it. He has left it.
He was trying to use that yellow to block it, I believe, but
Yep.
I mean,
I think it was the right shot, just didn't quite execute.
yeah.
But as you say, the yellows are still tough. Sorry, the reds are still tough.
I mean, it's hard to tell from this angle, but these reds look like they're fairly straight for a plant, but
Yeah.
if they are, then the finish is definitely possible, but if not, then he is going to have some work to do. Good to see our tournament director, Lee Grout, having a knock. Didn't know he was a player.
Oh, yeah.
Potting a few good balls.
Going to top this through.
Now, if he wanted an angle to
Yeah.
top into those two reds, he has not got there.
So maybe they're not quite set as a plan, because it did look like he was trying to, the way he kind of held himself in that shot, looked like he was looking for an angle to run into them. I think he's straight on this. I have to run past it and plant them back. Where's the cue ball going? Oh my God.
How is that? That looks like it. I mean, look, you can tell by Aaron's face, like he's just amazed.
That is crazy.
I mean, that's the match, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a feel for Aaron there. I mean, he's really done a lot wrong.
All of the matches were fairly tight, apart from the Brennan game. But Stevie Dempsey, Luke Gilbert, still tight game at 6-5. But Jaden Billiams 7-3 up. Deck Brennan 5-0. Picking apart that final shot from Aaron in the previous frame, discussing it between them. And he could believe that cue ball followed through and waiting off. That was quite amazing. Aaron will break in the next frame.
Ball potted. Not been too kind there. Spotted quite a few balls, but been very unfortunate not to be on a kind of an easy opener here. It looks like he's too close to the yellow that he's on to see this yellow into the bottom left. And if he's going reds, all he really has is that thin cut in the middle, but he is hampered. Just looking at the yellow, hampered. I Don't know if he's potentially thinking about a containing shot here rather than attack. We will find out. It looks like he's queuing the pot.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough ask. He's missed the ball, and this is Tom's first chance. No worries, Peter. Glad I could help. You obviously got another question here for aiming points. What do you mean by lose it? When I'm assuming when you say lose it, do you mean like you missed the ball entirely? If that is the case, then obviously extreme cuts, you know, you do often use run inside to widen the angle. Again, there's probably a Darren Appleton video on this. Oh, you've only been playing since January. Okay. Obviously, a lot of these players here have been playing for well, not many years at all. Sorry, a lot of the players here have probably been playing for decades, I'm going to say, sorry. Yeah, you've not been playing very long at all, so it's just going to be practice, Peter. You know, you've got to put time into it. You've got to learn to lose, play better players, practice as much as possible, put your 10,000 hours in. Yeah, if you're losing your point of reference, Peter, yeah, it's going to be something to do with where you're hitting the cue ball. If you've got a reference point and you're hitting the cue ball completely in the centre, which is what you should do, then in theory you should never lose your reference point, right? If you're accidentally, say, hitting a ball with right-hand side, and only a minuscule amount, the cue ball is going to be throwing to the left and therefore not hitting the reference point that you are aiming for. So a lot of that will just be playing around with it, playing around with shots, playing around with practice routines. And I mean, ultimately I'll probably recommend a coach to kind of sort your technique and finding the middle of the whites. And what a finish from Tom Jones to finish out this match. Have to feel for Aaron there. He's not done a great deal wrong there. One poor miss on a red and a very, very harsh in off. And I think that's all she wrote. Yeah, Peter, just keep it going.
What a day.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Nick.
It's been good. It's been very good. And Tom Jones books his place in the quarterfinals. He will be in action tomorrow morning, and a great lineup we've got. It starts at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on the main arena table. Action will get underway on this table as well, but we'll be focusing on event 6. But that is the end of the action for today. Thanks very much for joining me today, Alex. It's been great to have some company on commentary. And we wish you all a very, very good night. Sleep well. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right then, let's get a word with the duel before we wrap things up on night number 1 here in Loughborough. That was a pretty good performance, Jamie. You must be pretty pleased, not just with the result, but also the way you played out here on the main retake.
Yeah, I played great last week.
You've got a tremendous record in the last 3 series weekends. You've reached at least a final in the last 3. No pressure and all that, but you look like you're in a position to have at least another deep run into the quarterfinals you're going at.
So, I'm really not bad at it. Just all of them really.
Yeah, you're looking really confident in this word I've used. It was on the commentary with Mark Shepherd and AJS. One thing we were talking about was kind of where you had your first sort of experiences in sort of like semi-finals of Pro Series in the first few months you were with us, and that player there and this player now is very, very different. Do you feel like within yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first show down to the team, I think, so I like them to be
Yeah, and if you've made adjustments, because it looks like you're playing a little bit quicker than maybe you were when you first came, or is that just a case of receiving a little bit better, or maybe a bit of both?
no, I was pretty bad. I feel a lot more comfortable. I'm going to be the type of time. I've got this.
Yeah, for sure. And into a quarter-final you go. Could be a brilliant match, definitely very good weights you in that, I can tell you. But from what I can tell, that's who made it through to this stage. So many great players. We saw last time in London, it was a little bit of a seeds kind of graveyard. So many players fell